check. Mike is here. Good morning. Sorry for the late start, everybody. That's my bad. Happy Thursday to each and every one of you, wherever you are, however you may be listening. Thanks for making us part of your day. I understand I was missed by some of my biggest haters here. So special welcome, everybody, to Abe. Abe, sorry I'm late for our daily date. I hope that you enjoy your time here today, and perhaps you might make it through the whole live without being muted. We'll find out. It's only one way to find out.
That's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's probably true. Probably true. I bought this new. Well, I've had it actually for a while, but I like smoothies, and I used to make smoothies all the time, and I bought a new smoothie maker today, and dropped it on the floor about 10 minutes before the live, and it went everywhere. So that's why I was late today, guys.
You dropped the smoothie or the smoothie maker?
Both. So it's cool. It's a Ninja. So it's like a portable. It's like smoothie maker. It has the little blender hooked to the bottom, and then you can take it as a cup. And then but there's like a battery in there, so you can blend.
Is it kind of like? Have you ever seen? It's like, I think it's called the Bullet, like something like that.
It's similar, except for was the Bullet
now I'm saying
portable?
Bullet like you.
Bullet.
Yeah. Bullet.
Anyways, okay. I did not break it. It didn't break. It's great. It's just smoothie went fucking everywhere.
Is that why we're late? Because you dropped smoothie everywhere?
It was so bad. It went I don't know how it went in every direction, but somehow it went in every direction. So it was tough.
No fun.
Yeah. Good morning to you, though, Jen. Happy Thursday.
Good morning. Yeah. Happy Thursday.
Anything you want to talk about before we get started?
I probably have something to bitch at you about, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
All right.
So,
well, if you think of it,
I guess we could just get started in general. I mean, just want to remind everybody to like, if you're on TikTok, please like the live. I think we're sitting at, if we can get up to 10K likes on TikTok, that'd be awesome. If you haven't subscribed to us, please do so you can join us for members only events. We have one coming up next Monday. So if you guys would like to join that, any paid member on any of the, wherever you're watching, you can join us for that. We watched Hitler and the Nazis. If you guys disagree with Jay, RTP, you can message me on Discord and I can bring you up and talk to him in real time. I think Kevin/Abe, he won't show up, but he'll have a lot to say in the comments.
Good.
So that's standard.
Good.
Also, check out the link tree in the bio. We're on most social media platforms. We've got merch. Jay's on Cameo, and we upload these episodes to Spotify. I'm guessing you still didn't do that thing for Spotify that I asked you, right?
No, probably not going to. Honestly, I don't really care that much about Spotify.
All right. Well, then I might stop uploading it to Spotify because.
All right, that's a good point. All right, I'll do it. Remind me tonight. I did forget. Right. I did forget. I just shut it all down last night or yesterday for like 4 or 5 hours. I turned off all my notifications and just was on my own. It was nice. It was quiet. Turned off my headphones. I sat quietly while I guess you call it meditating, like stretching and just sitting in the quiet for probably like 45 minutes. Highly recommend, by the way. If any of you are feeling shitty, get rid of your phone for a little bit and sit in silence and stretch. It'll do you some good.
Yeah. I often after the show, I turn everything off. Like no noise because it's a lot of noise.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. So Abe/Kevin, why call? Well, you claim he is never right on anything. I thought you want to prove him wrong.
It's a good point. I mean, he's left a lot of comments on YouTube. I try and get back to you, Kev. You can see I'm trying to give you the opportunity to speak. You could just come up here if you wanted, but I guess we're not doing that.
Won't. So,
yeah.
So just remind everybody about the gift goal. So. Want to knock that out fast, quickly, so I don't have to bother people as much. That would be fantastic. So Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats all go towards knocking out the goal. And yeah, so what do you call a rabbit with an STD?
Rabbit with an STD. I don't know.
Peter Rottentail.
No, absolutely not. It might have been the dumbest one. Somebody said Christy Gnome's sex toy. That's brutal. It's not nice. We're not mean to people here, guys. We don't bully. We don't do any of that. Now that I'm going to get bullied for the way that I say bully, but there we go. That's pretty good though. I don't know how he misses it. I feel a little bit bad, honestly. And usually I don't like covering this dipshit, but things just keep happening. What was it? Earlier this week, we showed an older millennial video, and now he just keeps showing up in my timeline. And I try not to. I try to just be like, he's dumb. Jay, you know that he's dumb. You know that he's just saying shit that somebody else told him to say. Don't engage. Don't give him the engagement. And so I try not to. But I saw this one, and it made me laugh. The video that we had talked about before was him saying that Alex Preddy pulled a gun and shot at officers, and it was still up. At that point, we knew the real story. The video's still up today. He's never going to take it down because money, right? And somebody said, whoever this is, I don't know if you're here, Big RGZ, maybe you're here, said an ICE agent disarmed Alex of his weapon before another ICE agent shot him. Then 9 more shots followed. So naturally, like a normal person, of course, you can't see the video. Here it is. Naturally, you would expect a normal person to be like, I got it wrong. Sorry about that. Not him. If you've seen this video, do not comment. If you have seen this video, or if you've seen it, don't comment. If you haven't, I want to see some guesses on what his response to this will be. His response that he was wrong, that Alex Preddy didn't pull a gun, didn't fire it. What do you think his response is going to be? But not if you've seen it. Please be honest. If you've seen it, don't respond. Let's see what we've got. That he's still right. Double down. Good guesses. These are all good guesses. Double down. Joe Biden. Yeah, double down. Does he pee himself again? Potentially. We don't see lower. Should have had it there. It's so much dumber than you guys think. Yeah, you guys are giving him way too much credit. It's dumber. Completely unrelated.
Hey, maybe I wasn't clear about this before, but let me go ahead and be very clear right now about why I don't give a fuck about Alex Preddy.
Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck. Hey, ooh, ah, ooh. He had it coming. He only had himself to blame. Charlie Kirk got shot and he's dead. Finally. Thank you. Can we keep this up? Charlie Kirk was a fucking Nazi. He was a fucking Nazi. And you know what kind of Nazi is the best Nazi? A dead one. Thank God that shit stain of a person is no longer in this world. Bad people should not be in this world.
Shot right in the voice box. I might be 1% less atheist today.
I don't care that he was a person. He wasn't to me. He was a Nazi. I think he's better off gone. So fucking be it. This is so bad. Shut the fuck up.
I do like that. I do like that.
Rest in smoke.
Let me just keep going with all these.
You're human.
2 minutes. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. I don't have to get facts right anymore because Charlie Kirk got shot and some people on the internet were happy about it. Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ. Look, dude, the thing about older millennial is like you were already a piece of shit. You were already a liar. You're already stupid. You can't use this as an excuse now, like, oh, I'm just doing it now because of Charlie Kirk. No, bro, you were always fucking dumb. You were always a fucking liar. You never corrected your information. I don't know how many years we're gonna have to deal with this, but conservatives just like you back them into the corner and they're we are. What's that fucking song? That we are Charlie Kirk. song, they just start singing it immediately. I don't have any responsibility because someone killed Charlie Kirk. Yeah, that's what we're going with now. I don't know. We carry the flame, yeah. Dude, that Erica Kirk shit's crazy. Maybe we should look at that. Maybe I'll pull it up. I wasn't going to, but somebody, I feel like some of you have already looked at my outline, but I was unaware of this too. And I have no problem shitting on this guy. Maybe I just won't avoid it anymore. Maybe I'll just be petty. And for those of you who don't know my history with Older Millennial, I can tell you a little bit. Not much of a history. We've debated twice. Once was for like 3 hours. It was embarrassingly bad for him. Like embarrassingly bad. He's always drunk. He doesn't understand economics. What he was trying to, I don't even remember what it was. It was something about gas prices. And I don't even remember what it was. He was linking gas prices to something stupid, and he went 0 for a lifetime on that. I tried to set up a debate with him. He's like, I don't want to do a debate, but we'll have a conversation on my YouTube channel. He's like, since I'm bigger than you, like since I get more viewers than you on YouTube, we'll do it on my YouTube channel. I was like, that's fine. We'll do it on your YouTube channel. By the way, that's not true anymore. It's not even close to true anymore. He can't host lives and get views. He only can do clips, stuff like TikToks and get views. If he's in long form, nobody gives a fuck. So it was like we scheduled it Thursday. It was supposed to be, I think, on Friday or Saturday. And the day that we were supposed to have it was a Friday. Because I did a live. I was super sick during the live. And then I was like, Jen, can we just reschedule it? Will you reach out to him and reschedule for tomorrow or something? And he just, instead of that, he just took the DMs. He's like, he's a coward. He's chickening out. He won't debate me. He's afraid. We tried to reschedule it. He wouldn't. And he won't reschedule now. He's like, why would I? You did live the Friday morning and you wouldn't debate me that night. So I will never debate you again. The same shit like dumbass Millie does too. It's the same shit all these conservative content creators do, where they like, I push them into, I get them forced into a debate by publicly challenging them to a debate. And then after they figure out some reason why they don't want to debate. Oh, he's bad faith. Or I think in Enzo's case, oh, he's anti-Semitic. It's always some dumb shit like that. But I hadn't seen this video, and this makes me laugh. Remember after Charlie Kirk died, Older Millennial went and tried out to work at Turning Point USA. I don't think they hired him. As far as I know, they didn't hire him. As I've looked through comments, there's a lot of conservatives accusing him of being paid by AIPAC. I don't know if that's true, but that's what they're saying. But he went to Turning Point USA, and he did exactly what Older Millennial does. I'll let this dude tell the story. I'm literally Tyler Durden. I have a sneaking suspicion that I also can't stand this guy based on some of the things that he says. But this is just one more example of Older Millennial being a dipshit, loudmouth alcoholic.
Meeting some groypers last
Welcome
night,
everybody from the Facts Raid.
And I gotta say, boy, do they suck. Like, legitimately, some of the dumbest people I've ever met in my life.
So this guy tried fighting.
For whatever you want to say about the groypers, and I do think that some of the groypers are the dumbest people I've ever met in my life. Some of them are actually intelligent and just racist. Older Millennial is legitimately one of the dumbest people I've dealt with. He speaks confidently about things he doesn't understand. He's smarter than he should be smarter. He's not he's not dumb. It's not like his brain doesn't work. He's just lazy, so he comes off dumb.
Me last night. Well, not really. He challenged me to a fight, got up, walked to the door, said, let's go outside. And when I got up and took off my jacket, he decided not to.
Thanks, Kirsten. Thanks, Shara.
You're an incel. You don't want to fight? Let's go outside. And then now he's like, oh, I don't want to get ransom drugs. I don't want to get in the drug. Yeah, we can go through 2 houses now.
This is my favorite part where he's having this conversation. He's not paying attention. He's definitely listening to this guy and pretending to be in a different conversation, then has to jump in. No, I'm not a pussy. I'm totally not a pussy.
He's like, oh, I don't want to get ransom drugs. I don't want to get in the drug. Yeah, we can go through 2 houses now. For context, myself and this random guy were having a conversation with these 2 girls on why me and the guy thought women should be involved in conservative politics. The girls didn't necessarily agree with that. I don't really know. I didn't get to dive further into the conversation because we started talking about Nick Fuentes, and this guy interjects himself into the conversation completely. Except he has nothing of value to offer. No one else could get a word in. It is the typical, in order to prove I'm right, I'm going to control the entire conversation, and I'm going to categorize people. I'm going to call Nick Fuentes an incel, and then break.
How does everybody have the same opinion about him? Even the people on his side are like, he doesn't add anything to the conversation. He doesn't let anybody else speak. He just calls names.
And therefore, that's why any of the points he says doesn't matter. Terrible argument, and that's the reason Pierce Morgan lost against Nick Fuentes. Now, none of us there were groypers. I don't really...
All right, that's all I want. I don't care about the rest of that because fuck Turning Point USA, and I don't know if he's a groyper or not, but I do like that he cowardly backed down from a fight after picking a fight. There's my pettiness of the day. Oh, wait, we're not done because there's one person I can't stand more than older millennial, and it is Tim Pool. I'm late to this. I actually saw Majority Report did a breakdown of this clip, and it made me laugh. But here's Tim Pool, and this is kind of like all of MAGA now. It's all of MAGA. We've said it before, but they've just adopted like Donald Trump and anything that Donald Trump is going through, they just claim like they're going through it too. He was convicted of crimes, and they're like, it's unjust persecution, like targeted prosecution. That's us too. So we are victims. He's victims. Charlie Kirk died, so I died also. They just adopt everybody else's victimhood. But they also adopt all of their successes, and they say things like we way too often, as if they are part of this. And here's Tim Pool, who has given up on objectivity. He used to always be like, I used to be a leftist. I'm still on the left, but I just call balls and strikes. And then he was like, I'm a moderate. And now he's just full-blown fascist. I want you to see Tim Pool, who has left his West Virginia compound for Florida, brought in a nice fake palm tree here. I don't know why. I think he said he was like in trouble or so. Or he feared for his life, so he went to Florida. And now he's doing his show from this little studio in Florida. But here is Tim Pool now talking about why he and all of you MAGA folks definitely are not bootlickers, okay? You're not. You're not bootlickers. You're not just following. You're actually doing the damage.
These liberals who all of a sudden are libertarians and all of a sudden love 2A. And the Lolberts. I love the Lolberts. You know why I love libertarians so much? Because whenever a fight breaks out, they fold like cheap suits. So I don't have to worry about them at all. These libertarians come out and they're like, look, I'm concerned about immigration, but I don't think the government should be allowed. And I'm like, bro.
Yeah. When he says fold like cheap suits, he means they stand on their actual principles. The libertarians are mocking all of the Republicans in MAGA today, calling them bootlickers. The official Libertarian Party, I probably should have grabbed that. Let me get it here. They're literally putting out memes of like bootlickers. Here's the Libertarian National Party. Some of the stuff they're throwing out today. Conservatives, FBI, CIA, we can reform the libertarians. Oh, no, you don't. Pushing them back down. Because that's the libertarian values, right? We're going to push back. We're not going to... how about this? Where's this other one that I saw? Now, this is going to... That one will give it away. I'll show you in a second. Let's let Tim keep going.
By all means, scream into the wind. Because if anything actually has to happen, you're going to stand there with our arms crossed while we do the jobs that need to be done. But what I love so much about this especially is that these people who are saying, I thought you were for the Second Amendment, Tim. I thought you... I was never in...
Yeah, we did think that. It did feel like you were for the Second Amendment, in all fairness.
Favor of the right to keep and bear arms, to go and obstruct duly appointed law enforcement officials from a duly elected government because you disagreed with the policy position everybody else voted for. The idea that you were like, don't I have a right to go fight a cop with a gun? No. You don't. And the...
True. Also, nobody did that. Nobody fought a cop with a gun. A guy got assaulted by a cop while he had a gun.
Funny thing is, I love this. I love this, guys. I'm going to let you in on a big secret.
We scream in the wind, MAGA peas in the wind.
Did you know the Second Amendment was not about fighting tyranny?
Uh-oh.
I'm sick of these people who have...
Oh, no. Oh, no. They're abandoning that we have to have guns for an oppressive government. Before Trump was in office, it was like... We're like, maybe we don't need assault rifles. And they're like, you have to have an assault rifle in case there's a tyrannical government. And now they're like, actually, let me give you some history.
This like 7th grade American traditionalist view of the Second Amendment where they're like, the founding fathers were concerned the government.
Bitch, were you in 2nd grade last fucking year? Like in November, were you in 7th fucking grade? Because you were making that argument in November.
Would take over, the government would take over, but tyrannical government would oppress them, so they needed to be armed at all times. There was a factor in the Second Amendment of which was the regulars from the crown were trying to take our guns from us, for which we used to protect ourselves, and we said no. And
protect ourselves from who? a weird argument he's making right here. Like, I actually agree that the Second Amendment doesn't say that it's there to defend you against a tyrannical government, but he's like, it's not for a tyrannical government, and then he's like, it was for trying to keep our guns from a tyrannical government.
If you allow us to take your weapons, you will be oppressed. But the principal reason for the Second Amendment was not just because they were like, guys, what if we overthrow our new government? In fact, a bunch of the founding fathers were like, we don't want to give the people guns. They'll overthrow us. We just want a new government.
Where are we at, MAGA? Patrick, I'll get to that shit on Alex a little bit later. It's fine. Where are we at on this MAGA now? Are we now to the point where we're like, actually, the Second Amendment didn't mean everybody should have guns? Yeah, that's what I think. A lot of us read it that way, right? That it was for a well-regulated militia, but the NRA, through conservatives, have been able to change that and change the interpretation to everybody deserves guns. I thought there was a chance Trump would do something with guns. I didn't know that the MAGA content creators would just go along with it. They're actually ahead of him on this one somehow. They're kind of laying the groundwork to, yeah, you can take guns if you want.
Principal issue is the general defense of a free state, which can be interpreted to mean fighting tyrannical government, but typically was about foreign invaders and not having strong standing armies. That's why the original article, of which I think it would have been Article 4 or 5, actually, before they got rid of the first two and then reduced everything down, actually had a provision about conscription not being necessary. Because the actual intent was, in a time of war, we need people to be able to defend their communities. They got to have guns.
So should Alex, it sounds like you're making an argument that Alex Preddy should have a gun, and also making the argument that what argument is he making here?
Only one component of that is in the event of tyrannical government. However, Thomas Jefferson, who famously wrote the letter saying that, what is it, every 200 years, the tree of liberty must be watered with the blood of patriots and tyrants, later went to say, yeah, I shouldn't have said that. And many of the founding fathers actually held the opinion that the crown was the crown wasn't necessarily the problem, Parliament was, and the king would not come to their aid. It wasn't this cut and dry thing like the king is bad. No, it was, we're not being represented in government. As it stands right now.
Oh. So the people who don't feel like they're being aren't being represented, having their rights taken away, should have guns. Not everyone should have. This is very confusing, Tim. This Somebody should have stopped him. This is the most confusing argument I've ever heard in my life. He is taking every position possible. Is this just so that you can clip it and send it out to each group individually? When I first got into sports betting, there were these sports betting gurus, and they would do this thing. They would sell their picks, and you had to buy their picks individually, and then they would text you their picks. CoffeeZilla did a bunch of stuff on this. I think a guy named Spencer Cornelia did a bunch of videos on this as well. And what they would do is they would pick, let's say that you had the Bulls and the Cavs, and you pay for their picks. So half the people would get the Cavs, and the other half would get the Bulls. And then however the game ended, it didn't matter. That creator would then, or these, I guess, I don't know if you call them creators, but these gurus would then post, look, another win for us after the game. And they would show the text messages that they sent out to the winners, but only half the people got the winners. It feels like that's what he's doing here. He's setting up a scenario where he can clip this 5-minute clip and send it out for each individual argument. He's just going to cover them all.
Now, Ulysses Grant, what he wrote was, you have redress of grievances. You have elections. You are not facing taxation without representation. So while you can try to rebel, you will be conquered by your betters. So the argument right now is this. I'll put it simply. First of all, when these people come out and go, Tim's a bootlicker for defending us, I'm like, no, you misunderstand.
Here's my favorite part. Start that over. This is by far my favorite part.
For defending us, I'm like, no, you misunderstand. It's my boots. It's mine. I voted for them. I'm wearing the boot. I'm stomping on the ground.
No, you're not. You're a podcaster, bitch. You're a fucking podcaster. It is not your boot. You have no boot in the game. You are licking the boots of others. That's what a bootlicker is. A bootlicker is somebody who celebrates the authorities, the people with the boots. No, they're actually my boots. Didn't you know? I've been sending pairs of my boots out to the ICE agents and they're wearing them. It's been difficult because not many ICE agents have a size 5.5 shoe, but they're actually my boots out there.
I ain't licking anybody. I'm clapping for these people that I said, please go out and enforce the law.
That's bootlick. That's what a bootlicker is, you dipshit. That's what you're being accused of. I'm not a bootlicker. I'm just cheering on the government while they go after people. Oh, okay.
And anybody else who's cheering for it, who voted for it too, we're all wearing the boots. You're the one crying.
We're collectively wearing the boots. We're all sitting in one chair too. Chairs in the corner. We're all wearing the single boot in our single chair in the corner of the room. But we're not bootlickers and we're not cucks. We're just cheering on other people that we're not involved with right now.
You're the one saying you're coming in and enforcing laws we didn't vote for. Well, I got bad news for you.
What is it?
The American people voted for the Republican Party in the House, the Senate, the presidency, and they got the Supreme Court. That means it's the will of the people and democracy that we enforce our
democracy. Well, when I was leaving the Republican Party, there's this guy named Steve. Steve sometimes watches this show. He's an idiot. He is a Republican, and he used to send me Tim Pool clips all the time. Like, Tim Pool's a lefty, and even he agrees with us. Like, okay.
immigration law. I'm not going to sit here and say that children should get...
All right, that's enough out of Tim. Then I saw legitimately the tweet of the century, and again, I did steal this from Majority Report. I didn't even know who this person was, but I do know who they are now. Highly recommend following them. This is Brandy Jensen. She tweeted this out. I'm not sucking Trump's dick. It's my dick. I'm sucking my own dick. It's just the greatest tweet I've seen in a long time. Bro, like, MAGA, you guys have fucking lost it. You're just bootlickers. You're all just cucky little bootlicker Nazis. And you're like, we're not Nazis. We just have the exact same ideology. We're not bootlickers. We just cheer on the government using excessive force. You are everything. Like, just own it. Have a little bit of courage and own who you are. You are cowardly bootlicking Nazis. Just say it. Just say it. Yeah, Admir, I'll send it to you. Admir, aren't you in the Discord, Admir? We put all our links in the Discord. But message me. I'll send that to you a little bit later. Anyways, we can get to real news now. Let me check real quick with Jen. Just a reminder, guys, we are crowdfunded, so anything you can do to help us, I got it, Jen, I'm pulling it up. Anything you can do to help us accomplish those goals would be greatly appreciated. Jen sent me this, said, do you see this? Tim Pool, empty hand, then gun in hand. Appears the man may have been disarmed before being shot. Oh yeah, I remember this. This is a chain of events in a greater conflict. Neither side cares at this point what justifies it or doesn't. I don't see Trump winning this one. Yeah. That was like the day it happened. And then he probably got pushback on this, like, Tim, why are you leaving MAGA? Why are you anti-Trump? And he's like, fuck, I better do this segment about how we're definitely all not bootlickers. It's our boot. And then he went and did that segment. I can only imagine. Is that what you wanted to say, Jen? Thanks, Mikey. Appreciate that.
No, I was going to say Admir's not in the Discord. So
fuck you, Admir.
No, I don't know if it'd be a good idea.
I think it is. He'll get tagged like a motherfucker. He'll get tagged so much. Join the Discord, Admir, you coward.
I think there might be a revolt. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I see it already. Never mind, Admir. Don't join the Discord. I've already pissed him off. Don't do it. But we'll send it to you. Either Jen will or I will later. All right, let's get into actual state of this country. Buried in the news yesterday was that Jerome Powell came out and announced that there will be no change in the interest rates. Here he is announcing, just a little 30-second clip, him announcing his reasoning.
While job gains have remained low, the unemployment rate has shown some signs of stabilization, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals...
Real quick. Jobs are low. There's some signs that they might stabilize. Inflation is still elevated. So that thing Trump said yesterday in Iowa about how he had gotten rid of inflation. Not true. It's still elevated. The Fed wants a target of 2%. We're at about 3%. Usually between 2 and 3%, we feel like we're okay. So we're on the extreme edge of not being okay.
Today, the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy rate unchanged. Having lowered our policy rate by 75 basis points over the course of our previous 3 meetings, we see the current stance of monetary policy as appropriate to promote progress toward both our maximum employment and 2% inflation goals.
All right, so not going anywhere on the interest rates, and Donnie got mad. Donnie got real mad. He's fired off like 60 Truth Socials this morning. The president of the United States spent his morning on Truth Social attacking everybody, but he also put out this statement. Jerome, too late, Powell again refused to cut interest rates, even though he has absolutely no reason to keep them so high, except for when he said that employment shows that it might stabilize, jobs are still too low, and inflation is too high. We should have a substantially lower rate now that even this moron admits inflation is no longer a problem or threat. Did he say that? If you call somebody a moron and then quote something they didn't say, who is the moron? He's costing America hundreds of billions of dollars a year in totally unnecessary and uncalled for interest expense because of the vast amounts of money flowing into our country because of tariffs. And by flowing into our country, he means leaving the hands of taxpayers in America and going into the Treasury. We should be paying the lowest interest rate of any country in the world. Most of these countries are low interest paying cash machines, thought of as elegant, solid, and prime. What? Only because the USA allows them to be. Now, he is right. A lot of these other countries have low interest rates, lower than ours, and we'll get to that here in a second. The tariffs being charged to them while bringing in again, we're just lying. The tariffs being charged to them, not true. Where's Abe? Abe, is he here? Abe, or Patrick, do any of you have the courage to say Donald Trump's lying when he says that the tariffs are being charged to other countries? Do we have that? Do we have that courage today? Or are we still not courageous? That's a good point, William. We can't cut rates on our bonds with no demand. Yeah, who's going to buy our bonds? Do we have an answer to that, Abe? I'll look for it here in a second. While bringing in billions to us still allows most of them to have a significant trade surplus, though much smaller with our beautiful, formerly abused country. Jesus, he's so stupid. This guy has an economics degree from Wharton. There's just either he has forgotten everything he learned, or perhaps it wasn't a real degree. No, I don't want your opinion on the Fed, Abe. I want you to explain to me why Trump keeps saying that we charge tariffs to other countries. Don't ask yourself a new question. This is why people get frustrated with you. It's also probably why you don't come up here and talk to me, because I might make you answer the real questions. Let's see. Where were we? I have been very nice, kind, and gentle to countries all over the world. Bro, you just kidnapped somebody else's leader. You're threatening Canada currently. You threatened all of our allies. The only people you're nice to are like Putin and Netanyahu. I don't think they would agree with that he's been way too nice. I hope they all appreciate, although many don't, what our great country has done for them. The Fed should substantially lower its interest rates now. Tariffs have made America strong and powerful again, far stronger and more powerful than any other nation. Commensurate with this strength, both financial and otherwise, we should be paying lower interest rates than any other country in the world. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. That's our president. He is so goddamn dumb. What? So goddamn dumb. None of this makes any sense. But I went ahead and I did some research because I wanted to say, like, he keeps talking about how we're in a better place. He talks about trade surpluses, and he's consistently talking about our GDP. So I wanted to find out. Let me go right to the top. I wanted to compare like the richest countries in the world and their debt to GDP ratio. The highest in the world is Japan, and we'll get back to Japan in a minute. They're at like 240%. So they have take their GDP versus their debt. It's 242% higher, their debt. The United States is, I believe, second. The United States is at 163. Is that right? Let me make sure. I wrote this down. Well, let me just find out. What is... Just look it up. I don't know why I didn't write this down. Sorry, guys. Should have been a little more prepared for that. 124%. And it looks like it's projected to go to 127% when we get the final, 128% next year. 100 and between now they're projecting between 130 and 183% by 2034. So bad. Really, really bad. We have too much debt. But when he talks about all these other countries, they have higher interest rates, and they have a lower debt to GDP. I looked at just a couple of countries we might want to compare. I looked at China. China's debt to GDP, and cue the chat saying, "Wow, look at this guy celebrating China." 88%. Their GDP is higher than their debt. That's good. If you go back and you look at the UK, 95%. Russia, 16%. Venezuela, the shithole Venezuela, 164%, but projected to be 135% when we get the end of the year 2025 numbers in. So, like Venezuela and us, we're right there with each other. We're about the same as Venezuela. They keep talking about how Venezuela's fucked and how like they overspent. And they couldn't match their GDP. They were at 164% with no ability to sell oil whatsoever. We are not, everybody can buy shit from us, everybody. And we're at 130%. We have no excuse for where we are, except for Republicans exist. That's why we are where we are. It's something like 56% of our debt comes from two presidents, Trump and Bush, and their tax cuts. That's why we're fucked. They have convinced seemingly intelligent Americans that we cannot raise taxes. And we refuse to cut spending. We got to do both. Republicans will do neither. Increase the spending, decrease the taxes. Mexico, you know, that shithole to the south of us. Their debt to GDP is 52%. India, 81%. I think I had Canada in here too. I thought I had Canada. I thought there's like, where's Canada? Pretty sure I had Canada. Can't remember what they were at. Israel, 67%. We're funding Israel. So a decent amount of our debt is money that we're giving to Israel. They have a higher GDP than debt. The European Union, which you guys Republicans keep saying is all fucked up, 82%. Japan's the only one that's higher than us, and they are a nightmare. It's 236%. You say, like, all right, we're not as bad as Japan. What should we do to fix this? Now, we just read what Trump said. Trump says we need to lower interest rates, cut taxes. Let me explain. Here's what they is said about Japan, and the reason that they have 236% debt to GDP. Japan's debt to GDP is above 230% due to decades of persistent fiscal deficits. It's exactly the same as us. Stagnant economic growth. That's where we're at right now. Massive Social Security spending, which we have amid a rapid population aging. And what they did, they took this scenario that we had in the 90s, that we have exactly right now. They looked at, they were seeing a kind of stagnant economic growth, Social Security getting bigger. They had like a boomer population too, and they weren't procreating to replace those people. So what did they do? They decided that they were going to use deficit spending to stimulate the economy and keep interest rates ultra low so that people could borrow money. As the population aged, fertility rates dropped, Social Security expenses went up, and we weren't replacing them. Their debt to GDP was exacerbated. So what Trump is asking for here is the exact plan that took Japan from where they once were, which was great, to where they are now. You should hear what their tax plan is in Japan. 5% on income. There you go, digital warrior. 5% on your income, and they're fucked. It says low rates enable Japan to borrow cheaply while holding debt domestically, which is like us. They hold their own debt. They borrow at cheap rates. With net debt minus 150% after assets, recent yield spikes test this, but deficits remain modest. Now, we've seen a little bit of change in Japan. Japan's projected going forward to see their debt to GDP go back down. Why? They raised interest rates, and they're talking about raising taxes now. So Donald Trump's idea and Republicans' idea to fix this problem is to do exactly what Japan did. Take literally the worst possible example we could have and replicate it. Anything on that, Abe? But they also have universal health care, which is a big debt. Not near as bad as Canada, though. Yeah, it's a big debt, but it would be worse for their citizens, digital warrior, if they had private health care. Private health care is far more expensive, right? So we could save money doing it that way. But we've got to raise taxes. Which reminds me, fuck, I didn't put this on the outline. Sorry. Let me get this. This is supposed to be right here. Good
morning.
This is from yesterday. Now we want to talk about fraud in blue states. That's fine. Here's some more fraud in blue states. Two people who opened their arms to Donald Trump. One of them who escaped crimes by allowing ICE to come into their city. This was Zoran Mamdani yesterday. After getting access to the books in New York, you can see that New York, although it is a blue state, isn't being run like a blue state.
I want to speak directly to New Yorkers who have for too long been misled and misinformed about the true state of our city's finances. I will be blunt. New York City is facing a serious fiscal crisis. There is a massive fiscal deficit in our city's budget to the tune of at least $12 billion. We did not arrive at this place by accident.
When we're talking about a deficit of $12 billion, states are required to have a balanced budget. So when they put out their budget projections every year, if they're off by $12 billion, either they literally can't do math, or nobody knows how to project spending for a year, or they're entirely corrupt. But yes, New York City has a budget deficit under Mayor Adams that was just handed to Zoran Mamdani of $12 billion.
This crisis has a name and a chief architect. In the words of the Jackson 5, it's as easy as ABC. This is the Adams budget.
Don't do that. Marco Rubio said yesterday about Venezuela that they've been spending most of their life living in a gangster's paradise. Politicians, you can't be cool. You just can't be cool. You can be cool when you run. Once you're in office, you can't try and be cool by quoting lyrics.
Budget crisis. In 2025, under the banner of what he called the best budget ever, former Mayor Eric Adams handed the next administration a poisoned chalice. He systematically under-budgeted services that New Yorkers rely on every single day: rental assistance, shelter, and special education, while quietly leaving behind enormous gaps for the future. And knowing his time in office was likely coming to an end, Mayor Adams chose political self-preservation over fiscal responsibility. This is not just bad governance, it is negligence.
Sorry, Dolphin, I got to this late. She said we the people were the first to protect the states. We the people were the militia back then.
And now the responsibility falls upon us to protect working New Yorkers from paying the price. We expected for months that when we entered City Hall, we would likely inherit a grim fiscal situation. Many of the journalists here reported about an imbalance during the Adams years. Yet once we looked under the hood, the full picture was staggering. However, Eric Adams is not the only reason we are here. For over a decade, as he governed from Albany, former Governor Andrew Cuomo extracted our city's resources, using our revenue to address state-level holes while withholding from the city what it was owed.
The reason I want to show this is because when I first turned this on, I actually got kind of annoyed. Because I do, no matter what anybody thinks here from the right, like I do want to be consistent. And I'm consistently critical of the Trump administration for blaming all of their problems on Biden. So at first, when I saw him say like, oh, this is Eric, it's not our fault, it's Eric Adams' fault, it's Cuomo's fault, I was a little bit annoyed. But then he lays this out. And the reason I want to show this is because this is the reality of America right now. Conservatives across this country, and I'm going to say that Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams, at least fiscally, are conservatives. They consistently talk about these blue states. They consistently talk about the debt. They consistently talk about fraud. And the reality is that blue states like California and even places like Texas, bigger states that generate a lot of money, they give more than they receive. And for governors of blue states, it might be time that you start acting a little more like Mamdani. You're elected to represent your people. And so if you are getting screwed like California is, perhaps as governor of California, you stand up and say, I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of paying everybody else's bills. I'm tired of sending all this money back out, and then we don't even get what we send back. And then West Virginia and Arkansas and Mississippi and Louisiana, like they send nothing to the federal government because they keep their taxes low and and wages stay lower, so they don't send anything. And then we wind up paying for all their bills. We're tired of doing that.
The result is a stunning fiscal imbalance. New Yorkers contribute 54.5% of state revenue and receive only 40.5% back. No part of this state gives more and gets less in return than New York City. While we did not create this crisis, we will solve it. And we will do so without balancing the budget on the backs of working people. Now, I want to walk New Yorkers through the nuances of this crisis that we must contend with. Here, you can see former Mayor Adams' projected budget gaps.
I hear that, Digital Warrior. That's same. Alberta's saying the same thing in Canada, which I believe Alberta is fairly conservative. But you can see from Alberta's standpoint where they say, oh, it's this liberal government that's fucking us. Like, it's the opposite in America. In America, it's liberal cities who are getting fucked. It's liberal cities who have to pay for everybody's bills. It's liberal cities. It's liberal states that are paying for ICE right now. So they're like, we don't want ICE. And then ICE comes in, and it's these liberal states that have to pay for it. We feel that's how blue states feel.
As well as the projections prepared by City Controllers Lander and Levine, as well as State Controller DiNapoli. These projections were formed independently, but they tell the same story. We are still reviewing the city's fiscal health ourselves, but our early analysis is in line with their findings. And the story that those findings tell is clear. The Adams administration dramatically and intentionally understated the problem. The budget gaps are twice as high year after year.
Let me just tell you, if this was a conservative who had won office in New York City, this graph wouldn't exist on the screen. What the conservative would say is that the liberals didn't know what they were doing, and their budget was $6 billion, and they spent $12 billion. That's what they would do. They would just be like, oh, they're fiscally irresponsible. And then the conservative would do the exact same thing and never talk about it. That's what, look, whatever anybody wants to say about Mamdani, he's probably already the best mayor in America. He's the only one explaining it this way to his people. This is what we need more of: more transparency, more actual discussion about the people, more actual discussion about, like, what are you getting for your tax money? Do you have any control? Do you actually have taxation with representation? Because in New York City, it doesn't really seem like it.
Mayor Adams underestimated known budget expenses so he could show fiscal year 2026 was balanced. These are not differences in opinion between accountants. They are measured to the tune of more than $7 billion beyond what he published. We are dealing with vast figures and statistics that can often feel intangible. I want to place them into a historical context so that the scale of the crisis is clear to New Yorkers. For reference, The budget gaps we are facing today are higher than they were at the height of the Great Recession. And when compared to the pre-pandemic 10-year average, some of these projected deficits are over 300% higher. This is not business as usual. This is a historic challenge, and it demands an honest response. Time and again, Adams kicked the can of responsibility down the road. Last year, when he laid out his January and May financial plans, he not only failed to budget sufficiently, he ignored projections that indicated major expenses would rise in years to come. These expenses not only totaled nearly $8 billion, they're on an upward trajectory. And still, former Mayor Adams refused to incorporate them, leaving a massive $3 billion hole in fiscal year 2026. The budgetary choices he made in the past have consequences that we reckon with today, with ripple effects extending into the years to come. Former Mayor Adams made the repeated, deliberate choice to under-budget. It was a pattern. He budgeted $860 million for cash assistance this fiscal year, but current estimates are $1.625 billion, nearly double what he had accounted for. He budgeted $1.47 billion for shelter costs this fiscal year, but current estimates reflect...
Like, it's one thing if you fuck up one issue, right? It's one thing if you misbudget one issue. It's every issue. It's every department. He fucked up all of these. Socialism's expensive. This isn't socialism, Microbial Joe. Oh, Microbial Joe, are you now diminishing your fellow Americans? You were taking shots at me earlier. Are you now diminishing your American counterparts here? Are you done tone policing now, and now you're in the argument, Microbial Joe? This isn't like, you think Eric Adams was a socialist? This isn't socialism. This is Republican economics. Keep taxes low, keep expenses high. Spend more than you bring in. This is what Republicans always do.
Like an additional unaccounted for $500 million. He budgeted paltry fractions of what was actually required, undermining the city's ability to fulfill its promises.
Patrick, what do you mean, is there money missing when Adams was in office? This isn't money missing. This is a budget. So he set out a budget for 2025. This is what our projected costs are going to be. And this is how far above their budget they went on everything. It's not money missing.
These are not optional services. They are critical responsibilities of city government. Let's talk about the state and city imbalance. In fiscal year 2022, New York City sent $68.8 billion in revenue to Albany and received $47.6 billion back. That is more than a gap. It is a $21.2 billion chasm, and it can no longer be sustained. It is measured in city schools that could have more teachers, parks that could have more staff, playgrounds that could be built across the 5 boroughs. That $21.2 billion gap occurred because over the decade Governor Cuomo was in office, the state saw our city as a place from which wealth could be extracted without recognizing the needs of that same place.
Sounds an awful lot like what Republicans tell us. These blue states are the problem. These blue cities are the problem. But let's take all their money and not give any of that money back to them.
New York City is the economic engine of this state. While we contribute the majority of state revenue growth, we do not receive the same proportion of state funds. From fiscal year 2010 to fiscal year 2022, a period where Andrew Cuomo served as governor for almost the entire duration, state revenue grew by $48 billion. New York City alone generated 64% of that growth, or $31 billion. But when expenditures increased by $36 billion, New York City received only 42%, or $15 billion. Annually, that is an $8 billion shortfall of what our city was owed. Our city is one of multitudes.
You think we'd know any of this if Cuomo had won? You think Cuomo would hold a press conference about how when he was governor, he fucked this all up?
Containing both incredible affluence and tremendous needs. And for too long, only half of that equation has been met. Each of these slides and the numbers they contain tell a clear story. It is the story of a city that is economically powerful and central to the success of the entire state, if not the entire country. And it is the story of a city that has been failed by its leaders of the past. Together, let us tell a new story. As we approach the preliminary budget, City Hall will do what the law requires. We will deliver a balanced budget over 2 fiscal years. We will also do, however, what former Mayor Adams never did. We will be clear and direct about our needs with Albany. Working people...
See this here? We'll find efficiencies and eliminate waste. Interesting.
...did not cause this crisis, and they cannot be made the victims of its solution. In my inaugural address, I made a promise. I said that we would overcome every moment of adversity together, and we would meet every moment of fiscal challenge with ambition, not austerity. That promise stands. We will not shrink from this moment. We will not succumb to small ideas. We will meet this crisis with the bold solutions it demands. That means recalibrating the broken fiscal relationship between the state and the city. And it means that the time has come to tax the richest New Yorkers and most profitable corporations. This is the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. And yet we have allowed 1 in 4 New Yorkers to live in poverty. It doesn't need to be that way. We will remain in constant conversation with Governor Hochul and legislative leaders, and we will do something that too many New Yorkers have learned not to expect from City Hall. We will be honest, transparent, and we will communicate the decisions we're making and why we're making them. We have inherited a crisis from the past, New York, but it need not define our future.
All right, I'm going to stop it there. That's the only solution that works. The only possible solution to this is to tax people who have money. Tax the people who are the richest. You have to tax them. You have to fix this budget surplus. And then what you're going to hear from conservatives, if they, I mean, this didn't hit most conservatives' radars yesterday because there's too many other things that they're worried about. But if this ever does, they're going to say exactly what Patrick Bet-David says. Another rich guy jumps on and says, socialism never changes. They promise you free things until they get elected. They blame the rich. Okay, so let's do this. Socialism never changes. True. They promise you free things until they get elected. True. Mamdani is delivering on those things. So promised him, got elected, now he's delivering. They blame the rich for your financial struggles. I don't know that they're blaming the rich for the financial struggles. The majority buys into it. The rich leave the state. Then they raise taxes on you. Finally, the middle class gets destroyed. What if the rich couldn't leave the state? What if other states couldn't lure them there with low taxes? Then what would happen? Let's redo this. Socialism never changes. They promise you free things until they get elected. In Mamdani's case, they deliver on those things. They blame the rich for your financial struggles. I don't agree with that. People don't say it's the rich's fault that you have financial struggles. It's that we don't tax the rich. Majority buys into it. That happened with Mamdani. Now, what if you eliminate the rich leave the state? Just eliminate this part out of his hypothetical. Now, I agree. Who just said that? Lavish Kitten, the rich are not leaving New York City. Let's get serious. True. We're going to talk about like a 2% tax here. They're not leaving over 2%. I'm going to go live in Little Rock. No, they're not. Like you'll pay an extra 2% to live in New York. But let's just take that out. What if they couldn't leave? Then they wouldn't have to raise taxes on the middle class, and the middle class wouldn't get destroyed. It's this part. It's the rich leaving the state. It's rich people refusing to pay their fair share or have a progressive tax policy that causes all these problems. None of this is a problem. The middle class doesn't get destroyed here in this scenario if the rich don't leave the state. Why does Patrick Bet-David have a career? Because he bought a career. He's a rich guy who ran a Ponzi, not a Ponzi scheme, a MLM. I guess you call it a Ponzi scheme. And then he paid a bunch of famous people to come on and do these shows with him all across the country. He had on like Kobe Bryant, Tom Brady, Mark Cuban. He paid these people speaking fees and made it look like they were friends. And then he launched his channel with millions of dollars backing him. And now he's just a rich guy that tells everybody else, shut the fuck up and worship the rich. Then you can be like us. To those out there that are the undecided voters, to those out there, even my MAGA friends that are middle class, Donald Trump and Republicans are not fighting for you. They are fighting for the rich and telling you to get on board with it. Mamdani is one of the few people in this country who is taking active steps to fight for the middle class and the poor. And what he's talking about right now actually works. And the only response Republicans have to this is, well, now the rich people are going to leave. If your only response is rich people are going to leave, then maybe that's the problem, right? I don't care if it stops at 2%, Abe. I don't care if it's 6%. When our country was at our best, the top 1% got taxed, obviously not their effective tax rate, but their marginal rate was between 70 and 90%. Their effective rate was around 60%. I don't think it's a problem if you're making hundreds of millions of dollars to pay 60% in taxes. I have no problem with that. That's what all countries do that are doing well. All the healthiest, happiest countries, they all do that. You've been sold like this fear mongering that we can't tax rich people. And I'm with you, Shannon, that rich people are the damn problem. It's not the people necessarily that is the problem. I think that people are selfish and people are self-interested. So people, just in general, regular people, are always going to choose their pocketbook over everything else. And it doesn't matter how rich you get. A lot of these people, once they get more and more wealthy, they're like, they might give a little bit more, but they're still going to keep a lion's share of that. They might give some money through philanthropy, but that doesn't always work. Like, you never know when you're giving to these charitable organizations how much of that is getting to the people. I don't necessarily want to demonize rich people because it's the people, but like, we have a system that incentivizes that. We have a system that allows that, and we shouldn't have that system. And what I really like about what Mamdani's doing is he's going to test all these things that you say won't work. And he's doing it by saying, not only are we going to have these free buses, not only are we going to pay for health care or child care for kids, not only are we going to have government-run grocery stores, but we're also going to have a balanced budget. So he's going to do something that Republicans struggle to do: balance a budget and take care of the poor. Republican states usually do a good job balancing the budget. They're required to. But they don't do a good job taking care of the poor. They don't do a good job educating people. They don't do a good job with upward mobility. So what Mamdani may show us is that in a city that has a bigger budget than some states, that you can raise taxes on the rich, you can take care of the middle class and the poor, and have a balanced budget. And if it works in New York City, that's a nice blueprint for us going forward. So just wanted to show that. Let's get on to Fulton County, Georgia, where admittedly this is kind of weird to figure out. So yesterday,
505707
FBI raided the Fulton County, Georgia, what was it? The election office. Oh, this has an ad.
to schedule your appointment.
This is the response from those in Fulton County.
We are following some breaking news at this hour. The FBI is rolling boxes of documents out of the Fulton County Elections Hub. We're going to listen in live to a press conference right now.
My question is, I want to make sure that there is a full and complete inventory, because these are the original.
The rich rookie, go ahead and give us a source for the rich people leaving New York City. Go ahead. We'll wait for that in the chat. Don't just you're just like Tim Pool. That's how we started this. Don't be a blind bootlicker. They're leaving. Why are you laughing at this? People are trying to do something for poor people and you're laughing. Oh, yeah, right. Like the rich are going to go along with that. Do you hear yourself? You're laughing because you think that the rich people aren't willing to give up their money. True. That's why you have to take it. Yeah. What are you laughing about? Why don't we just do stuff for the majority of Americans instead of for rich people?
Original voting records, original absentee ballots, right? And so once that stuff leaves our custody, where is the chain of custody? Once it leaves our control, how can we know if we're going to get everything back? How can we know if they might do something mischievous?
We won't, and we don't know.
That's the point. Like, there's laws in place for these ballots, and that's what they went. They went in and they got the ballots. And I don't know exactly what the Trump administration is planning on doing here. They're being very tight-lipped about this. It is the FBI, so it's not like it's uncommon for the FBI to do a raid and none of us really know what's going on. I'll go over the warrant that they had earlier, but some of the stuff's still in the dark. The problem is what they do in Fulton County, there's laws and there's checks and there's chain of custody. And these things, and all of this has been counted and sealed and is sitting on pallets. And once it leaves, let's just, for a second, MAGA, pretend that Donald Trump would do something shady. Just pretend. I know of course he wouldn't do anything shady, but pretend that he wants to do something shady. Pretend he either wants to get rid of some ballots, or he wants to edit some ballots, or he wants to change the counts. How would we know? If there's no chain of custody, how would we know? We may not.
We're not doing any. Yeah, the ballots are on pallets because because Fulton County runs great elections, and elections from 2020 would already be archived, sealed, put in boxes, put on pallets, and secured. They wouldn't just be boxes floating around, allowed to be accessed. So they already are on pallets, and they're removing the whole pallets. So,
someone asked, what are they going to do? I don't know. To be honest, if I have to guess, based on what I've seen so far, I don't think anything is going to come from this. I think that what ultimately is going to happen is they're going to go through all of this stuff and they're going to come up with some conspiracy of why certain ballots shouldn't have been counted. This has already been adjudicated. They've already lost these lawsuits. I think what they're going to do is they're going to use it for cover. And they're going to use it for an excuse to try and intimidate people from voting. They may access some of these voter rolls. And we're just going to see story after story leading up to the midterms. I think that mostly what they're going to try and do is smear people and then, again, purge voter rolls. And a lot of people are going to be vigilant. Like a lot of people are going to be checking, like, did my name get purged? And if your name gets purged, you can get your name back on those rolls. But a lot of people aren't. Probably more people aren't. And so that creates real confusion, especially for people who wait till the last minute to vote, whether it's early voting or it's voting at the polls. If you wait and you go in to vote and your name's not on the rolls, good luck. I think that's the plan. The plan is just to, in every one of these states, make some people ineligible to vote and always go to places where you need to take votes from. You'll notice they won't go to a single Republican county. They're just going to go after Democrat counties, Democrat states, and they're just going to purge these rolls in hopes that they can do enough damage to save themselves in the midterms.
So how can we then inventory what they're taking? And you can only see what is happening on the outside of the ballot. You would not be able to see on the inside what the boxes are on the ballots. This is intentional.
Going in and out of the building all afternoon. Have the ballots actually left the building?
Yeah, they're leaving the building right now.
What did the warrant say?
The warrant said all the 2020 ballots, absentee ballots. No, they said what they were coming here to get, and they're getting it.
FBI should go take the Epstein files. They have the Epstein files.
How does the search warrant supersede the seal? That's the part I'm not understanding.
Because it's criminal versus civil. The seal is a civil case. They came and brought a criminal case, so that is why it's not connected. And that's what the lawyers are working on right now. What do we do next? And we have a ban. There's a ban.
The other problem is this criminal case is interesting. We'll get to the warrant in a minute, but hopefully there's maybe an attorney or somebody who understands this better than me here today. But I'm looking through the statutes that they're claiming for a criminal case, and I can't even figure out what the criminal case would be based on the statutes that they're citing.
And of lawyers right here working on it all. It's intentional for people to be in office who have the skills to deal with these things. And all of us are trying to come together to figure out what to do next. There's a band of people working on because we're under assault. I mean, I think you know that.
Is this unprecedented?
Of course. He's unprecedented.
Tony said they did take voter rolls, confirmed today. That's true. They did take voter rolls. They've been suing all these states to get access to their voter rolls, which states should not. The Republican cuck-ass states that have given their voter rolls to the Trump administration, like that is as cucky as like let's give our rights away to the federal government as could possibly be. Like the elections are run by the state. The federal government doesn't get to come in and access these voter rolls. That's why every time they've sued for the voter rolls, they lose. They've been going through the courts trying to get access to these voter rolls, and the courts have basically said this is a states' rights issue. They do not have to give you these voter rolls. And that's the case in Georgia. Now, Republican states that love Trump, they're just handing it over. They don't have a problem with that. And that's going to cause problems in some of these states where it might be a red state, but there's areas where perhaps there's like a Democrat +4, Democrat +5 scenario, and they're able to purge those rolls enough that a Republican can win. That's what they're doing. They just want to figure out how to remove enough people off the rolls to make it so that some people can't vote. And the problem with that is if they do this and then people try and sue afterwards, you're not going to overturn these elections. Even if you're able to prove that they purged these voter rolls unlawfully, which we know they've already been caught doing this in North Carolina. We know like this has already happened in North Carolina. They purged the voter rolls. It was ruled unconstitutional. Nothing. They're not going to do anything about that. So yeah, being angry here is warranted. This is the federal government saying we get access to the state's voter rolls and we get to decide, and you don't get to look at it. So say goodbye to your state's rights, all because they're cucked out to Donald Trump. Now, what Trump will do is, what you'll see publicly out of the Trump administration is you're going to see a bunch of people come out and claim fraud, and they're going to be like, oh, lawyer up, Dems. They're going to prove the fraud. They never are going to prove fraud because it's already been litigated. There wasn't fraud in Georgia. And Republicans don't know what fraud is either. Like, Republicans for weeks have been coming in here. There it is, right there. Hey, they admitted in court to the 317,000 ballots. What did they admit in court to? It wasn't in court, first of all. You're wrong about that. It was in a committee meeting full of Republicans. And what they, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. It wasn't a chain of custody. Was it a chain of custody, or it was something? Oh, no. It was the counts. The counts didn't have signatures on them. That's all it was. But then when they went through and checked them, the counts matched. So all they did wrong was there were some tabulators where they had printed out the counts and there wasn't a signature. So when the Republicans sued them in order to prove that something had happened outside of we didn't actually sign these, which you're supposed to sign them. So that's a problem, but that doesn't invalidate votes. In order to say that there was fraud, you would then have to prove that those somehow were fraudulent votes, which they went back and checked, and they were able to match the votes with the tabulators. So they didn't prove fraud, but see how easy it is to convince Republicans that there was fraud? Every day somebody comes in here and mentions those 317,000 votes, and all it was is there's a printout. After you put in your votes to the tabulators, when they're done, the tabulator gives you a printout of where the votes go, and they're supposed to be signed. That's it. That's all that happened in Georgia. So this is what you'll continue to see from Republicans going on, and don't fall for it. You don't even really need to engage. Engage when there's a trial. There will never be a trial on this. They're not going to find anything. They're not going to find a crime. But they're going to outwardly say, oh, we're coming after you. And behind the scenes, they're going to purge the voter rolls. That's the only reason they're doing this. You noticed these same Republicans that are here every day love what's happening in Minneapolis. They love it, and they're like, we have to do it. We will never stop. Tom Homan's like, we will not quit. Well, what did the Trump administration offer to Minneapolis? Hey, we'll leave if you want. Just give us your voter rolls. It is so transparent. The thing you have to do with the Trump administration is recognize that a lot of times these lawsuits and these actions, they're meant to distract from what they're actually doing. And what they're actually doing here is purging voter rolls.
Right. It is. How confident are we? It is. We just had a town hall last week on Thursday about elections. We knew this was going to happen. This is about sowing the seed of fear that people will not show up to the polls in May and November. This is what it is. We're 100% sure this is what it is.
Abe, what they will do, so if you go through voter rolls, like they did this in Arizona. Arizona is a perfect example because we have had 5 recounts in Arizona from the 2020 election. All 5 recounts done by Republicans or Republican groups. And all 5 recounts found that not only did Trump lose, but he actually lost by a few more votes than they thought. Biden actually won by, it was a handful. Like I think it was less than 100 votes. But they did go through, and every election is going to be a little bit off. If you audited every election, you're going to find 50 to 100 votes that were wrong or didn't get counted. And that's what they found in all 5. But they go through these voter rolls. And what they're looking for specifically, like the first thing that Republicans do when they try and purge these voter rolls is there's rules in some states where if you haven't voted in the last 2 elections, they purge you from the voter rolls. Because what they're saying is that a lot of people, like let's say I lived in Florida and I forgot to change my voter registration and I moved to Arizona. And so they're saying if you haven't voted in the last 2 elections, in order to make sure that our voter rolls are accurate, we're going to take this person off the voter rolls. This person's no longer on the rolls. Obviously, if they want to vote, they just have to register and they can be put right back on the rolls. That seems sensible, except for there's no evidence that having these people on the rolls is leading to votes that shouldn't be counted. So they're saying there's these people that could potentially vote that don't live in the state. Now they're not voting. And when they do vote, occasionally that happens, it gets caught. We have checks in our voting system. So anytime you see, like in Arizona, for example, there was like, let's say it was, I don't remember the total number. I'm going to make up a number off the top of my head. 1,000 people voted in Arizona that also voted in Texas. How do we know that number? Because it gets caught. Because you compare. There's signature verification. You're comparing like duplicate votes in other states. It gets caught. If somebody voted with like a fake social security number or something like that, if somebody was able to somehow get through the registration process and voted with a fake social security number, it's caught. Most of those are on election day. You don't have checks on election day. If I want to go in and vote on election day and I have the minimum amount that I need, I can probably vote illegally on election day, but they catch it. And they catch it almost every time. That's why when we get audits of these states, there's never been a single time we've audited states where it's like, holy shit, there were 30,000 votes of people who voted illegally that the state didn't catch. The state catches them almost all the time. It's literally in each state a handful of votes that either didn't get counted or were assigned incorrectly or were mislabeled. Every election, every state has like a handful. But what they tell Republicans is that, we have to purge these to make sure that illegal immigrants don't vote or people don't vote twice or dead people don't vote. Look, here's a list of 80,000 people we found on the voter rolls, and they're dead. Yep, they're dead. Did they vote? Nope. So they don't actually have the real problem. They're inventing a problem because Republicans know this, and this is just true. Polling will tell you this. Republicans can't win free and open elections. If you had the option in this country to vote by phone, let's just say that you use your facial scan on your, which would be as good of an ID as you could possibly get. Let's just say you had facial scans on your phone. You could vote by text. Republicans would never win. Ever, 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 ever. On voting, on days when people vote, we have enacted laws that make it more difficult for poor people and marginalized communities to vote. You go into a poor black neighborhood, and what you'll see there is, number one, in a poor black neighborhood, almost nobody gets the day off to vote. So some states, blue states, are saying, we're going to do mail-in voting. We want to make sure that people don't have to miss a day of work in order to vote. So we're going to do mail-in voting. And in red states, they go, that's not fair. They're only doing that so they can get more votes. Yes, that's true. The funny thing about the discussion between Republicans and Democrats is Democrats are saying, let's make it easier for everybody to vote. And Republicans say, no, because then the Democrats will win. Yep. Correct. The more people vote, the more votes Democrats get. That's just the truth. Republicans want to make it harder for you to vote. So if you go into these, like in Georgia, for example, you go into these poorer black communities, they won't have as many polling stations. It'll be harder to get to the polling stations. You might have one, but if you go into, like where I live, I'm in a more affluent area of a suburb of Phoenix that is deeply conservative. I can go a mile that way, a mile that way, a mile that way. Not that way because there's mountains. In any direction, I can go a mile and I've got a polling place. Very easy to access. Plus, I have mail-in voting. Plus, I have early drop-offs that I can do. But if we can cut through the political bullshit, Republicans want the least amount of people possible to vote. Democrats want the most amount of people possible to vote. Which one of those is more democratic? Obviously, the Democrats, right?
Do any of our state reps want to say anything? Certainly, we're glad to have you on speaking.
Representative Draper is a resident voting rights expert to talk about
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Syra Draper. I'm the State House Representative for House District 90. Ever since 2020, there is a man who cannot get over the fact that he lost here in Georgia.
Here's Abe. Abe says, that's hilarious fucking spewing of nonsense, even for you. Almost no other country does mail-in voting. At least 40 other countries do mail-in voting, including Germany, Greece, Luxembourg, Poland, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Switzerland, United Kingdom, obviously states here. In Europe, it's Austria, Denmark, Finland, Hungary, Norway, Slovakia, Spain, Sweden. In the Asian Pacific, Australia, India, Indonesia, New England, South Korea, Singapore, Canada, Mexico, Philippines, Czechia, Poland. I'll take that apology now, Abe, dipshit. Why don't you gotta, bro, the amount of time you spend commenting on my videos and in the chat, you could just fucking Google something before you sound like a dipshit. Just Google like one fucking thing.
He simply cannot get over it. And now, in a vindictive nature, he is coming after us. Now, since 2020, there have been many attempts to get at the documents in Fulton County and to undermine the confidence in what Fulton County has done. But there have been audits after audits. There have been court cases filed here in Fulton County to find out what has gone on. There has been an independent investigation through the SCB that absolved Fulton County of any kind of misconduct or systemic voter fraud, right? That simply has not happened here. I would tell you if this administration had a genuine interest in getting to voter fraud, they should be investigating Coffee County, where we have actual evidence of people going into the election office after hours and copying election documents. But there's not an interest in going to Coffee County, which is a red county. Fulton County has been...
Why do you think that is? That's in Coffee County, that's where Sidney Powell pled guilty. That's when they unlawfully broke in and accessed the voting machines. They copied the software and they copied the ballots. They also certainly did this in Arizona, although we haven't been able to get that investigation done. But I've spoken to the people in Arizona. Arizona, rather than doing investigation and prosecuting people, we just spent tens of millions of dollars replacing every single router in Maricopa County and every single election machine because they did that. That's why Tina Peters is in jail. The Republicans are the only ones who have actually been caught committing voter fraud in the 2020 election, and it's multiple people. Many of them have pled guilty. Many of them are in jail, and yet they're just trying to smear Fulton. Like it's a little pathetic, honestly, for you guys to come in here and cheerlead this when you don't say a goddamn word about the actual voter fraud. Just a reminder, guys, we are crowdfunding. I know I haven't brought that up. We put a lot of work into this. We'll be here until about 2 Pacific time. If you can help us out knocking out our gift goal, that'd be greatly appreciated. You know the ways to send it. Let's see if we can, maybe we start a dollar train right now. Happy to answer any of your questions through Super Chat as well. If you can't get your question through on the chat, send a Super Chat. I'll make sure to answer those questions.
Being targeted because it is the largest county in Georgia and it is the home of Atlanta. That's right. So this does not pass the smell test. Obviously, they have failed at every juncture to be able to get these documents. And so they have now found this loophole to try and get to it. But I will tell you that we are not done. We are going to continue to stand up for the rights of voters. And I agree with everything Commissioner Ivory said, that the best thing that you can do as a Georgia citizen is get to the polls and cast your ballot, because they wouldn't be trying so hard to stop you from voting if they weren't worried about what the impact would be.
If you're asking yourself how you can help, reach out to these states where the voting rolls are being purged, and reach out to the Democrats in each of these states and offer your services to call people to get to help people register to vote. That's the only way we're going to be able to combat this. Trump is going to do this. Every red state that has handed over their rolls, they are purging them. So get out there. If you're in one of those states, go find somebody that does a get out the vote activities. For those of you who are looking for work, you can get jobs doing this. You can get paid to go out and help register people to vote. That's what you can do. We're not helpless here. We just have to step up. And the fight back isn't just like being mad. It's not necessarily arguing with conservatives. Get out there. If you have time to volunteer or if you're looking for work, find some way that you can help with voter registration in all of these states.
Yeah. Anybody else like to?
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. I actually appreciate that, Microbial Joe said. I like being wrong. That's the best way to learn. I agree with that.
When and why the ballots were placed under seal? Just for clarification.
I think that's the normal process That is a normal process.
That's
Commissioner,
why everything was sealed. Is there any comment on why all of these boxes were sealed?
Barrett has joined us. Certainly, if you want to say something, Commissioner Barrett, the normal process is for those records to be under seal.
Yeah, they aren't just for people to be able to come and review, right? Yes.
Thanks, Nathan. Nathan said, quote by Paul Weyrick, founder of the Heritage Foundation, "I don't want everybody to vote. As a matter of fact, our leverage in the election quite candidly goes up as the voting populace goes down."
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'm also just coming out after talking to all of our experts. I mean, obviously, we're doing everything that we must legally, but I agree with my colleagues. We are all absolutely going to stand up and make sure that Fulton County voters get to cast their vote in the 2026 election and the 2028 election. There is no excuse for the state elections board to take over our elections. As I said earlier today, this is political theater. It is a distraction from the actions that are, of ICE in Minnesota, killing people, the threats of...
Johnny, it says, is there any way we can find out all the names of the people they're purging? Yeah, I mean, they have to update the voting rolls. I don't know how easy it is to get access to those, but they will also have archived voting rolls. So somebody smarter than me that could probably build a program to find the names of the people that are being purged. I don't know how hard it is to get access to voter rolls. I'd imagine they're very tight-lipped. So good question. Somebody else probably needs to get that answer. If I remember, I'll look it up. But I don't know how hard it is to get access to that.
Pam Bondi to not leave Minnesota if they don't turn over their voter rolls. I mean, this is the...
Mute Abe for 5 minutes. Abe, don't come in here and race bait like a dipshit. Nobody has said anything like that at all. We haven't even brought up ID. You're muted for 5 minutes for saying something stupid and trying to derail.
Kind of things that are happening. So, this is just unacceptable, and we are following the law, but we will defend Fulton County votes at all costs.
All right, moving on from this. Same topic, though. I want to go here. This was Carol Leonnig, and here's something that we should be aware of. And this has happened multiple times in this administration. There have been so many times that people have either quit or been fired, and then you'll see the administration take a really bizarre action after that you would think is illegal. And this seems to be another case of that, where the administration got rid of the FBI agent in charge. I'm guessing, this is a guess, but this is there's precedent for this, that they refuse to act on this, and so they get removed. But here's Carol Leonnig.
Donald Trump had asked his previous Attorney General, Bill Barr, to investigate Brad Raffensperger, which is interesting. The other thing that is curious, and my colleague can...
Call me Edith, name, and if you voted or public. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so if somebody's good with creating systems, maybe get access to the voter rolls. If somebody's looking for a project, get access to the voter rolls as much as you can, download that data, and then check the updates, and you may be able to find the names of people that were purged. That would be, by the way, if somebody's looking for work and you're really smart, or if somebody's looking for a side project to make money, that would be something that people would pay for. That would be something that Democrats would pay for, get out the vote, organizations would pay for. If you're good like that, that might be a good project, and you could probably sell that.
Delaney and I reported on this last week. The other thing that is curious is the FBI special agent in charge of the office in Atlanta, where this is all happening, was removed by the FBI director last week. And so it's just curious that has happened. We, again, don't know that it's related, but I would feel remiss if I didn't mention it. I do think the fact that Donald Trump wanted to investigate Raffensperger some time ago, that probably that desire has not exactly extinguished.
There we go. So, something to watch out for. It's possible. Maybe it's just happenstance that a week before they did this, they fired the FBI agent in charge. But see, Robin said tithing. Thank you, Robin. That's again, that's 10%. When we eventually turn this into a cult, we will require 10% of your income to keep everything going. Thanks, guys, for kicking in. I appreciate that. I know it's a slow start today. Sean, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. Rachel said, Dollar Train choo-choo. Alyssa said, reminder, fuck MAGA, fuck Tex, and fuck ICE. Always good reminders. We should probably make a shirt that says that. All right, let's look at the warrant, because this is where it kind of gets confusing to me. And again, if there's a lawyer here present or somebody that has a better understanding of this, please feel free to correct me. I'm going off of the best of my ability here, but the judicial officer that signed this was Catherine Salinas. She is a magistrate judge. I did look into Catherine Salinas. There doesn't seem to be any sort of connection that would make you say this is a Trump-appointed judge or a Heritage Foundation judge. That she has signed stuff like this before. The thing that the judges go up against is assuming that the information that they're given by the FBI is correct. It's pretty easy for the FBI to get a warrant like this. You don't need a great deal to get a warrant. And so I'm not that surprised here, but I don't find any reason to doubt that Catherine Salinas, or to assume Catherine Salinas is in on this or that she's corrupt in any way. It says here that seeing attachment B, which we'll go down to. Attachment A says the property to be searched is the office of the clerk of court located at 5600 Camp Belton, Fairburn Road in Fairburn, Georgia, 30213. If you see what they're planning on doing, all records relating to violations of Title 52, U.S. Code 20701 and 20511, these violations occurring after October 12th, 2020, including, so let's start with U.S. Code 20701. Aren't you guys happy that it's not 18 U.S.C. 111? Here's what this is they're talking about. So every officer of election shall retain and preserve for a period of 22 months from the date of any general, special, or primary election of which candidates for the office of president, vice president, or whatever, yada, 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 voted for. From the first sentence, I've got an issue here. 22 months, just under 2 years. So that's going to put us into, what is that, August of 2022 is how long they're required to preserve this. But the warrant says it's from October 12th, 2020. I did just check. It's currently 2026. So I'm a little confused how this applies. If there's stuff missing, I don't think that would be against the law here. But here's what it's all records, papers which come into possession relating to any application, registration, payment of poll tax, or other request or requisite to voting in such election, except that when required by law, such records and papers may be delivered to another officer of election, and except that if yada yada yada. So I don't know how they could be in violation of this right now. Anybody? Has anybody heard an explanation for this? Appreciate it. Hey, howdy. Thank you very much. That's a good point too, Andy. They're grabbing 2020, but not 2024. 2024, I guess, could potentially fall into this. This doesn't seem to apply to me. This seems like there's a definite amount of time where they have to preserve this. And so getting it now, if you found like missing information, I don't think it would be against the law here. So I don't know how this one applies. Says things to be seized, all physical ballots, including but not limited to absentee ballots, to include envelopes, advanced voting ballots, provisional ballots, in-person election day ballots, emergency ballots, damaged or destroyed ballots, duplicated ballots, or any other ballot that was used to cast a vote. All tabulator tapes for every voting machine used in Fulton County, including but not limited to zero tapes, opening tapes, closing tapes, and any other tabulator tape printed from a voting machine. All ballot images produced during the original ballot count starting on November 3rd. All voter rolls. There's the answer to that. Thank you. Somebody already super chatted that, but there's the confirmation. All the voter rolls, but from 2020. So that wouldn't even. Okay, so that's not even current voter rolls. What the fuck? So they're not getting the current voter rolls. What is the plan here? What would you do with the voter rolls? Unless maybe they have previous voter rolls. I don't know. If this works, they will do this to every county and get the voter rolls that way. Yeah. Oh, but they're not going to do it to every county. They're just going to do it in places where they need to cut the vote down. In any other vote roll that indicates voters to whom an absentee ballot was issued, from whom an absentee ballot was received, or who participated in advance voting or election day voting. This warrant authorizes a review of electronic storage media and electronically stored information seized or copied pursuant to this warrant in order to locate evidence, fruits, and instrumentalities described in the warrant. The review of this electronic data may be conducted by any government personnel assisting in the investigation. Who may include, in addition to law enforcement officers and agents, attorneys for the government, attorneys, support staff, technical experts. Pursuant to this warrant, the FBI may deliver a complete copy of the seized or copied electronic data to the custody and control of attorneys for the government. So it's, yeah. So that's going to go to the AG. Honestly, I don't know. Well, I don't think that works, Lisa. Like, sounds like he's trying to prove that the election was stolen and therefore he should be able to run again. No, because he already ran again. You can't have more than 2 terms. Unless they're going to use, I mean, Steve Bannon thinks they're going to be able to prove that he can run for 2 terms. They think it's concurrent. I don't, honestly, it doesn't seem like much. It does feel like a distraction. John said, $5 train. Thanks for showing up today. I know it's hard. You make this world and our lives better. Thank you, John. So it is hard sometimes, but I appreciate that. And let me just second that I've had people reach out to me before and say that, like, it helps to have the show. It helps to have a place to go to talk about this. It helps me just as much. Like, it is my job. I do get paid to do this. So there's a benefit for me. But to be honest, on the days that I don't want to do this, it is those types of messages and those types of comments that remind me that however few those people might be, there's at least some people that this having this show means something to them. It gives them some place to go and feel like they can find some sanity. So I appreciate you saying that. MT Clark said, thank you. I appreciate it, MT Clark. And thanks for the bits there, Cascus Life. Sorry if I've missed bits earlier. I always forget. All right. Let's go here. All right. I want to talk about ICE now. Greg Bovino's gone. In comes Tom Homan. I'm going to probably piss some of you off today because I don't like Tom Homan. I don't like our laws. But what I do think is that Tom Homan is more likely to follow the law than Greg Bovino. And as bad as I think Tom Homan is and what this administration's doing, there does seem to be some semblance of his willingness to follow the law. But before I got that, I wanted to just talk about Republican hysteria and how silly most of their arguments are. This is one that this has been passed around now forever. That, again, it's the signs. Nobody could possibly come together and make signs, so therefore these are paid protesters.
Look at this. Here goes a group of professional activists renting a U-Haul, getting signs out of their trucks. This is not organic. These are the same printed signs. And now they're heading to the federal courthouse.
What do we want? Like, bro, have you ever seen a political rally ever? Did I like him when he was Obama's border czar? I was a Republican back there, Alicia, so no, I did not. I criticized him. And like all Republicans during that time that you guys don't remember, the Republicans actually were the ones that were criticizing Obama. They were the ones that were talking about his cruelty. It was Republicans who were criticizing ICE and mass deportations. It was a very confusing time as a Republican to criticize Obama. But since then, I've learned that I should just form my own views and not base my views on the political party that I'm associated with. So retroactively, yeah, I don't think that what Obama did was great. I think that Obama, his administration overlooked a lot of stuff. Obviously, people died in custody. We had the kids in cages during Obama too, though it wasn't as cruel as the Trump administration. What they're trying to do by talking about Tom Homan in the Obama administration and Tom Homan now is pretend that Tom Homan's not doing different things now, right? He didn't make the decisions then. It was the Obama administration, and they made some decisions that, with the benefit of hindsight and different views, I disagree with. But what Obama didn't do is send masked men into cities of his political opponents They weren't out conducting traffic stops based on people's identity. They weren't going to stores and stopping people based on their identity. When Obama was deporting people, it was mostly that they did like some workplace raids, but the overwhelming majority of the deportations that happened under Obama, Biden, and Trump, the first go around, were people that were within 100 miles of the border. And these were people who either came across illegally and they were detained and sent back, or people that were there illegally but happened to live within 100 miles of the border. So it was totally different. Do I have disagreements with Tom Homan? Yeah. Do I have disagreements with Obama? Yes. But stop pretending that they were doing the same thing, because they're not doing the same fucking thing. This thing that they're doing now has never happened. And I do think that it's a special kind of willful stupidity to make those dumbass claims. I think that's a really fucking stupid claim. And I think it's a stupid claim too. I think that that there is a stark difference between what we're doing now and what we did under Obama, but you don't really want to acknowledge that. You just want to say that we're going to complain about everything no matter what. But if you were honest, you would recognize that no president in our lifetime has ever done this. This is the first time ever. All right, there's that stuff. This is powered by TP USA.
Do you know who's organizing this?
The PSL, Party for Socialism.
Oh, okay.
Can I just point something out? Do you know who's organizing this? The Party for Socialism, whatever he said. Do we see this up here in the top corner? Front lines powered by TP USA. Who provided all the signs on January 6th? How were there so many matching signs and t-shirts on January 6th? How did they get there? Who bussed in people on January 6th? Was it Turning Point USA? Yeah. Yeah, it was, right? The audacity of TP USA to come in here and be like, these are not organic. Okay, so everybody there on January 6th, that wasn't organic either? Those were just paid Republican protesters? Don't fall for dumb shit, Republicans. Be better. If you don't, I don't know why you don't think that people are upset about what's happening in Minneapolis. Especially if you're here. Look at the audience here. Nobody in the audience is paid here. They're pissed. Most people don't have signs. Most people have their phones. But even if they were paid, it wouldn't change that what's happening in Minneapolis is wrong.
I'm just going to observe. Thank you, though.
Tuck in, meet your neighbors, because again, hey, remember, we're not doing this by ourselves, right?
Which group is...
No, Microbial Joe. Now, earlier you're like, I'm just honest. No, it's TP USA. That's who brought the people in.
Organizing this.
Party for Socialism and Liberation. We've been out here for a few years.
How do you join? If you want to also donate?
It's pretty easy. You can look it up, pslweb.org.
Got it. Is there a Minnesota or Minneapolis chapter?
Twin Cities.
Twin Cities. So, okay. So people can simply just donate and goes to signs and whatever out here to protest.
So people like this guy, they just donate and then they use their donations for signs? Oh no, not the people who donated their own money.
Okay.
If we don't get it, if we don't get it.
We don't see that's silly, Republicans. I hope you see that that's silly. All right, I'll skip that one probably. Which one is this? All right, I want to show you this. It's from American citizen with a Brazilian husband.
ICE can't find my husband. My husband was granted voluntary departure out of the United States. And
real quick. Lisa said, just wanted to say that I'm one of those that appreciates you and benefits from your show every day. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll check these two. Where do I play this? Is any there? If Abe is still around, Abe, watch it. Jen's getting dangerously close to getting rid of you.
Judge ordered that my husband was going to be able to take a commercial flight, a regular flight, out of San Diego to relocate him to Brazil, where we were going to start our new life. However, I signed on to the app this morning that we have been able to use to communicate, and it says that he is no longer in the system. Now, I called Otay Mesa Detention Center and I said, hey, why am I unable to communicate with my husband? And the person on the other end of the phone says, we don't know where he is. I said, what the fuck do you mean you don't know where he is? She said, this means he's probably in the process of being discharged. Under normal circumstances, I would say, great. We have been waiting for his discharge for quite some time. However, he does not have a flight that was supposed to be arranged while he was still in detention. He does not have any communication with the outside world. You have not communicated with my attorney to organize his flight home. Do you want to know why? I just received a call from one of his friends in the facility with him who just said they took him in the middle of the night to bring him to Louisiana. This means that ICE is going against the judge's order to allow him to take a commercial flight out of the United States, and instead, they are going to take him to Louisiana and put him on a deportation flight out of Louisiana to eventually end up in Rio. One, why is your friend having to be the one to communicate that information to me? Two, why, when I call the facility, then you tell me you don't know where he is. You know exactly where he is, and you know that the reason you're not telling me is because he's not supposed to fucking be there. I don't know if he's on a plane. I don't know if he's on a bus. I don't know the next time I'll speak to him. And this is all going on when it was never what was agreed on by the court. If they know that I am so on top of his case, I can't imagine what's happening to the people who don't have that luxury of someone who is consistently trying to track them down on a daily basis. The reason I am so diligent about trying to figure out where he is every single day is because I know that things like this are happening and people are getting lost in the system, and I cannot even imagine the families that they are taking advantage of when people don't have the means to consistently communicate with their loved ones. I am sick and fucking tired of this administration jerking people around.
He's saying she's married, no wedding ring? I don't know. I know people that don't wear wedding rings. It's not the first time, though, we've heard of this, where people think that their loved one is in a certain detention center. They go to check on them, and they've been moved, and nobody let them know. Now, this is somebody who's voluntarily deporting. Just let them go. Why do we even have them in detention? That costs you money, Republicans. That's costing you extra money to hold people there. And then you're also going to pay for the flight. You're going to pay to feed them. Why do you think that is? Why do you think they're doing that? You think it's possible that they have all these donors who made deals with Trump to house people, and they want to keep as many people housed as they can? I saw they just, I think it's in Arizona. I think they just bought like another massive facility to house people. It's going to hold up to, I think, 1,500 immigrants. Why aren't they deporting these people? Why are we housing so many people? Didn't you get mad about that when they were being housed in hotels? You're okay paying for their housing as long as they're treated poorly? Why aren't you guys upset about that? Why aren't you upset about people being that are allegedly here illegally that need to be deported who are housed for 8 months? Why doesn't that bother you? 90% of libs say they hate America. That's so stupid. It's so stupid.
90% of libs say that they hate America. I learned that when I was watching OAN today, and they showed a poll. And the poll said that 90% of libs hate America. They all say it. I'm here on a chat, and I'm repeating dumb shit like that.
Just have an opinion of your own and make arguments, Marble Statue Millet. Just have your own arguments. Don't just make shit up. You look silly when you do that. Let's go here to Minnesota, where now federal judges again slapping down the Trump administration. It happens over and over and over again, and proving once again that this is not the law and order party. These people who vote for Donald Trump, I don't even think it's that they don't care about the Constitution, that they don't care about the law. I think legitimately they don't know what the fuck the law is. They don't know how to figure out what the law is. They've just decided if Donald Trump does something, it must be lawful. Here's the conclusion from this ruling. It's important to note that this order does not affect USCIS's responsibility to conduct re-inspections to adjust refugee status to lawful permanent resident. Now, this is because what the Trump administration has done is they have taken people who have refugee status, who have had their refugee status approved, and they said, you know what? We're going to start taking these people and jailing them, and while they're in jail, we will reassess their refugee status. So the judge is saying, you are allowed to have re-inspections. You're allowed, if somebody is a refugee, to look at their refugee status. And we're not saying that you can't do that. But in Minnesota, USCIS may continue this statutory process, but without arresting and detaining refugees. Because what the administration's doing instead is they're saying, everybody that has come in here under a refugee status, you are now subject to arrest and detainment while we reassess your refugee status. That's scary. And there we go again. There's the person. I voted for this. No, you didn't, because they didn't say they were going to do this. You're just a bootlicker. You might agree with this, but you didn't vote for this because you didn't know it was going to happen. They didn't say that they were going to do this. This order also does not impact DHS's lawful enforcement of immigration laws. This order is temporary until the court has had the opportunity to have full briefing and argument on a motion for preliminary injunction. It is also essential to emphasize that the refugees impacted by this order are carefully and thoroughly vetted individuals who have been invited into the United States because of persecution in the countries from which they have come. These are not people who showed up for asylum. These are not people showing up at our southern border saying, I'm in danger, let me in. These are people that our government said, come on over. We understand what's happening in your country. We're going to give you refugee status in our country. You are welcome. In some cases, we helped them get here. In many cases, we helped them get here. And then we vetted them before they could come in. So these are people who have been vetted and invited. And now it must be very confusing for them because they're like, oh, hold on. You told me to come here. You vetted me. Now I'm here. I've done everything right. And I'm in prison? Now I'm locked up? How does that make any sense? They are not committing crimes on our streets, nor did they illegally cross the border. Refugees have a legal right to be in the United States, a right to work, a right to live peacefully, and importantly, a right not to be subjected to the terror of being arrested and detained without warrants or cause in their homes or on their way to religious services or to buy groceries. At its best, America serves as a haven of individual liberties in a world too often full of tyranny and cruelty. We abandon that ideal when we subject our neighbors to fear and chaos. This is gross. It's so gross to just change our promises that we made to these people. Yeah, some of them from Afghanistan, many from Somalia, from Haiti, potentially from Venezuela. We invited them. Come on over. Okay, thank you so much. You can work while you're here. Don't worry, we vetted you. Your record's clean. By the way, if they commit a crime, they get deported. So these aren't criminals. These are people who have committed absolutely no crime. They are locked up in prison right now and being judged by the Trump administration. These are concentration camps. Can you explain to me the difference between this and taking people because they're Jewish and throwing them in concentration camps? Again, we're not going to stop calling you Nazis when you act like Nazis all the fucking time. What's the difference? Patrick, this is a good time for you. What's the difference between taking legal refugees here and locking them up without committing a crime just because of who they where they came from and putting Jewish people in concentration camps? Good, Samuel. I should learn more about it. Tell me about it. What's the difference here? They invaded the country. We invited them in, Millet. Try again. How can you, if you invite somebody into your house and then you call the police and you're like, they invaded my house, and the police are like, hey, did you invade? And you're like, he invited me here. Then they didn't commit a crime. Marble statue, Millet, 5-minute ban for marble statue Millet for being too stupid to answer questions and just threatening people blindly. No, Sam, I'm going to get it from you, too. Tell me what I'm missing, Samuel, or else you're going to have to get muted for a little while, too. You said I need to do research to understand concentration camps. What's the difference? That word lost its meaning, too. No, this is a self-report by all of you. The word racist and Nazi and concentration camps lost its meaning. Why? Well, because you keep using it on us. Why? Why? I'm using concentration camp on you right now, and you're like, you're wrong. Why am I wrong? We just don't even care anymore. I think that's kind of an admission, bud. That feels like an admission that you know these are concentration camps, or at the very least, you can't explain the difference. Good point, virtual reality, no different than the Japanese internment camps here. Literally, absolutely no different. I thought that was wrong. I thought we decided that it was wrong to lock up. Actually, it is different. I'm going to take that back. It is different than the Japanese internment camps because we were at war with Japan. We're not at war with Somalia. We're not at war with Haiti. So I take that back. This is worse. This is worse than that. Any answer? We're not talking about ICE, dipshit. We're talking about detaining refugees. No answer. See how tough that is? Ask a MAGA a question. Jesus Christ, they fall apart if you ask one question. Because Nazis actually killed 6.5 million people. Where's that happening here? Let me be clear, Samuel. Concentration camps were bad before Nazis killed the people. And when I call you guys Nazis, I have been very clear that I'm talking about Nazis before the Holocaust. It's my contention that the Nazis were bad before the Holocaust and even worse after the Holocaust, like once they did the final solution. I am comparing you to 1930s Germany, not 1940s Germany, early 1930s Germany, when you started just locking up Jewish people before you before your friends overseas decided to gas them. I'm asking you what the difference is between locking them up. I'm not talking about the future. I don't know what you guys will do in the future. I have no idea. I'm not comparing you to that. So now tell me what the difference is. The Japanese weren't here as refugees. Yeah, but why? They got locked up because they were Japanese, right? These people are just being locked up because of what country they came from. Are we locking up people from South Africa? Trump just brought over refugees from South Africa. What's the main difference between if you just brought in all the South African immigrants that Donald Trump brought and then you put them next to Somali immigrants? Do you think you would be able to tell the difference just visually? Do you think there would be some visual cues that gave you a difference between the Somali and Haitian immigrants and the South African, or I guess refugees? There seems like there's some difference. Can't put my finger on it. All right, we'll move on. We'll try every day. Every day we'll try and get you guys to answer that question. I want to show you what's happening overseas. This is from an interview from the LBC. This is, I don't remember her name now. I think it says here. Jennifer Ewing. She is the, forget what they call her, but she's basically like the Republican representative in the EU. She was on with the LBC. And they're asking her to defend what's happening. And it's easier outside of this country for people to view what's happening in America with more clear eyes. Because in America, the MAGA base here has been lied to for like 10 straight years, and they have no idea what's true and what's not. In fact, most of what you guys believe is categorically untrue. But outside of this country, where they're not just hammered with propaganda every day, it's a little easier. And watch how much she struggles with her media. And also watch how much better British media is than ours.
Booed the other night in this country. Do you understand how far and how fast America's reputation is falling?
Yeah, you know what? I think what's going on between our two countries, and like I said, this is my adult home. I love this.
It's her real voice. I can't change that.
Country is tough love. I really think that, and this has been going on since the Munich Security Conference. Tough love.
I wouldn't want anyone to love me like that.
No, but you know what tough love is? Is like, I think President Trump was elected on an America First agenda, right? So it's like, put your own oxygen mask on first. We need to look after the things in our country. We want Britain to do the same. We want France to do the same. We want Germany to do the same. All of these countries to look inward, care about the people that actually live there, and be the best you can be. Because if Europe and indeed the UK
you think America is the best it can be right now?
Weaker, if it continues to get weaker, then how are we? That's not a strong partner. And a lot of that came up was, and I know you discussed it with your with the Green Party member, but Donald Trump wants you guys and NATO to start upping the defense, because we may have to turn our attentions further east
to defend ourselves from you.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, what I mean by that is that your country's been threatening to invade a European sovereign power.
Oh, are we back on Greenland?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, would you not agree that with the ice cap?
Yeah. Their biggest fear right now, they have two fears: the United States and Russia. The people of Europe, their sovereignty is threatened by Russia and by the United States. It's crazy to live there. He just wants you to also get rid of all black and brown people. Thanks, Damien. Thanks, Leslie.
Smelting in the Arctic, that is one of the most important regions going forward for Arctic shipping lanes. You'd agree with that, right? Okay.
And the good news is that as a result of a treaty from the 1950s...
Her name is Jennifer Ewing. She's the Republican... she works for a group called Republicans Overseas, and she's their UK representative.
Where you got the American Virgin Islands and the Danes got a complete recognition of Greenland. You can put as many troops and as many bases on there as you want, but your presidents, including Donald Trump in his first term, have chosen not to do so. So it's obviously your presidents who don't think it's that important.
Well, you know what? I mean, I know that's been sort of the narrative all week. Like, oh, why would they go through with this? Because, they already... The US
I love how they reframe things that actually... That's the narrative. It's what fucking happened. That's how far gone MAGA is. You can tell them, like, it's like we had a snowstorm this last week. It could be like, if we're talking about the snowstorm, it's on the news. It's like, yeah, man, that was a bad snowstorm. Well, that's the narrative. Everything that is uncomfortable for MAGA, everything that makes them look bad, they just call it a narrative now. But what we're talking about right now is reality. That amongst our trading partners, amongst our allies, people have changed their view on America. They look at America like a fallen fascist democracy. You can look at polling all throughout the world. That's what they think about America right now, that this is a fallen democracy and it's fascist.
That is, could already do whatever it wanted in Greenland. That's not true. We needed Danish approval and Greenland approval. And quite frankly, America and the president, and I think a lot of even Brits, the EU and Europeans, there's too much bureaucracy to get anything done.
Well, so because of European red tape, you have to invade Greenland?
Do you really think, Lewis, that there was going to be an invasion of Greenland?
Well, the Europeans clearly thought it was a possibility.
Sorry, Chris, I might not have read your Cash App earlier with Older Millennial. I read it in my head and I laughed. But sorry about that. He said, I can't stop peeing.
It's because they've been sending troops there as a deterrent.
Well,
and your president said, until this week, he said, and raised the prospect of the use of force. He could have ruled that out earlier. He elected not to do so. He was going to threaten tariffs. He was threatening tariffs on us for opposing him. With friends like that, who needs enemies?
Well, this is the thing that they do with Trump, too. So Trump threatens people militarily. And then he backs down and he negotiates. But the reason he threatens them militarily is so that he can get leverage. It's manipulative. It's abusive. If you have a partner like that, if you have a spouse like that, if you have a friend like that, if you have a parent like that, like, get them out of your life. You don't want people in your life who threaten you physically in order to get you to back down. And that's like, no matter what you want to say about this, they're like, oh, that's just positioning. That's what they say now. That's what MAGA says now. It's just how you negotiate. You just have to threaten people and make them fear for their own sovereignty in order to get what you want. That's a shitty person. It's a shitty trading partner. And it's a shitty way that our country looks now. We just look like bullies. And I think for some MAGA, maybe that's what you wanted. You just want to feel like you tear other people down to make you feel bigger. That's kind of the MAGA agenda. It's kind of the MAGA ideology. In order for you to not feel so goddamn mediocre, you got to go after immigrants. You got to go after trans people. You got to go after women. You have to go after marginalized communities. Everything about your entire ideology is threatening people smaller than you so that you can feel big.
I think the funny thing is, again, anyone that's been paying attention to the Trump playbook, that was step 6. That's exactly what he does. He throws a grenade into a room. He says something completely outrageous. No, but you know what I mean. And then people start taking it.
Yeah, we know what you mean. It's clear. That's his playbook. He's manipulative. He's forceful. He's threatening. Yeah, that's why they don't fucking like him. I love this. Like, well, he didn't invade, so they should love him. Oh, okay. Honey, I didn't hit you. I know I did this. I know I got in your face. I know I threatened to beat the shit out of you if you left, but look what happened. You stayed, and I didn't hit you. So what, now you're going to call me abusive? Yeah, that's abusive.
Seriously.
Some of your wives need to watch it.
happened with Russia, Ukraine. It happened with, the contributions to NATO. There was never a chance the U.S. was going to invade Greenland. Anyone
He's
with
got
half
nowhere
a brain,
with Russia and Ukraine.
Anybody.
He's got nowhere with
that's not
Russia and
true.
Ukraine. Yes, it is. He's got nowhere with Russia.
I like that too. Like, there's no way he was going to invade Greenland. Nobody believes that. Come read my fucking chat when we were talking about it. The whole chat's like, you're goddamn right. America, baby, we're going to own Greenland. He's doing it. He should do it. MAGA, like Republican media, right-wing media in this country. Yeah, we should take Greenland. Just because he is eventually a bitch like all bullies doesn't mean that if he wanted to do it, he couldn't. It's just so crazy to constantly be defending a guy who does awful things like, well, he didn't follow through on all of it. So really, you should be grateful. Maybe we don't elect a fucking psychopath.
Ukraine. And with regards to Greenland, whether he seriously intended to take it by force or not, all he has done, all he's achieved is alienate what should be America's closest allies. And he's done so in a way which has been profoundly insulting to NATO military families.
Okay, again, we just touched on, the NATO military family. There's no excuse for that. With regards to insulting people, Lewis, if the end result is that Britain gets stronger, that the EU gets stronger, is that...
I'm doing it for you. It builds character. Baby, I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to hit you. What makes you better? Reminds me of Steven Crowder. Watch it. While his wife's like, Steven, you're abusive. I can't take this anymore. Watch it. I love you so much that I have to be hard on you. This is cult shit. It's abusive. It's manipulative. This is everything you are taught not to be. In any scenario outside of MAGA, everybody looks at this and they're like, Jesus Christ, that's a madman. That's a psychopath who does that. That is pure evil. Hey, at the end of the day, that wife did start cooking dinner for him every night. She did do the laundry. She did meet him every day with the door with her tits out. See? It actually worked out. Now they're better. No. She was beaten into submission. I'll take freedom over order. What they're referencing here, what she's saying, like, well, if Britain gets stronger by copying what the United States does, getting rid of black and brown people and allowing white nationalists to run everything, then you'll be better. So it's really because we care about you so very much.
Not a better thing.
Do you think NATO's stronger as a result of
Fair enough, Laura.
Foremost military component of that alliance, threatening the use of force against other members of that alliance? Given the entire point of NATO is the idea that our security interests are indivisible, do you really think NATO can possibly be stronger having had him make those threats?
100%. And you know why? Because
How?
Okay, I'll tell you. Because what we've heard, whether it be from the left or the right, including your two guests, that Europe needs to stop being so dependent on the United States of America. And if that takes the Europeans getting a little pissed off.
What kind of security alliance is it where members of the alliance threaten other members of that alliance? That's not alliance. That's not an alliance. That's enemies.
I go back to tough love. Look, we do not like to see how the sausage is made with President Trump and his brashness and, the whole week at Davos.
Abusive love, like tough love, is where you don't really you may tell somebody the truth, right? Or you may hold a boundary. You may hold a line. Like, I'm not going to let you treat me this way. That's tough love. Or I'm not going to capitulate to do the things that you want me to do, even though I love you. I'm not going to do things that are damaging. That's tough love. That's not this. Taking hostages, threatening, that's not tough love. That's just what you say when you had a dad who didn't hug you. Like, it is kind of gross. Like, it's really gross to see a woman talking about this with a guy like Donald Trump. It really is. It's really tough to not understand power dynamics and be like, it's actually if your abuser, if the person with the most power in your life dictates your every move and they threaten you unless you follow what they do, that's not tough love. It's just abuse.
I know that the Europeans and the UK people, international people, were appalled. Oh my God, I can't believe he's using this language. But there's a whole nother group of people, and I can tell you because they've been coming up to me all week being like, I wish we had leaders like that who put our country first.
What, threaten to invade other people's countries with no regard to whatsoever for the views of those people? You know, we've got leaders like that in the world. They're called President Putin and President Xi.
Well, and exactly. And
yeah. They're called dictators. That's so silly. And guess what? I bet all those people who came up and they're like, I love, everybody here that's MAGA loves Putin. You guys say the same thing about Putin, you cucky little bitches. I don't want to research. I don't want to learn anything. I just want a president who goes out there and threatens everybody that's different than me. It's tough love. Here's some tough love. This is real tough love. Read a fucking book. Learn to fact check. Go to therapy. Deal with your childhood trauma. It's hard to imagine somebody here still supporting MAGA who's just like hasn't resolved some of their trauma. Resolve it. Get a journal, write it down, find a therapist, talk to somebody. If you think the solution to the world's problems is a strong man, for the love of God, go fucking read history. It's never the solution. It's always the problem. Amy Lynn said, so wait, Dem states can stop paying for red states? Allegedly.
Part of what President Trump is trying to do, especially with Ukraine, especially with the Greenland situation, is keep China and Russia apart. We do not want them together. That has been a policy since the Nixon days. So going back to, you keep wanting to talk about Trump invading Greenland. That's just not a serious, consideration. That was never going to happen. It's part of his playbook.
Hey, don't ban Samuel for what he said. What Samuel's talking about is U.S. citizens outside of the country that were drone striked. He's right about that, and that was wrong, Samuel. And once again, I was a Republican when Obama was in office, so I criticized him for that. I've criticized him for it now. I don't like Obama's drone strikes. Why won't you just talk about this? What the fuck? Why are you such... I'm just going to talk directly to Samuel. Why are you such a bitch, man? Honestly, let's have a real discussion. Why are you such a bitch? How come when we talk about what Trump's doing, you can't address this? What kind of bitch behavior is it to every time we talk about Donald Trump, who's the fucking president now? Obama's been gone for a long time. Why can't you address this? Why do you play whataboutism with every fucking thing we say? That's what I want to know. We've stopped the whole show for you now, Samuel. Tell me why you can't address this. Tell me why every comment you've made today is, what about Obama? What about Biden? Why are you always looking in the past? Why won't you address what's happening right now? You can say whatever the fuck you want in here until I get annoyed with you. Sometimes then you'll get a mute. But answer me that. Why won't you talk about this? In every MAGA, why the fuck won't you talk about Trump, you cowardly fucking bitches? Because if you're pointing at Obama like, you guys didn't complain about Obama, then what you're saying is, I'm a bitch, but other people were bitches before, so I'm going to continue to be a bitch. If you're talking about other people's behavior being wrong to justify your own behavior being wrong, you're a bitch. Also, go to fucking therapy. Learn about accountability. Other people doing something wrong is not an excuse for you to be fucking mediocre. Address this, Samuel. Address a single fucking thing that we ever say here with some sort of argument on why it's justified, and don't use the name Obama or Biden. That's what's wrong with our fucking country. You can't do it. None of you bitches can do it. None of you take accountability fucking ever. You just demand that I go back in the past 12 years and talk about shit that's not happening anymore. It's Abe, you show up every day and you're like, why aren't you talking about something that happened 12 years ago? Because, dude, I cover the news today. Do you want to talk about today? Do you want to talk about what she's saying? Do you want to add any counter argument that the rest of the world doesn't see what we're seeing here? Why is it that every other country in the world could see Trump for what he is, and when we bring it up, you go, oh, Obama? That is some bitch shit, man. This is like, I've got a 6-year-old. Sometimes she gets in like spats with her friends. And she'll do something mean to her friend. And I'm like, why'd you do that? And she's like, well, she did. I know, but I'm asking you why you did that. Right? Like if she does something to you earlier in the day, that doesn't mean you're going to be an asshole now. That's not an invitation to be an asshole. Are you children? Have you grown up at all? Is there any scenario where I could get any of you to respond to what I'm saying without whataboutism? You're welcome to stay. But is there a scenario where you'll actually talk openly and honestly and on topic? Or will you just spend your entire life on the internet going, well, what about Obama?
Just like we were not going to be tariffing all the EU.
We did tariff the EU.
Just not believe what he says then. The President of the United States, what he says, let's not listen.
There's a statement where people say...
He just lies about stuff.
Well, take Trump seriously, but not literally.
So he just lies
That's a fucking insane thing to say. That's not a defense. Can you imagine? Can you imagine in any other scenario in your life when somebody lies to you all the fucking time, go, don't take him literally. Take him serious, but don't take him literal. Well, how the fuck are you supposed to know? Don't pay attention to his words. Just wait and see. This is exactly like the cult that I grew up in. Doubt your doubts. Don't doubt your faith. Don't doubt your faith in Donald Trump. Doubt the doubt that comes up when you're like, wait a minute, that sounded bad. Ignore that feeling of that was fucked up. Ignore it and wait and see later on. You forget what he said. That's why you guys are so content and you're so confused by us, is because nothing he says do you take seriously. Not one thing he says do you take seriously. If he does something that's wrong, you either ignore it or you play whataboutism. And if he does something right, you celebrate it. This is how all cults operate. Do not discuss anything negatively. If the leader of the cult says something that you don't like, you probably misunderstood it. And don't talk about it. Don't try and get other people to be upset about it. Think about it, and then just wait and see how it plays out. You can't operate that way. The rest of the world doesn't operate inside of your cult. So when the rest of the world gets threatened by Donald Trump, and he's like, we will invade your country, and then he doesn't, it doesn't change what he's done. It doesn't change the manipulation. It doesn't change the abuse. It doesn't change the relationship, which again is why all of these countries are abandoning us and looking for new trading partners. You have an abusive person at the helm who you love. And just like everybody in an abusive relationship, outside of your abusive relationship, your friends, your family, your therapists, your religious leaders, whoever it is that you talk to, they all see it clearly. And they'll all tell you all the time, you got to get out of that. And then you leave and you're like, but I still love him. But I believe in him. And later on down the road when you're out, you're like, man, that sucked. I should have seen that coming. We saw it on January 6th when everybody thought that Donald Trump was gone forever. When everybody thought he's out of office, he's not going to run again. You saw it for a minute, like the cult broke, the veil came down, and all these people were like, oh, what the fuck? Remember in Harry Potter when they like break into Gringotts and they put a spell on is it the trolls, the goblins, but then they go into Gringotts and they fall, and like inside of Gringotts, like in the caves, the magic doesn't work. And so that's what it was like for about a week or two after January 6th. All the Republicans were like, you know what? I think he might be a bad guy. Who saw that coming? And all of us were like, fucking all of us saw that coming. He was telling us it was coming. He's like, January 6th will be wild. We saw Charlie Kirk like, oh, we got to do something about this. You saw Steve Bannon, Roger Stone, like, we got to take back our country. We got to make sure that they do not certify the election. Whatever we need to do, let's make sure. And all throughout the lead up to January 6th, no, you guys are being hyperbolic. He's not going to do anything. And then he did it. He fucking did it. And most of you for a second, like snapped out of it. And you're like, oh, fuck, that's not good. Most of the country's like, we do not support this anymore. And it didn't take long. It just slowly they started going to Mar-a-Lago, and Trump's like, hey, check this out. Remember when I stormed the Capitol? I still have like 30% of your base. I still own your party. There's still not a goddamn thing that you guys can do to me. I own it. I got enough people still in the cult that you guys can't win elections without me. So you're fucked. You're stuck with me. And they all realized it. So each and every one of everybody on January 6th that came out, slowly but surely, they took the trip to Mar-a-Lago. They kissed the ring. And every time it's like, Lindsey Graham's at Mar-a-Lago today. And we're like, he's going to kiss the ring. Watch this. All of a sudden, he's going to come out of Mar-a-Lago, and it's not going to be like, I'm done with Trump. And what do we get? It's a picture of Lindsey Graham golfing with Trump. And then they interview him like, what did you say to him? He's like, he's so fucking good at golf, man. He's unbelievable. We had a great meeting, productive meeting. This is a working relationship. We're going to get through this. But goddamn, he's good at golf. And slowly but surely, like everybody just trickled back into the cult. Because the people that spoke out against him were too power hungry, to be honest. And there was a handful that weren't. It was like Mitt Romney, Justin Amash, Adam Kinzinger, Liz Cheney. Anybody who was like, nah, dude, we're going to stick with our opinion. We know what we saw that day. We were there. We heard the people screaming. We heard the gunshots. We saw the police officers beaten. We're not going to now say that Donald Trump had nothing to do with that just to maintain power. And they sacrificed their careers, to be honest. But you and the rest of the cowards just went back. I don't know what the next snap out of it. Like, it's going to happen. He's going to die. At some point, Trump's going to die. And a lot of you are going to be in a real weird position. You're not really going to know what to do anymore. And we already know that your media is fractured. As soon as he dies, there's going to be this massive rush to fill that power vacuum by multiple groups of people. And your entire party is going to be splintered. And it's going to be confusing as hell for a lot of you. This thing that you have now where you all feel like you're aligned, you're not actually aligned, because the only thing that aligns you is Donald Trump. That's why if I can get you one-on-one, if we can have a conversation one-on-one, I can get you to back down on a ton of different things. But put you back in a group together, put you in the chat together, and all of a sudden, whoa, we're all together. You won't be. This is how cults die. You'll watch it happen in real time, but I'm just begging you to figure out somehow to start calling balls and strikes with Donald Trump. Because what we're watching right now is one of the most pathetic interviews I've ever seen in my life, where her defense of Donald Trump is he didn't really mean the threats, and don't listen to the words that he says. You can't, he's like, nobody trusts him. Yeah, but it's because you can't trust the words that he says. That was her response. He's like, he lies. And she's like, yeah, if you listen to him. But if you don't, then he doesn't lie. I'm just begging you guys to, like, a little bit grow up.
Things all the time.
Take Trump seriously.
So you're saying he just lies?
No,
you accept he just lies
literally
all the time?
I don't know if you want to call it lying. I don't know if you want to call it, this is the playbook, this is the art of the deal, this is negotiation. But if I was...
In the art of the deal, it basically says lie. Never admit that you were wrong, lie all the time. So it is art of the deal. But the art of the deal was just lie.
Somebody that lived in the UK or lived in Europe, I would be, rather than, getting into the minutia of what Trump said, I would be thinking, how can we make our countries better and safer for our citizens, just like the United States is
One
doing
final
for
question.
them? Sure.
America is supposed to be the land of the free and the home of the brave. I've just come back from Minnesota, as you know. Their ethnic minority US citizens are terrified to leave their own front door without identity.
Appreciate it. Skymorgs, don't worry, you're on a list, buddy. Skymorg, guess what? I know I'm on a list. And you're not on a list. You know why you're not on a list? Because you're a bitch. I'm on a list because I'm not a bitch. I know I'm on a list. I get doxxed all the time. I get death threats every day. Because I'm not a cowardly little bitch that has given my entire life to Donald Trump. That's why I'm on a list. You're not on a list because you're a cowardly, following, cucky little bitch. Keep saying, I don't care. Honestly, I don't care that I'm on a list. I don't care if the government comes after me. I don't care if you guys come after me. It doesn't change a goddamn thing. And it should tell you something about you and your party, that what you're trying to do right now is threaten people. And you guys do this every day. Somebody's in this chat every day threatening me because you don't like what I'm saying. Again, you can't combat what I'm saying. Nobody will come up here and explain why I'm wrong. It just bothers you, so you threaten my life. It's fine. I'm used to that. I've been doing this a long time. Drew said, let's be honest, mass importation is to perpetuate the Ponzi scheme we call the Western economy. Don't fix it. Get more people to participate. Interesting, Drew. Are you talking about amnesty, Drew? Is Drew advocating for amnesty? I like that. I'm with you on amnesty. Yeah, make it fair. I understand. We can have mass migration here if it's fair, and then the markets actually work, right? If we actually paid people when they came here a fair wage, made them pay taxes, then if there's no open jobs, you don't have to let people in. But while there's open jobs, if we can't fill them, let people in. I think that's pretty simple. Just a reminder, guys, we are crowdfunded. We got about 2 hours left. Hour and 50 minutes left. If you can help us knock out that gift goal by the end of the live, that'd be greatly appreciated. You know the ways to do it.
Identification papers. Is that the sort of country your proud President Trump has made?
You know what? There's a huge issue right now with, you're talking about the ICE enforcement. And as you'll know, because you were just there, Minneapolis is what's called a sanctuary city. So the the local agents can decide not to cooperate with the federal agents. What's crazy about all this is President Obama, deported 1.8 million people.
Why do you all have the same fucking talking points? Every one of you. The same talking points. And I've already debunked this. The left-leaning outlets in this country and the Republicans were the ones that were criticizing Obama. The left is the only, and maybe and the libertarians, they are the only honest people here in this country. They're the only ones that consistently have values and hold to those values. Republicans and Democrats don't have any values. They are parties and they are meant to win. But I'm on the left. I'm not a Democrat, and I'm proud to be on the left. And I'm proud of the same organizations that are calling this out with Trump. If you go back and you search the ACLU and PBS and NPR, and you go back, you can watch Sam Cedar, who's one of my I don't know if heroes is the right word to say, but I'm inspired by Sam Cedar. You can go back to 20 years and you can watch Sam Cedar going after Obama, going after Clinton, going after Biden. There are voices in this country who consistently have been on the right side of history, and they're almost exclusively on the left. That's how I wound up on the left. I went back, I think I've kind of told this story, but I haven't listened to him in a long time, but one of the first people that kind of got me thinking that maybe I was wrong was Vosh. I was a libertarian at the time, and I saw a debate with him, and he said he was a libertarian socialist, and I was like, that doesn't make sense. There can't be a libertarian socialist. And I spent, it was right after I sold my business, and I probably spent a month straight playing Red Dead Redemption and listening to Vosh debate people. And it was just time and time again, these references he would make were these people on the far left that I always thought were wrong, and they were consistently right on everything. And then that's when I branched out. I found Sam Cedar, who Majority Report, shout out them. They're incredible. If you watch anything but me, I highly recommend the Majority Report. But there were just some people that have held to their principles, and their principles are far more American than any of these parties claim they are. They always talk about personal liberty. They talk about not being interventionist. They talk about not using drone strikes indiscriminately. They talk about not going into regime change wars. And they never changed their opinion when Obama was president. They might have liked Obama better than Bush, and that's fine. I like Obama better than Bush. I like Obama better than Trump. But they weren't afraid to call him out when he did things that were wrong. And I think that people like that, that's true courage. It is absolute cowardice to watch Republicans now as they ran on we are no regime change, America first. And then when Trump does absolutely nothing for Americans, they just oh, we're going to cheerlead this.
With Tom Homan as his head of ICE.
But ICE weren't doing things like this.
And you know why? Because President Obama called the local politicians and said, keep your mouth shut and let the feds, ICE, do their job.
ICE weren't doing what they've been doing now.
Well,
under President
and that
Obama.
Is because
they weren't killing U.S. citizens.
Okay, and that's atrocious, and that was a tragedy. So I'm not going to gloss over that.
Is a tragedy, still happening tragedy.
What I was going to say.
Your president has called them domestic terrorists.
But Lewis, listen to me. In non-sanctuary cities, which you don't hear about in the news, as opposed to Miami, what happens is the local authorities say, you can go into our prisons and you can see who is here
because they're red states,
illegally.
and Trump doesn't use these troops against red states in the way that he's doing against blue states.
Please, and I encourage your listeners and I encourage your audience, because this is
Please listen to my rhetoric and stop fact-checking me. Stop it. This is how I feel every time I get stuck with a Republican in a debate that starts just rattling off talking points, and then you fact check them. They're like, let me finish all of my talking points before you fact check them. No, don't let them finish. When they say something wrong, correct it. She's so flustered by him just pointing out that every talking point she's laying out here is wrong and easily debunked.
Difference. The difference between sanctuary cities versus non-sanctuary
Do you agree
cities.
with the president that Rennie Good, and I assume he would think this as well about the nurse, young nurse, 37-year-old nurse who was killed last night, are domestic terrorists?
Absolutely not. I mean, Alex Pretty was not a domestic terrorist. However, he did show up at a peaceful protest with a gun, and he fought back when they were trying to detain him.
Republicans tell us guns are a good thing.
Well, he did not. Where did he fight back? Why the fuck? This is another thing. Like, why are you guys so cool lying about this? Why are you so cool lying? Like, he didn't fight back. He had his back turned, was tackled to the ground. At one point, he tried to stand up. That was it. He was on his knee. He tried to stand up. He didn't punch anybody. He didn't hurt anybody. He didn't assault anybody. He never tried to fight back. I don't know why you guys are so cool lying about this shit. There's absolutely no part of that video that shows that he was fighting. He didn't push anybody. He might have touched an officer's shoulder to get in the way after that officer or ICE officer had just thrown a woman to the ground for no fucking reason. A woman who was backing up, and he threw her to the ground. It's fucking pathetic to watch you guys lie and not call it out.
Yeah, Second Amendment, it is a good thing.
Yeah, so he was just exercising his Second Amendment rights.
Of course
and then
he
he got
was.
shot for it.
Lewis, there's rights, which I totally back the Second Amendment, and then there is common sense. When you are pulled over in the United States of America, driving your car...
There's rights, and then there's common sense. No, there's just rights. There's just rights. These are the most pathetic, ass-backwards arguments. What the fuck are you talking about? Common sense would tell me not to walk into a crowded group of protesters with an assault rifle. Do I have the right? Well, in Minnesota, I do, Kyle Rittenhouse. Common sense doesn't allow, like, saying, like, oh, I exercising my rights can get me killed by the police. It shouldn't. What she's saying is common sense tells you is that if you exercise your rights around an ICE agent, you will die. Well, then get rid of the fucking ICE agent. If you will die for exercising your rights because you are in the presence of an ICE agent, then perhaps the ICE agent is the problem and not your rights.
The first thing you're told is put your hands on the wheel.
He wasn't
and if you
them.
have a weapon, let the police
But he wasn't
know.
threatening
This was a terrible accident. This man
And the
did
Trump
not deserve
administration
to
has
die.
lied.
Accident. It was a fucking execution. I'm going to say it again. There's no difference between you and the Nazis. It was a terrible thing that we were beating up these people as we took them into concentration camps. Some of them were shot, some of them were murdered, some of them were beaten, some of them were raped. It was an accident. It was a terrible thing. But if they would have just complied, if they would have just allowed us to violate their rights, they'd still be alive. Common sense needs to take over here.
About what he was doing.
Well, you know what? I mean, I'm sure everybody...
Eric said, she looks like the Annabelle doll came to life. Her voice is like nails on a chalkboard. That's devastating.
He can watch the video in slow motion. You know, what he should have said.
Thanks, Heather.
And again, he didn't deserve to be killed by this. That this was a messy situation. He should have said,
Messy.
I had a gun.
You can say that
Why
again.
are people...
When was he supposed to say that, by the way? When was that after he got maced and was trying to help that woman up? Was that after he got pistol whipped in the head 8 times? Was that after he was getting kneed in the ribs, having his face smashed into the ground? At what point was he supposed to say, I've got a gun?
Why are these protests, who, by the way, are not all organic? Many of these people are either paid for or going there to protect illegal people. So
and
the
protect
fight
legal
is,
people, protect people in their community, protect US citizens. I know that I saw it for myself there. There are US citizens who are terrified
There were no people involved in that altercation who were here illegally. They were all US citizens. And even if you are there to protect people who are here illegally, you still don't lose your life for that. Kira said, love the states' rights, people suddenly hating states' rights when it comes to sanctuary cities. Jen sent me this screenshot. That's devastating. Is that one of my pauses? My bad. Didn't mean to do her dirty like that. That was disrespectful of me.
Leaving the house because of your president. They're Americans. They're being terrorized by their own government.
Okay, well, let's go back to November 2024. President Trump was elected on two
He
major
didn't run on this. He didn't say he'd do this.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he said he'd deport people. He didn't say
yes,
he'd
he ran
terrorize
on this.
American citizens.
He absolutely ran on this. And again, I will go back to if the local communities would, rather than say, no, you can't have...
Just comply and you won't die. By the way, I hate to say this name because I don't want to conjure up horrific people, but like, anybody else get Brie Zaza vibes? Am I the only one getting the Brie Zaza vibes here?
Access to our jail, we will not cooperate with you. What choice does ICE have other than to go into
Not
the
to kill Americans.
And to, well, that is a tragedy.
That's their choice.
And we've got to, but you know what? I think hopefully the lesson from this will be that these sanctuary cities will start cooperating with ICE.
Why is the lesson not don't murder American citizens? I hope the lesson is that everybody complies.
People, while they did not vote to kill Alex Bretty, did vote to control the border and control illegal immigration.
Jennifer Ewing, their spokesperson for Republican Overseas UK.
Nothing that happened with Alex Bretty had anything to do with illegal immigration. He was just murdered in cold blood because that ICE officer didn't like being yelled at because he's a bitch. I know you don't care, Abe. Mute Abe for 5 minutes just for the fuck of it. All right. Let's get to Tom Holland. We got 2 hours left. I tried my best not to show this show, but I liked this clip. This is Tiffany Cross on with Jim Schultz and Mr. Wonderful, and I loved this.
The fact that Tom Honan is coming there and he's supposed to be this voice of reason, that gives me zero confidence. First of all, he's a full-throated election denier. He's just as bad as half the other people. He's just as bad as Kristi Noem, the puppy killer.
Received a medal from Barack Obama?
So what? If he received a medal from Barack Obama, that is wrong. And I can say Barack Obama.
How come they all have your same talking points? Does anybody on the right have anything original to say, or do you all say the same fucking thing?
Obama is wrong. That's the difference between being a rational person and a member of a cult where you cannot call out a leader who's doing something wrong. I don't support any leader who tolerates violence and policies like this. Tom Honan is a huge problem. He also is on record as having met with the Proud Boys on several occasions, which again makes me question who are some of these people. The Proud Boy thing is, I think that there are some people who are aligned ideologically with people who espouse racist beliefs and have been given a weapon to go out and police the streets of Minnesota. The fact that Tom Honan is coming.
I don't know why they're so surprised. What do the Proud Boys have to do with this? What they have to do with this is you're either MAGA, a MAGA Nazi, or you don't care. You have the Nazis are in your party. That's the point. It's hard to differentiate. You guys have the same ideology. But the people who are self-described Nazis, they're with you. You're on the same side with them right now. That's why. That's why you bring it up. Why don't you guys run them out of your party? How come there's no effort by Republicans to run Nazis out of your party? Because you guys called us Nazis, so now we're just going to be Nazis. No, you always were. You just weren't aware of it. But like Stephen Miller's a legitimate Nazi. Tom Homan said Stephen Miller's one of the smartest people he ever met. And he meets with the Proud Boys. You can't meet with Nazis, praise Nazis, and then be upset that somebody calls you a Nazi. Don't be a Nazi. They did not see that coming. Where are the MAGA here? Can you guys tell me why you don't run Nazis out of your party? I don't call all Republicans Nazis. That's not true. I call all Nazis Nazis. But I want to know why you don't run the Nazis out of your party. I'll mute anybody who doesn't answer this question on the right. No whataboutisms here. You're going to get in 5-minute mutes at a time. Why don't you run Nazis out of your party? I'll give you one. Nick Fuentes. Why won't you guys run Nick Fuentes out of the party? It's a big tent, Jamie.
That's a big tent. It's red.
It's got a fun design on the top. Nodog, 5-minute mute for Nodog. Nice whataboutism, bitch. Why won't you guys run Nazis out of your parties? Nick Fuentes. Why won't you run Nick Fuentes out? Why won't you guys condemn Nick Fuentes? Because he isn't always wrong. Oh. Okay. So then how are we supposed to know which one of you guys are Nazis and which ones aren't? Somebody get Nodog for the 5 minutes? Thanks. I need you to answer the question directly, Nodog. I'll give you one more chance. Why won't you guys run Nick Fuentes out of your party? Connor, 5-minute mute. Thanks, bitch.
This guy's the biggest Nazi I've seen on this platform.
No, I'm not. There's not a single, there's nothing about me that aligns with the Nazis. Try again. Yeah, I'm not saying it might have been me that said that in those words, but a lot of people said it. I'm not saying you're a Nazi, but what I am saying is that it's not a deal breaker for you. I know I said that before, but I don't think I'm the first one that said that. It's not even like, I'm not even guessing he's a Nazi either. Like, he just says I'm a Nazi. Like, he celebrates Hitler's birthday. He celebrates Mussolini. Why do you think he doesn't get run out of your party? How come every one of your like major content creators has had him on and interviewed him? First, define Nazi. First, enjoy your 5-minute mute, Matt Myers.
Define it instead. I'm not going to directly answer a question.
Nick says he's a Nazi. He says he loves Hitler. He says that we need, I just saw it this morning. He said we need to kill more people in the streets. He wants more people to be murdered, more American citizens to be murdered. That's what he just said this morning. In order for his plan to come to fruition of deporting people that he doesn't like, we need to murder more people. That's a Nazi. Just because it's not Jews, which, by the way, he also wants Jews gone. So, I don't know. Anybody? It's a hard one, isn't it? Yes, censored, Matt. Very censored. I censor Nazis here. And bitches. Bitches and Nazis get censored. If you can't answer a question directly, and by the way, not mutually exclusive. All Nazis are bitches. If you don't like the rules in RTP country, then you can self-deport. Yeah. What does kicking Nick out look like to you? Stop platforming him. Let him have his own little crew. I'm not gonna bring up a Nazi and just let him go unchecked on my platform. Absolutely not. Condemning would be nice. It would be nice if people, yeah. If you're gonna platform him, don't play patty cake with a fucking Nazi. Don't appease them. Hold his feet to the fire every time he goes on these platforms. And this is why Nick's a bitch too. This is why you guys are all bitches too. Everybody who watches Nick Fuentes knows that he's a Nazi openly. But every time I get in a conversation with you, you're like, well, prove it. You know that he is. It's just that when you guys all get confronted publicly, suddenly you back down. Oh, actually, that's not what I really meant. Until you MAGA folks can start pointing to the Nazis in your party and saying, we're not like them and here's how we're different, then we don't really have a choice but to loop you in with them. Yeah, let's also not forget, Fuentes had dinner with Trump. And Kanye. What'd you say? I talked to Groyper yesterday about Nick and Nazi lies on my YouTube page, Deconstruction Junction. Oh, good, Benny. I'll have to watch that. Benny, will you send me that link? I want to watch that. Amy said, have you seen the interview with new TikTok CEO? You can call yourself a proud Zionist, but can't call someone a Zionist as an insult. I have not. Amy Lynn, will you get me that clip? We can watch it here if you want. Amber said, in Nazi Germany, Rosenstrasse protests succeeded in freeing over 1,700 to 2,000 men, allowing them to survive the war. All right, moving on. Let's get to Tom Homan, and this is why I will say this for Tom Homan. I want to call balls and strikes.
That's my goal.
Mr. Homan,
we are better off with Tom Homan in charge than Greg Bovino. Still bad, not good. If I have to choose between Greg Bovino and Tom Homan, I'm choosing Tom Homan. But here's him in response to Alex Preddy's altercation. You can already see the difference with Tom Homan. At least there are some laws he feels like he has to keep, and it doesn't seem like he's as excited about just murdering people as Greg Bovino.
And that's my goal.
Mr. Homan, last question in the back.
Mueller Newsmax. The new video of Alex Preddy is now
Put the subtitles on.
circulating. Your reaction to that, and do you think law enforcement could have played a role if, like, let's say Minneapolis police were able to respond to that? Have those top law enforcement officials said they'll help or do anything to help these agents who are out here?
I'm not going to comment on any of these shootings. I said from day one, I said on any of these shootings, as a career law enforcement officer, we'll let the investigation roll out, let the investigation play out, and let it go where it goes. I'm not going to come out and make any comments that I think is right, wrong. Do I have an opinion? Yeah. My personal opinion, but I'm not going to share that with you. I'm going to tell you, let the investigation play out and see where it goes.
I'm honestly fine with that. I actually kind of agree with that. I don't think Tom Homan needs to share his personal opinion. I want to see them follow the law.
But again, the president, one of the words he said to me when I came up here, he said he didn't want to see anybody die. The less interference, the less rhetoric, the less, I have buried Border Patrol agents and I buried ICE agents throughout my career, and the saddest thing I've ever done is hand a folded flag to a wife or a child. I don't want to see anybody die, even the people we're looking for. I don't want to see anybody die. And despite what people think of Tom Homan, I say a prayer every night that everybody goes home safe. This isn't good. But I think my conversations the last 2.5 days are leading us to a safer community. Letting ICE officers operate in the safety and security of a jail more than on the street. I think anybody here with common sense would say it's safer to arrest a public safety threat in the safety and security of a jail. And let me tell you, what is that going to result in? Less collateral arrests.
I think what he's talking about, I think, it's kind of hard to understand. I think he's talking about how they're going to the Department of Corrections and they're now polling people who are here illegally who are already in jail and deporting them. For the record, I don't have any problem with that. And that's what other administrations have done in the past, and that's what Tom Homan knows. You can already see that those people that are like, you didn't go after Tom Homan when he was Obama, yeah, because he's saying this is what I'd rather do. That it's actually better, like that we don't necessarily. Now we'll see what he does, but I agree with that. I don't agree with this administration's deportation policies or Obama's, but if you're going to deport people, you don't need to do it by destroying cities. You don't need to be doing it by destroying communities. You don't need to go in masks. If you're going after the worst of the worst, start with the prisons. Go to places where police have already arrested them and then do the deportations. It takes care of two things. One, it gets rid of people who are here illegally, who are criminals. And two, it saves us money by supporting these people in our prisons. That's a win-win. I'm cool with that.
When we go find that bad guy, when we find that bad guy, many times it's with others. Well, guess what? They're in the country illegally. We're going to force immigration law. They're coming too. You want less collateral arrest? Less from the jail. But we're going to force immigration law. For the people to say we're here to surrender our authority and the mission of enforcing immigration law, you are wrong.
Homan is here only to change perception, right? Yes and no. Yes, but also I assume that they will make some changes. It clearly was a problem for the administration to have these two deaths. They see the same poll numbers that we do. That's clearly a problem. So yes, to change perception, but also probably to change some policy, I'd imagine. Melania just on these same lines out promoting her movie, which I'm sure is so fucking good. said one of the dumbest things you'll hear. Good advice. Weird thing to say when you're president or when your husband is President Trump.
He would like to have a country that all of the people can walk down the street and not to be harassed or murdered or women raped. I think it's very important. And what happened a few years ago, so many criminals came over the border, and he closed the border now a while back already. And we need to...
She really has a grasp on this.
Take care of our citizens.
Our citizens, great. Let's talk about that real quick. Edith said if you hang out with Nazis, then you're a Nazi. E-Sheriff said tax people who come here illegally and let them stay. Win-win. I think I might have read that one already. Green. Well, let's talk about safe streets here then. Because that's not what it feels like right now. This is ICE detaining a U.S. Resident, somebody that's legally here. And you tell me if this seems like people who are able to just walk down the street safely in this country, people with legal status.
You see right here on 4, new video of an arrest on the west side stirring up a lot of emotion.
He has his permit.
Thanks,
Leave him
Tim.
alone. He has his permit.
It shows the moments a man was detained by ICE after a traffic stop. His release coming hours after he was pepper sprayed and found to be in the country legally.
That doesn't feel like safely just being able to walk down the streets.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Jonathan Martinez. Tonight we are hearing from the man and his wife for the first time since he was detained on Sunday. News 4 San Antonio's Destiny Fuller joins us now with this story you'll only see on 4. Destiny.
Jonathan, Larissa Chan tells me while she was home with her children on Sunday, ICE agents were handcuffing her husband, Francisco, just hundreds of feet away. The couple believes he was racially profiled, and they say it's left them traumatized.
Well, you can take him. Why are you taking him?
This cell phone video from Larissa Chan showing the emotional moments her 25-year-old husband, Francisco, was taken away by ICE agents just hundreds of feet from their home.
But is he legally here? Yes.
Francisco telling us he was coming home from the Culebra meat market with his 3 cousins. On Sunday, he was stopped by ICE agents just before making it back. Francisco says everything happened fast once he pulled over, saying agents swarmed his vehicle and immediately started hitting his window with a baton.
They didn't identify themselves. They immediately wanted to open my door. They broke my window and I got scared.
I ran outside. I didn't get the chance to put my shoes on or anything like that. I just ran barefoot and I was trying to help him.
By the time Larissa made it, he was already in cuffs, face down on the pavement and freshly pepper sprayed.
It hurt me seeing him like that. I mean, I couldn't do anything about it. They wouldn't let me go through. The guy said that if I gave one more step, like he was going to pepper spray me. So I just did.
Yeah, I actually did watch Gutfeld, Abe. I did watch Gutfeld, and it's not surprising that your dumbass thought that was convincing. He just repeated the same fucking talking points that you say. He didn't prove anything. You guys, what Gutfeld did is said, there's people that are here illegally and there's criminals here illegally, so I don't give a fuck if we abuse American citizens. That's the argument I'm making. I give a fuck that we abuse American citizens. He doesn't, because he sits there in a safe studio in New York, by the way, in a blue state with armed security. Doesn't have to deal with any of this shit. I'm not surprised that the dumbest fucking guy on Fox is the one you just cited, Abe. Another 5 minutes for Abe for being an idiot.
Back. And I started recording.
We ran him. He's here illegally present, is he not?
The couple telling me Francisco has been a United States resident for 3 years and even has a Texas driver's license. He says ICE agents wouldn't accept his license or work permit, and after hours in custody and swabbing for his DNA, he was let go. And how did they determine that he was free to go?
Not only did they assault him, not only did they kidnap him, but they forced him to do a DNA test. In America, land of the free, home of the brave. Yo, dude, I fucking love police states. Police states are the tits, man. Fucking love them.
He told me that they ran his fingerprints. they got his fingerprint, and that's when they realized that he was here legally.
We reached out to the San
Obviously, two different accounts there. She says fingerprints. They say DNA swab. Who knows which one it is? We'll never know.
Antonio ICE office for comment on why Francisco was stopped in the first place, also asking what's acceptable proof of citizenship. We didn't hear back.
It's hard going through all this, and especially like for them not to give you the right to talk. Like, that's just heartless. We have rights. We're humans. Like, not even animals get treated like that.
Francisco says ICE could and should have handled this situation better.
First and foremost, they should ask for documentation. They should speak to you respectfully.
He looks illegal to you. Matt Myers, 5-minute mute for Matt Myers for being a racist bitch.
And not just swarm your vehicle, hitting your car on different sides and trying to break your windows. They should act like officials.
Now, Francisco says he was never given a reason for being stopped and suffered a head injury and burns from the pepper spray. And to add insult to injury, he says one of those agents laughed at him as he jumped up and down because of the burning pain from being sprayed. The couple plans to seek legal action, and as for his cousins, they were deported to Mexico the following day. We'll continue reaching out to ICE for comment.
Assault, kidnapping, forced either fingerprinting or DNA test. Just violate all the human rights. And do we even know who these ICE agents are? No. Will we ever know? I don't know. I will tell you this, though. There's no statute of limitations on a lot of this stuff. It's not going to outlast Trump. It's not like you have a 6-month statute of limitation. I guess that's what Melania was talking about. Probably, right? All right. Let's get back to Tom Homan and his press conference, because I said earlier, I like that he didn't share his opinion. I like that he wasn't getting political, and he couldn't stick to it. He had to get a little bit political. Is this the right one? Actually, it's the next one. This is I actually liked this clip. Sorry. This one I liked.
ICE and CBP officers are performing their duties in a challenging environment under tremendous circumstances, but they're trying to do it with professionalism. If they don't, they'll be dealt with. Like any other federal agency, we have standards of conduct.
Now that is new. It's sad, it's pathetic that we have to show this to celebrate it, because Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance were saying you had absolute immunity. Just a week ago, there was absolute immunity. They could do whatever they wanted. So I'm glad to see the administration take a turn here and be like, look, we still have standards. If you break the law as an ICE agent, you'll be dealt with. This is new. This is not what they've been saying the last couple of weeks.
They are sworn law enforcement officers working tirelessly to enforce our country's border security and immigration laws, protecting the interests of our country and preventing dangerous people from walking the streets of this nation when they're not supposed to be here to begin with.
Okay. I like that. I like that tone change. Trying to call balls and strikes here, but now here's where it got political, and it's also dumb. There are a lot of people protesting ICE, and what they're protesting specifically, I can't speak for everybody, but for me and the people that I've spoken to, the protest is about the brutality, the way in which we are conducting these arrests, the way that it's arrest now, ask questions later. The way that we do it violently, going into schools, going into workplaces, ripping people from their children, in some cases kidnapping their children, putting kids in detention for 8 months at a time. That's what the protests are about. The protests aren't specifically about people being deported illegally. If it was just about people, or not deported illegally, people who are here illegally being deported, if that was the only thing people cared about, the protests would be much smaller. It would be a bunch of groups on the far left who believe that there shouldn't be borders. Potentially, maybe some libertarians would join in, but it would be much smaller. And the protests get louder and bigger every time we see a video where ICE violates somebody's rights. So let's be clear on what these protests are about, and this is where Tom Homan fucks up.
I begged for the last 2 months on TV for the rhetoric to stop.
Sorry, it's so
I
quiet.
said in March, if the rhetoric didn't stop, there's going to be bloodshed. And there has been. I wish I wasn't right.
You knew? You knew that your agents would murder people if they got protested against? That's not good. I don't know why you're being so solemn right now. If you knew that people protesting using their First Amendment right was going to get them killed, then why did you advocate for this? He said, he's literally saying, I knew that if we sent my agents out there and my agents got protested, that they would murder some people. They did murder people. They murdered Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Both of those are cut and dry murder cases. And when they're tried by the state, both of them will be found guilty of murder. They're simple cases.
I don't want to see anybody die. Not officers, not members of the community, and not the targets of our operations. For the people,
I understand Keith Porter. I get that. The only reason I don't bring up Keith Porter is because that's off duty. That was outside of the scope of ICE. What that tells me is that ICE hires psychopaths. But I don't usually say like that's part of an ICE operation. Keith Porter, if you guys don't know, I don't remember, I think it was in California, it was somebody who was celebrating the new year, fired a weapon into the air, and an off-duty ICE agent shot him. Now, he claims that he pointed the gun at him or fired at him. Literally every witness says otherwise, but that's the only reason I don't bring that one up, is just because it wasn't while doing ICE operations.
There don't like what ICE is doing. If you want certain laws reformed, then take it up with Congress. Again, ICE is making this up. They're enforcing laws enacted by Congress and signed by the president. The same laws have been on the books for the last 6 presidents I worked for.
Okay, but the laws on the books aren't being followed. When you walk around masked with no body cams, when you're arresting people without due process, when you're arresting citizens, when you're arresting people who have legal status here, when you're locking people up with pending asylum claims, when you're taking refugees and you are re-arresting them so that you can re-investigate them, like all of that is actually against the law. More than 100 times courts have ruled against this administration. So it's change, like going to Congress, it's not their job to enforce the law. It's their job to write the law. Yes, people have advocated that Congress change the law, but going and protesting Congress in this case doesn't do a hell of a lot of good. We can't even get our members of Congress who have oversight to be allowed into these facilities. You guys are telling Congress to go fuck themselves. So no, it's you. You guys are the problem. You're the ones that are breaking the law. The law exists. Do we want some laws changed? Sure, some of us do. But like, it's already against the law to stop, for ICE to stop, detain, and arrest a U.S. citizen. It's already against the law for ICE to stop, detain, and arrest somebody with legal status if they haven't committed any other crime. So that's the problem. Like, protesting Congress doesn't do a goddamn thing. Secondly, why haven't Republicans changed a single law? Why haven't they used their authority in Congress to write better laws? Why are they relying on executive orders? It's not really about changing the law. Donald Trump doesn't really like laws. In fact, he said 2 days ago, I don't want guardrails. I shouldn't have guardrails. I should just get to do what I want. And all of the Republican Party has just decided, yeah, dude, fascism's fine. Don't worry, we're the good fascists. This time the fascists are going to be the good guys.
I started with President Reagan.
All right, I'm going to skip the rest of that because the audio's fucked. But let's talk about the law then. Let's talk about changing the law. Because we had an opportunity to change the law. When Joe Biden was president, we had an opportunity to change the law, and it would have fixed a lot of these problems. Now, Republicans, I'm going to teach you a lesson here today. I want you to learn something. Donald Trump killed a bipartisan border bill during the Biden administration, and he did it because he wanted to be able to run on a broken border. And nothing has changed since then. There are no new laws since Trump came into office. The only thing they've done is given ICE more money, and ICE is not enforcing current law. ICE is making up the laws as they go, and they are violating the laws. However, here's what would have happened. If that Langford bill would have passed, which it passed in the Senate, it was bipartisan, and it probably would have passed in the House too, but Mike Johnson wouldn't even bring it up for a vote. How's that for democracy? How's that? Everybody agrees that Donald Trump won the election because people wanted to do something about the border. So the American people were loudly saying, do something about the border. And Mike Johnson said, nah. Instead of fixing the border, what we'll do is we'll just get Donald Trump to win the election. So we'll allow this to continue for 2 more years. This is in 2018. No, 2022, excuse me. So they did nothing about the border for Joe Biden's administration. On day 1 of the Biden administration, he attempted to convince Congress to write new laws regarding the border and asylum, and they refused to do it. He can't just write laws himself, but he tried. That was the first thing he tried to do. It was the first bill he tried to get pushed through. So let's talk about what this would have done. If the Langford bill would have been in place during the Biden administration, it would have raised the screening standard for asylum. So all these asylees now that they're saying they need to go through more screening, we need to round them up and then house them and screen them again. If this would have been in existence during the Biden administration, it would have made it much more difficult for asylum seekers to get into this country. It would have required credible and provable fear. And it would have required that as they came in to seek asylum. It required faster frontline screenings. It required faster decisions. And most asylum seekers would be forced into expedited processes. They wouldn't just say like, oh, here's your court date, come back in 3 years. They would have been forced to have expedited processes. We would have had more asylum judges, immigration judges, and we would have had far less people entering this country on asylum claims. Like 90+% of asylum claims are denied, and that's why there's so many asylum seekers here, is because we are backed up. But the Langford bill would have changed that, and it would have given us more judges to speed that up. We still have a backlog. Donald Trump has done nothing for the backlog. Instead, what he's doing is he's taking asylum seekers who he can't legally deport, and he is throwing them in concentration camps. And then the American taxpayer is paying to house asylum seekers in concentration camps while their asylum claims are debated. So it's costing us far more money, not only just to house them, but the cost of rounding them up costs us money too. So Donald Trump has chosen the most expensive and most ineffective way to deal with these asylum seekers. But it seems like Republicans are cool with it because they're like, yeah, it's cool, though. He's cruel, right? We get to beat on him. We get to grab him in the street. We get to throw him in jail. Ha, fuck you. You don't get to be in this country. They're in this country. The asylum seekers that you're seeing that are being rounded up, they're still here, and you're paying for it. Most of them weren't having their housing paid for. Now they are. Now you're paying for their food and their housing, but you don't care because we get to treat them cruelly. But they're not allowed to leave. They have real asylum claims. They still have to wait out their court dates. So when you say, like, I voted for this, and we're like, yeah, you voted because it appears like you just wanted to be cruel to immigrants. Like, no, it's about legal immigration. No, it's not. You guys rejected a bill because Donald Trump wanted to win the election. So you rejected it, and you still haven't fixed the fucking problem. So now it's costing us a fortune to house people in concentration camps. Yeah, dude, this is fucking dope. I don't care what this guy says. I support Trump no matter what. No matter what. Thank you, Steffelson. Thanks, Bean. It's a great show as usual. I miss any here? I missed any there. Got Tim. Thanks, Ack, for the gifted memberships, too. It also would have shut down the border. So One of the things that Republicans lied about during that time that apparently all of you were too goddamn dumb to figure out is they would consistently say like there were a certain amount of people that could be let through the border. And I think the number was 5,000. But what that number actually was is once the number reached 5,000 on a rolling average, you would shut the border down completely. Based on the numbers that we have, the border would have been shut down for 6 months. So for 6 straight months, 0 people would have come across the border. But you guys didn't want that because you wanted Trump to win. So Mike Johnson forced America to allow more asylum seekers into this country. He forced that. We could have stopped it. At least for 2 years, we could have stopped it. But Mike Johnson defied democracy, defied the will of the American people, your will, by the way, because you wanted this to stop too, and said it's more important that Donald Trump get in office than we actually fix this problem. It would have shifted the policy from catch and release, which is what Trump talks about all the time, that catch and release was the problem, and it would have been detain and deport. So we would have had an expedited detain and deport policy. You would have had all this money we're spending on detention beds now, it would have increased that, but it would have sped up the process. So these people now that are waiting for asylum claims, instead of being in a concentration camp for a year, they'd be in there for 30 days, and then they get it taken care of. But no, we couldn't have that. We wanted to be able to complain about that. Republicans needed to be able to complain rather than fix the problem. You guys just wanted to bitch and moan until Trump got back in office. It would have directed that removal occur within days or weeks. Max weeks. Not years like it is now. Not 2 or 3 years. Weeks. But no, Trump had to win, so we couldn't do it. And we still haven't put any laws in place to fix that problem. So now instead of people being in hotels or in neighborhoods, they're in concentration camps, and you're still paying for it. You didn't get shit. You got cruelty. It would have limited parole and processing loopholes. So it would have curbed the administration's use of parole at the southwest border, meaning that the Biden administration wouldn't have been able to take an empathetic approach and say, all right, you're here for asylum. Here's your court date. Go ahead and get out of here. It actually would have forced people to stay near the border in detention while their asylum claim was heard. But again, it would have been quick. So most of these people, the people that everybody complained about in New York and in Chicago, they wouldn't have even made it to New York or Chicago. They would have been there. But no, Republicans didn't want that. Democrats voted for it. Democrats were willing to vote. They signed their name next to this bill. So did Republicans. Trump said no. Mike Johnson said, I'll do whatever you want, Daddy. Whatever you want, Daddy. And you guys all closed your eyes and went, yeah, this is all just Joe Biden's fault. It blocked the practice of granting work permits simply for crossing at a port of entry. So no longer do you automatically get a work permit. You would have been in detention. Again, I don't even like this bill, by the way. It's not like this is a very Republican bill. This is everything you guys want. And we didn't even get it because Mike Johnson wanted to kill it. It would have targeted child-related loopholes by raising the standard for family asylum claims so that adults could not use accompanying children to secure quick release into the United States. They would have detained families. It would have been a less compassionate way, but no. We needed Donald Trump to win so that we could pay off all these contractors, all these private prison contractors that were donating to him. You don't think they were in his ear like, dude, kill this bill. Kill this bill. We're not going to make any money on this bill. Kill it. Keep the laws the same. Throw all these people in a detention center. Then we'll make millions, but don't worry, your criminals will be off the street. Now we look at these detention centers, and they're filled with 90% of people who have never committed a crime other than being here illegally, and you're paying for it. We're all paying for it. It's costing us a fucking fortune. Not America first. We're paying for them first. Big W for you guys. Well, J6, what do you want then? You tell me what you want. If I'm incapable of understanding what you want, what do you want? And let's decide if you're getting it. Would you rather have Harris? Yeah, I would have rather had Harris. But again, I'm approaching this from what you guys say. I don't like this border bill. I'm just pointing out that you guys are so loyal to Donald Trump that you vote against, your own legislators said, we know what you want, but we're not going to do it. Just pay attention to Trump. What do you want, J-Sex? Brother, I'm asking you a question. Stop just spouting nonsense. I'm asking you a direct question. What do you want? What do you want out of the Trump administration in regards to deportations? That's a good point. He runs the party even when you're not in government. Yeah. Bunch of subs. Well, you didn't get it either, Billy, you dumb fuck. This is what you wanted. Peace and leadership with morals. All right, 5 minutes for J-Sex. Shut the fuck up. God, every fucking time I stop the live and ask him, can you give me specifics? I'm going to generically talk about my feelings. 5 minutes for J-Sex. Nope, gotta answer questions, bud. If I stop this and ask you questions, you don't get to just say nonsense like that. All right. It would have also funded the wall, which you don't have. You don't have wall funding. Would have given $650 million for new and reinforced border wall segments. And it would have increased the surveillance and inspection technology. Now, that has been added. But you would have got that 2 years sooner. We would have had a closed border 2 years sooner. But no. Trump needed that to ensure that he would win. So it seems like you guys are more into Trump than you are into like the policies that you advocate for. 0 illegal crossings. Who's going to tell 3 per? No, not 0. We polled it yesterday. It's like 38,000. You guys are all like you're all so fucking cooked. Trump says something, you're like, true. It is not 0. It has never been 0. It hasn't been 0 at all. Like there is not a single month where we have been at 0. Trump keeps telling you 0 and you say, okay. You just repeated the dumbest fucking talking point because you refuse to fact check this guy. Bad news. He lies to you a lot. In practical terms, if the bill had been implemented, you would have seen a higher bar, faster pipeline for asylum, routine use of emergency shutdowns, high encounter at ports of entries and like high encounter levels. You would have seen larger detention, more deportation, reduced parole, continued wall with the tech build out along the key stretches of our border. But you didn't want that because all you care about is Donald fucking Trump. So you didn't get anything that you said you wanted. You've gotten none of it, and then you go, "It's what I voted for." This is costing us a fortune. It's a problem. Oh, sorry, the number is 0 or near 0. I'm sorry, is 38,000 near 0? In what world is 38,000 near 0? I just gave you the number.
Oh, I meant near 0.
Oh, okay. And by the way, what did he do? What did he do to get those numbers down? He put more people at the border, and he put in like surveillance technology. What did the bill say? The bill said we would put more people at the border and increase surveillance technology. So you would have had all of this before he even got into office, which is why I know that you don't care about this. You only care about Trump. You don't care about Trump. It's all you care about, 3 per. You're literally citing made-up numbers that only come from Trump while you're arguing against a bill that would have given you the thing that you care about. You only care about Donald Trump. Here was James Langford when it happened. Again, the most conservative person.
So joining us now for his first interview since the text was released last night, GOP Senator James Langford. Senator, thanks so much for joining us.
J-Sex, you going to answer that question now? What do you want, J-Sex? Specifically, what do you want, J-Sex? You're going to get another 5-minute mute real fast. You can come back every 5 minutes and insult me, but I'll ask you the question. What do you want, J-Sex, specifically? Like, nobody's as soft as a conservative. Ladies, you know what I'm talking about. Those conservative men are soft as shit. That's why every time you go to a conservative podcast, it's like, and now to our sponsor, Blue Chew. Your dick can work again. You don't have to scream at women when your dick doesn't work. This'll fix it.
I'm going to go to the part that you wanted to find the most misunderstood. The 5,000. What is it exactly?
Yeah, it's really ridiculous when we go on the
Chris, good question. Solid question. You said the bill allows for 5,000 illegal crossings before it gets shut down. How does that make sense at all? One, you're wrong. It's 5,000 crossings, not illegal crossings. Illegal crossings were always illegal. These are 5,000 legal crossings. So you got legal and illegal incorrect. But again, at the time when they wrote this bill, we were averaging like 8,500 crossings a day. And what it did is you would take a 7-day rolling average. So you would take the 7 days previous to that, and then you would add all those numbers together, divide by 7. And if that number came out over 5,000, then it would immediately shut down the border and you would be at 0 crossings. But Trump wanted to lie to you about that. So Trump actually took a really good provision and lied to you about it. And here we are in 2026. You've obviously never read the bill, and you're still repeating the lies that Trump told. But they've done the math on this. If that bill would have been in place, if they would have passed it, the border would have shut down for 6 straight months. So that 5,000 number wouldn't be happening every day because it would have already hit the 7-day rolling average, and it would have been shut down for 6 straight months. You would have had 0 entries for 6 straight months. One thing to remember always is that when something seems so fucking stupid that it couldn't possibly be true, it's probably not, and you should check it. You should fact check it. You shouldn't be this ill-informed 4 years later. You should have checked this out at the time. But it would have had 0 crossings. Good question. I appreciate it. But you probably should have fact-checked that instead of, again, just believing what Donald Trump and the Republicans tell you. Here's James Lankford. James Lankford in this interview will explain it. A Republican, he'll explain that that's what would have happened.
Backside of December, what just happened when we had 10 and 12,000 people a day coming across. And this authority is a 5,000 authority to say if you get to 5,000, which we've been there every single day except for 7 in the last 4 months, that it completely closes the border down. It deports everyone. It changes the paradigm from right now. What the Biden administration is doing is catching and releasing everyone to actually catching and deporting everyone. It literally flips the script on it. I have people saying, well, I don't want to do that at 5,000. I want to do that at 3,000. Say, well, fine, we can do 3,000. But right now, every day we're at 5,000. It doesn't matter between the two. We've got to be able to have something that mandatorily deports everyone rather than actually releases everyone. That's what this does. Some people are thinking that this is somehow like counting 5,000 people in every day and releasing them. That's absurd. We changed the asylum laws. We
Thank you, Bonnie. That was generous. Love you too.
Increased detention beds. We doubled the deportation flights. We add ankle monitors for people that are actually coming through, that do these family groups that come through, so we can track any.
How about that? The people that are paroled, they have ankle monitors. That would have been easy to track people down, right? Then we wouldn't have had to have ICE in the streets guessing all the fucking time. We could have just tracked people, right? No, we couldn't have that. We needed Donald Trump to win, so we couldn't have a sensible border bill. Not even sensible. Like, again, I don't like this bill. I don't like it at all. But it was negotiated by Republicans because they had all the leverage in the world. The reason that they got such a good bill, the reason they got Democrats to vote on this bill is because they paired it with Ukraine spending. The House, Mike Johnson said, hey, Senate, we're not going to fund Ukraine unless you guys do a border bill. He thought it wouldn't work. He didn't think the Senate would agree on a border bill. So Mike Johnson told him, like, we're not going to give you any Ukraine spending unless you do a border bill. And Senate Dems were like, fine. Look, I think we need to protect the people of Ukraine, so we'll do a border bill. And they put James Lankford, the most conservative person they had there, in charge of the border bill, and they got what Lindsey Graham called the best border bill that they have ever, that anybody has ever imagined, the most conservative border bill that has been imagined. He said, we will never get a better deal than this because we have all the leverage in the world, so we're getting everything we want out of this bill. And then when it went to the House, Mike Johnson was like, nope, not doing it. And publicly, Mike Johnson went out there and he's like, I'm not voting for this bill. It doesn't go far enough. Plus, we don't want to fund Ukraine. So he tabled this bill. And then he brought up the standalone bill to fund Ukraine, and they funded Ukraine. So the leverage they used to get the bill that they said they wanted, they gave up that leverage anyways, and they funded Ukraine anyways and didn't pass this bill.
Individual, that when we don't have capacity, right. There's all the things that we build into this to make this a much stronger system. Gaps that are in the law get closed in this structure.
So you're saying even people who have come through and they actually fit the demand and can get in, that counts. including people that get rejected. That counts. So when you hit that 5,000 number, everything shuts down.
Alicia said, people of color, thank you for speaking out. I appreciate that, Alicia. Yedis said, I got that. If you hang out with Nazis, you're a Nazi. Why did that keeps popping up like I haven't read it?
Almost like the stock market. When there's too much trading, they'll shut it down to the next day. And you're saying if this was in place now, the border would be shut down.
That's correct. The border would be shut down. Not only did the border be shut down today, it would have been shut down every single day the last 4 months, and we'd have been turning people around. Instead, actually, people have been released into the country. If this would have been in place 4 months ago, we'd have had 1 million fewer illegal immigrants into our country right now.
So how do we blame Biden then for this? How do we turn around after this and then blame Biden? It's Republicans who killed the bill. You could have had what you wanted, and you blamed. Why do you blame Joe Biden? Because they told you to blame Joe Biden. Lee said, thanks for helping us to get through another day. The craziness. Everyone contact your governors, state, and federal representatives to express your opinions daily. Judy said, Melania meant the streets are safer because we got a pedo off the streets by putting him in the White House. Christy says he has to get political. Mandatory Trump ass-kissing accompanies every press conference. It was towards Homan. Thank you. Julie said, Republican here. I used to get annoyed watching popular TV shows depictions of ICE and how exaggerated they seemed. I'm now in utter shock at how much worse our current reality truly is. Thank you, Julie. I appreciate you saying that.
Also, there's some text in there that says the president does have some discretion to open up the border after it's shut down and not go by these rules. Is that true?
So, again, we're back to the crazy details of this, of people that are throwing stuff in there just trying to be able to attack a proposal that actually closes the border down. Yes, there's a discretionary piece on this, but it's a mandatory close down. They've got 275 days in the next year that has to be closed down. There is some discretion for the president to be able to reopen it, 45 of those. If we have something like a hurricane come through Central America, something like that, where we're trying to be able to manage a natural disaster. But it's not like just a random turnaround on this. And I've had folks that have said, hey, the Secretary of Homeland Security would have those authorities. So would every president. So would, a Chad Wolf in a future Trump administration would have authority. So the key thing here is changes the asylum laws, builds more wall, adds more detention beds, adds more deportation flights, changes this 10-year backlog that we're currently in now to weeks before people are actually deported. That's what the bill really does.
All right. So the main thing that you got.
Patrick, you don't need due process to arrest somebody? All right.
You believe one of the main things is asylum changes. Now, the criteria to get into our country, you need to do what?
So right now, if you walk across the border today, you can say, I have fear in my country, and you'll be released into the country for 10 years. Under this bill, you walk across the border and say, I have fear in my country. They say, prove it. You've got to have a higher standard of evidence. And then they say they're going to check your criminal record. They're going to say, could you have internally relocated into another place in your own country, which by far most people could. Could you have stopped somewhere along the way and actually remained there? If any of those are true, then you're deported immediately. Instead, today, they're going to be released for 10 years. Under this bill, they would be deported quickly on it.
But not unaccompanied minors and not families. They get ankle monitors and get to stay, right?
Well, they get ankle monitors, but they actually go through this higher standard. They don't get to stay. They go through this higher standard. They immediately have their processing within weeks, and then they are deported as well. The difference is it's very difficult to be able to actually hold all of these.
5 minutes ago, you were talking about the 49ers losing. I like, with all due respect, if any of you, like, I only provide data, and sometimes I make fun of you. And stop being a baby. This is crazy. Like, yeah, that's the point. You're just in here chirping. We'll mute you. Go ahead and mute 3per until 3per comes up here and addresses any of these talking points. All these things. We'll see. Let's have a real debate, and let's find out if I'm just going to insult you or if we're going to use data. Mute 3per for 5 minutes till you can find some courage.
Families in that position, so you got to find another way to be able to do it. So this bill addresses that. Right now, again, those families are released for 10 years. In this structure, it would be weeks, and then they would be deported. So people have got to decide on this. Do I want everyone in the country, unlimited numbers, what we have now, or do we want to have a faster, stronger system that we're actually deporting people?
I mean, it's just crazy. Like, he's hitting every Republican talking point. He presents an actual plan, and it doesn't get pushed through because you're so beholden to Donald Trump. It is crazy. You literally voted against your own interests. Or I guess you didn't even get to vote on this. You just allowed your elected officials to ignore your interests so that Donald Trump could win. Unless you're admitting that your interest was just that Donald Trump would win and it didn't have anything to do with immigration. because you still don't have any of this stuff in the law. Why? Because now you don't have the votes for it. You have no leverage. So you can't even get this law put into place. So you chose to not fix our law in order to get Donald Trump in office. And now you have no more leverage and you can't get this law put into place. So whatever you want to say, that's fine. But you got to admit it. Pretty hard to argue that you guys chose Donald Trump over what you wanted. It was never about his policies. It was about him. It's always been about him. You could have had Donald Trump and the border bill. He probably still would have won because he would have taken credit. He could have just taken credit for the border bill. If I had to guess, I think that the reason he killed it, one, he's just a complainer. That's how he campaigns. He didn't have any real ideas. But two, I think he wanted to pay back his buddies that were funding his campaign, who said, hey, we need, sorry, that we're at historic low crime rates. Our prisons are emptying. We don't have enough people in prison. We need to make more money. Could you find some more people to throw in jail? And he's like, well, kind of hard to throw Americans in jail. But what if I took all of these people and I threw them in prison and the government will pay you for that? Oh, perfect. What if we have these people who are here legally, but they maybe shouldn't have they're probably not going to have an asylum claim that's approved. So what if we just took these people here legally and we threw them in your detention centers for years at a time? Well, Americans won't really give a fuck. My base obviously won't give a fuck because they hate everybody. Anybody who isn't MAGA, they fucking hate. So they're not going to care that we torture people who are here legally and throw them in a concentration camp. They won't give it. We're watching them in real time. You guys don't give a fuck. And they'll stop caring about the money because it was never really about the money because they didn't understand the money anyway. So we'll actually spend more money on immigrants while I'm president. But since I'm treating them with cruelty, my base won't care because it was really always about the cruelty. They just wanted to see immigrants get beat up. Okay, well, breaker of legs, do you disagree with me? Do you disagree? I'm speaking, when I say you guys, I'm talking to the Republicans that are here in this chat. Not one of you has said, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Donald Trump did use this. Yeah, you're right that we didn't get what we wanted. Yeah, you're right. It's costing us a fortune to do it this way. Go ahead. Am I wrong about that? You're contributing to the whole division. The second thing, I just out of curiosity, do you say this to Donald Trump? Because there's going to be between 60 and 100,000 people who view this live today, and millions of people that see Donald Trump every day, and he divides every single day. So I wonder if you hold that criticism. But do you disagree with me? Is there anybody here that's a Republican that voted for Donald Trump that agrees with me that what Donald Trump did is ran on fear and that he didn't fix any of these problems, and now we are paying more money to house asylum seekers than ever before? No, they brought over all the illegal. Trump was very aware of it. It was done on purpose. So yeah, see, yeah, you're exactly, yeah, shut the fuck up. Yeah. No, these people are asylum seekers. They're legal. Exactly. Why are you calling us name? We're not all the same. Okay. Are you different? No, I'm exactly the same. Oh, okay. That's the point. I can't get any of you guys to say oh, Donald Trump made a mistake here. Or, oh, if it wasn't a mistake, that he definitely is costing us more money. No. Stop dividing. Stop calling us all the same. Then in unison, we are all the same. I think I'm right. Happy to admit when I'm wrong. Happy when one of you guys is able to see through the shit. Prisons are private now, so just be real here. Yeah, who do you think fucking pays them? Breaker of legs. Who do you think's paying those private prisons? How do you think they get money? What do you think happens to these asylum seekers that we arrest and don't deport? Who do you think pays for them? Okay, I'm with you. You just agreed? I didn't think you agreed with me, but who's paying for them? Are we paying more now than we were before? Look at the ICE budget. Look at our immigration budget. It's not a number. You just go on Discord, you message GenDub1. You can come up here and talk to me. Mods, will you help Breaker of Legs instruct him how he can get up here? I'll move on with the show. Breaker of Legs, if you want to talk, rather than doing it from the chat, they'll tell you how to get there. You're welcome to come up. All right. I'm going to skip that. One other thing to remember, this was a pattern we probably should have recognized, that Mike Johnson, for whatever reason, you could maybe assume that Trump has dirt on him. You could assume that he's just aligned with Trump on everything. You could assume that he looks at the party and he knows that the most popular thing he could do is side with Trump. Whatever you want to think of Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson killed this bill, which would have been exactly what Republicans wanted, and now you have no leverage to get it, so it's costing us more. Mike Johnson actively covered up the Epstein files for months at a time. And another story that does not get reported enough, and I think we covered it, but I'm going to show it again, is he also covered up the Matt Gaetz stuff. So there was an ethics investigation into Matt Gaetz, and these ethics investigations could be made public. But what Mike Johnson said is, I don't want to make it public because then it will set a precedent that when we do ethics investigations into our members of Congress, the public will find out about them. He said, I don't want to set a standard where we're going to be transparent with these ethics investigations. He's got to be the least transparent speaker in history, but he does this thing that like he's learned from Trump, where if you just say, and he does it all the time, we are the most transparent, this is the most transparent administration in history, we're the most transparent Congress in history, and then they cover shit up all the time. They never show you anything, they never give you any proof. Anytime they do a hearing that we want to know about, it's behind closed doors, they never release it. He buried this. They voted. They wanted this to be released. And Mike Johnson, because he has the power to bring things to the table, wouldn't allow the vote to release this. Just a reminder, the bipartisan committee, a nonpartisan committee, who just does ethics investigations, who said typically they don't release its findings after losing jurisdiction in a matter. However, there are a few prior instances where the committee has determined that it was in the public interest to release its findings even after a member's resignation from Congress. The committee does not do so lightly. In this instance, although several committee members objected, a majority of the members of the committee agreed that the committee's findings should be released to the public. That means Republicans and Democrats wanted this out there. Here's what the committee found. And one more thing to remind you. Donald Trump knew about this when he nominated Matt Gaetz to be the Attorney General. We may get to the Epstein stuff today, probably tomorrow. One of the things that Epstein did and one of the things that Trump does is they keep people around them who they have leverage. And if you have dirt on somebody, you have leverage. So I think the reason that Trump chose Matt Gaetz to be Attorney General is because he knew that he could hold this over Matt Gaetz' head anytime he wanted. And with Pam Bondi, there's obviously the Epstein files, right? Like she's obviously implicated in the Epstein files. So he can hold that over her. And she was also a lobbyist for Qatar. She's obviously dirty. So remember that before Trump nominated Matt Gaetz for Attorney General, he knew this. The committee found substantial evidence of the following. From at least 2017 to 2020, Representative Gaetz regularly paid women for engaging in sexual activity with him. Prostitution. We're kind of used to that with our elected officials, but still. In 2017, Representative Gaetz engaged in sexual activity with a 17-year-old girl. During the period of 2017 to 2019, Gaetz used or possessed illegal drugs, including cocaine and ecstasy, on multiple occasions. Oh, we got to stop the flow of drugs in here. What are you going to do? Drugs are in the White House. Drugs are in Congress. Representative Gaetz accepted gifts, including transportation and lodging in connection with a 2018 trip to the Bahamas in excess of permissible amounts. In 2018, Gaetz arranged for his chief of staff to assist a woman with whom he engaged in sexual activity in obtaining a passport, falsely indicating to the U.S. Department of State that she was a constituent. Representative Gaetz knowingly and willfully sought to impede and obstruct the committee's investigation of his conduct, and Representative Gaetz has acted in a manner that reflects discredibility upon the House. And Mike Johnson buried this. And Trump knew about this. And Trump chose Matt Gaetz to be his Attorney General. Matt Gaetz had to withdraw. Because Republicans, thankfully, who fucking hated him, came out and were like, nah, dude, this guy's a piece of shit. There's no problem for Trump. Trump didn't have a problem with any of this. How in the world are you going to have an Attorney General who's having sex with a 17-year-old? Want to explain that? Whenever I see, like, shut the fuck up, that's when I know I'm getting under your skin. Yeah, but they're not covering up the Epstein files. Nothing to see in there, right? This look crap up. This is, I'm looking it up, dipshit. That's what this is. This is the committee finding. What do you think? I'm making this up? Can you read, bro? This is it right here. I don't have Discord, bro, so I don't know what the issue is. Like, you got to put people down because they don't know about Discord. It's an app, dude. It's a fucking app. Download it. Download an app. Jesus Christ. That's what that's why. Look, I make it purposely difficult for you guys. Like, I make you jump through a hoop to come up here, because if I don't, if it's like TikTok, I'm going to have a bunch of dipshits who jump on my stream and say the N-word to try and get me demonetized and removed from YouTube. There's too many people who will fuck with me if I just have an open phone line. So that's why I don't have an open phone line. So yeah, if you want to talk to me, you have to jump through some hoops. Downloading an application and sending a DM shouldn't be that hard. You'll be just fine. But you're not the first MAGA to claim they want to call in and then use Discord as an excuse to not call in. So, what did I cherry pick there, JJC? What am I cherry picking? Sorry, Trump's the president right now. I'm not going to go back in time. About 25 minutes. Let's see if I want to do that, or let me get to Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio testified in front of Congress yesterday about what's going on in Venezuela. Two things. One, I actually like when Marco Rubio testifies. He's the only person in this administration that answers questions. And I don't like a lot of things he says, but I appreciate that Marco Rubio answers questions. And he answers them directly. Very rarely is he dodging questions. I'll show you a couple examples here of maybe where he was dodging. But we do finally have some answers on some of the stuff that happened in Venezuela. Specifically, the answer of what the fuck is this Qatari bank account? Why is there a Qatari bank account that this money's in? Marco Rubio explains that. I'll show you that. I think it's still murky, but at least we have some understanding that it's not just a Trump bank account, which is crazy that we have to call Marco Rubio in front of Congress in order to get an answer to this. Like, I don't know why the Trump administration didn't just answer that, but let me get to some of what he talked about yesterday. First, he was talking to Rand Paul, and this exchange is beautiful. I like libertarians when it comes to foreign policy. Anytime a libertarian and I are talking about foreign policy, we're almost always going to see eye to eye. So with Rand Paul on foreign policy, we're almost always going to be in agreement, because I was a libertarian. And my libertarian views on foreign policy haven't changed. And the libertarian views on foreign policy align really closely with people on the left. So here's Rand Paul on removing Maduro.
What it is, and let's vote on these things. But I think we're in violation of both the spirit and the law of the Constitution by bombing a capital, blockading a country, and removing elected officials. And we certainly wouldn't tolerate it, nor would I if someone did it to us.
Well, we didn't remove an elected official. We removed someone who was not elected, and it was actually an indicted drug trafficker in the United States, and their system.
Our laws, indicted under our laws. Look, Bolsonaro says that Da Silva is not really the president of Brazil. Our president said Biden wasn't really the president. Hillary Clinton said in 2016 Trump wasn't the president. So you have these arguments, and I agree with you. It probably was, and most likely was, most assuredly was a bad election. He wasn't really elected. But at the same time, if that's our predicate, and you don't have to come to us because it's a drug bust, we're just removing somebody, you can see where it leads to, and it leads to chaos. And that's why we have rules like the Constitution, so we don't get so far out there that presidents can do whatever they want. It is this check and balance. And I would argue for 70 years we've been going the wrong way. It isn't just this president, but it's a debate that I think is worth having.
I mean, he's right. He's absolutely right. Anybody can say that Maduro wasn't an elected official. Anybody could say that. I think there's good evidence that he cheated in the elections. I think there's not a conclusive, but I would probably agree that he cheated in those elections. But if you don't have to consult with Congress, if you don't have to state your case as the president as to why you are going in and abducting a leader, then it sets a precedent where perhaps you can just go take leaders without evidence. What Republicans now have established as the precedent is that you just have to trust the president, and the president can kind of do whatever he wants. Again, on this issue, I probably agree that Maduro was not an elected leader. I do not think that we should be able to go in and take another country's leader. I think that that's silly. I think that that sets a crazy precedent, and Rand Paul will illustrate this here in a minute. But if you're somebody who cares about the Constitution, if you're somebody who cares about checks and balances, you have to be honest here. They didn't consult with Congress. They didn't provide evidence. They just went and they did something. And whether they're right or wrong that he was an elected official doesn't really matter in terms of the checks and balances of the Constitution. You still have to check with Congress. You still have to let them know. You still have to consult with them. The president can't unilaterally go and steal leaders from other countries, no matter how bad of a guy you think he is. And they have successfully convinced all of MAGA, which I'm guessing, like if we see in the chat, a bunch of MAGA will be like, oh, so now you're defending Maduro? Nope. And that's how they trick you. And that's how they get you to be okay with unconstitutional things. If somebody opposes the unconstitutional thing, you change the argument to, oh, so you support Maduro. Same way you guys do with immigration. People are protesting what ICE is doing. You're like, oh, so you want illegal immigrants? Nope. Nope. We don't want ICE to do illegal things. I'm begging all Americans on both sides of the aisle to not defend unconstitutional things because it's somebody that you voted for. Because in the future, that gets fucked up. That's why we are where we are right now. That's why the military, we have no oversight really on the military. They fail their audit every year. We don't do a goddamn thing about it. Why? All it took was one president, one time to be like, or for Congress one time to be like, yeah, they failed an audit, but we're not going to do anything about it. And now here we are, decades later, and we have no idea what the military is doing. We have no real eyes on the CIA. That's how we wind up with rogue agencies, because they do something rogue, and the people who are in power go, I don't really care because I agree with what they're doing. I like that they're doing it, so the constitutionality doesn't matter to me. And then, the next administration comes in, it's on the other side, and you're like, oh my God, how did this happen? This is how it happens. This is why I like libertarians. This is why I tend to agree with them. This is a solid principle that all of us should have. If your party does something unconstitutional, even if you like it, you should oppose it on constitutional grounds. If the Trump administration would have come to Congress and asked for permission, I think they would have got it. Because we saw the response. There's like the far left is against it. The libertarians are against it. Almost everybody else in Congress, almost all the other Democrats and Republicans are for this. I think it would have been an overwhelming vote. Most people wanted to decapitate Maduro. Our Congress has been pretty cool with regime change for a while. We don't seem to have a problem with that. But we do have to address when it's unconstitutional. And Republicans, I'm just begging you, once in a while, think, do I like it? Yes. Should they do it in a constitutional way? Also, yes. If I like something but it's unconstitutional, should I still support it? The answer to that, if you like democracy, should be no. Too often, our answers are, I don't really give a fuck. Fuck the Constitution. And when you say fuck the Constitution, you just move us one step further into an oligarchy, one step further into authoritarianism. You've got to have some sort of vision into the future of like, can this affect me later on down the road? Could this lead us to a situation later down the road that's a problem? What if they're very successful? What if the Trump administration is successful in Venezuela? And they go in and they successful by what they want to do. We clarify that. And they go in and they send all these oil companies in, and they're able to get the mix that they need, and they're generating oil, and American oil companies are now generating a bunch of oil we're selling to all over the world, and somehow we figure out how to tax them. I don't know if we're going to do that, but let's just say we have a bunch of tax revenue coming in. Gas gets cheaper. 4 years from now, let's say it's at $2.50. That's a huge win, right? And then let's just say that you have your version of what you think a socialist is. And a socialist gets in, and a socialist is, the version you think of, gets in, and they're like, you know what, fuck that. That was bullshit what they did in Venezuela. And the socialist goes and decapitates the leader, goes and takes the leader. Right now, that same leader also wasn't democratically elected. Ironically, the person in charge also wasn't, if Maduro wasn't democratically elected, either was, I forget her name, but either was she. She's the vice president. So now just imagine your enemy goes in there and takes that out and goes, you guys should nationalize your oil again. And now all these oil companies that have gone to Venezuela and spent billions of dollars and are bringing in all this tax revenue suddenly are ousted. And they don't talk to Congress about it. And then you get Ilhan Omar in play, who's the Secretary of State now as Marco Rubio, and sits in front of Rand Paul. And Rand Paul's like, justify this. Why did you go take out the leader? Oh, they weren't democratically elected. And Rand Paul will be, yeah, but like you could say that about anybody. You can just take out anybody. And she's like, yeah, Trump did it, so we can do it. Then you guys would all side with Rand Paul. There has to be, when we talk about coming together as Americans, let me be clear on this. I think that it is remarkably stupid and small-minded to say that the way we come together is to stop calling each other names. Fuck all that. Toughen the fuck up. This is America. Call names, do whatever the fuck you want. Use your freedom of speech, call names. What we have to do is agree on facts and principles. We have to get back to a place where the Constitution matters and facts matter. And we have to start every conversation with, what are the actual facts? And then we can share our opinion. That's how you fix this. It's not about name calling. It's not about you guys calling me soy boy. It's not about me calling you bitch cucks or whatever. Like it's not. It's really not about that. You know as well as I do. I call you a bitch and you go on with your day. It doesn't really affect you. You guys call me a soy boy. I go on with my day. It doesn't affect you. Tell me I'm in my mom's basement. I go on with my day. It doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect you. And you fucking know that. We all know that. But I could recreate this scenario with people that you hate, and you would side with Rand Paul. So we've got to get back to principles. The Constitution has to matter. The law has to matter. We can't just overlook this shit when it's the person that we like in charge. What's up, Jen?
Breaker of Legs is waiting to talk to you.
Okay, cool. Let me check messages real quick and catch up. You want to do some announcements?
Yeah, so just want to remind you guys, we typically go till about 1 Pacific time. I don't know how long this conversation go. We've got about $110 left in the gift goal, so if you guys could help knock that out, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, all this is going on. And if you haven't subscribed to us already, please do so. Check out the link tree in our bio. We're on most social media platforms. We've got merch days on Cameo, and we upload these episodes to Spotify.
Thank you. I'll hop over there real quick. Jen, I think the latest I can probably go is like 2:15. So if I get past 2:15, let me know. Hop over there. Did I get pushback in that? Is that what I got? Oh, Mike, I do call people names and I do curse and I don't care what your book says if it's sinful or not. Like, fuck out of here. Toughen up. They're words, bud. I was raised in a cult that patrolled my language and it didn't fix anything. I am here. Leg breaker. What's going on? You there?
You might want to put your microphone on speaker. If you've got an iPhone or something like that, there's a microphone button at the top right hand corner. So if you put it on speakerphone, you can hear better.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there's your face.
See you, but no audio. Are you on speaker?
Do you see in the top right hand corner? There's a speaker.
Still nothing.
Are you talking? Are you trying to talk? Can you hear us?
Give us a thumbs up if you can hear us. I don't think he can hear us.
I'm going to see if he...
I'll talk to the chat for a second. Did you keep anything from the former religion? Did I keep anything from the former religion? My family wasn't real like preppery. I'm trying to think if I kept anything from the former religion. I don't know. Maybe it's. I mean, it's hard to know what's the religion and what's like cultural. I don't think I kept anything specifically from the religion. Maybe some cultural aspects of how I was raised. Jen, are you DMing him? Is he getting back to you on DMs?
I'm trying. He hasn't replied to me.
Did I keep my garments? Garments are gone. The quad is somewhere. I don't know where the quad is. Somewhere in a box. Did anyone mention the video of Alex Preddy, supposedly from a few weeks ago, when he's in confrontation with ICE? Looks AI to me. I've seen it. So I haven't showed it for two reasons. One, I don't think it's been confirmed that it's not ICE. Like they say it's like a 97% facial match, but also it doesn't matter to me. If he kicked an ICE, it's still like it doesn't change a single aspect of that video. Doesn't change one thing. Something happening a week ago, like maybe they could arrest him. It still doesn't change what I watched in that video. He didn't assault anybody in that video, and there was no reason for him to die in that video, so it wouldn't really matter. A quad. Oh, what is a quad? Mormons, because we have more than just the Bible. We have the Bible, the Book of Mormon, the Pearl of Great Price, and the Doctrine and Covenants. It's one book that they've put like all four together, so we call it a quad because there's 4 different books there. Leg breaker, I don't know where you're at, man. I don't know how to help you here.
I don't think he can hear us.
Is he responding to your messages?
No. This is the first time he's at Discord, so.
Do we want to? Oh, I saw him mouth, I can hear you. Leg breaker, we cannot hear you. Can you look at your messages? There should be somewhere on your screen, there should be like a microphone or headphones. We can see you. We just can't hear you. Oh, now the microphone's muted, so I'm going to invite you to unmute. Now see if you unmute. I saw you mute it.
Okay, hit the microphone on the bottom and unmute yourself.
Got it.
There we go. All right, welcome. Sorry about that. Appreciate you downloading Discord. You don't have to be on video. Do you want me to put your face on the screen? I can or
yeah,
not?
I don't care. That's fine, dude.
Sure. Go ahead. All right. I don't remember exactly what we were discussing. Do you want to let me know what you want to talk about?
Sure. It's just like a lot of this division, the right, this left and stuff. And to be honest with you, I tend to think that it's besides the point. All these officials are corrupt, and it needs just a giant purge. I kind of get away from this left and right because we're all being played.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, but we have to talk about what's happening in front of us. Like we can't just stop talking, right? So Trump's in charge now. He owns. He's got obviously Congress won't do anything to stop anything that he's doing. I'm seeing things that are outside of the Constitution. So I do agree. I think that there's some structure that obviously doesn't care about us, but we still have to talk about what's in front of us, right?
Right. It's just like I kind of feel that what gets perpetuated is this division of pinning the average citizen against its neighbor rather than looking at the real what should be the focus point, which is this corruption to the highest level, because we can say President Trump is in charge, but is he, or is he really just a puppet of Israel? Like, honestly.
Well, good question, but isn't that what I'm doing? Hasn't my entire show been about the corruption of this administration?
Well, I haven't been on for the whole show, so I can't speak to that. What I can speak to is like when I'm listening, and this is just my perspective, and I'm not trying to offend you in any way, is when I hear you guys and so on and so forth, I think that people that are, completely brainwashed and think they're on the right, and you have some valid points, is that they follow Trump down, any rabbit hole he goes. What it does is it puts them on the back foot and defensive instead of hearing out what you actually might have to say.
Yeah, look, I've tried, in all fairness, I've tried it different ways. When I say you guys, I'm talking specifically to the people in the chat. Like, I'm responding to people in the chat here, and sometimes I have to be combative. Look, I grew up in a cult, and I was somebody who refused information. So, and there's not a lot I can do about it. There's nothing you can do about somebody who is, and when I say in a cult, I just mean like they have their ideology and their leader set, and they will defend no matter what. So there's nothing I can do there. And I've said this repeatedly, that my show and my goal is to take the people who are on the fence, the people who are in the middle, and I want to draw a clear line between myself and what I'm saying and MAGA. And the way that I try and do that is, yeah, sometimes I'm a dickhead, sometimes I call names, but mostly what I'm doing is I fact check. I show data. I make arguments. And so I want somebody that's watching this show that's not in the cult to see a clear delineation between me and them. So when I go after people in the chat and I ask them a question and they won't answer the question or they play whataboutism, I highlight that. Because I want people to know I want this conversation. I beg for somebody to come up every day. Kudos to you. This happens maybe once every 3 weeks. Most people don't want to come up and do this.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, and I think that right now, this discussion right now is kind of probably doing more for what you stated as your goal than anything else. You know what I mean?
Agree.
So, hats off to, it got some interaction from me. I can promise you that, obviously, right?
Yeah.
But I just think that if people don't start pulling their heads out of their asses and understand that we have more in common than we do than what separates us, we're going to continue down this line. And we have this whole time, all these wars, everything that's happened has been for the elites pushing for wars and land grabs and all this stuff, just like what's happening now with Venezuela and stuff. They don't see the overall long game here. And they just keep swimming down this stupid river that only leads one direction. If we don't start kind of figuring out how to come together on some commonalities and see who that real enemy really is. And that's what all this stuff is, distractions. All this stuff is really what it's about. So we're fighting over all these breadcrumbs. And the reality of it is, and this is just my opinion, I want to hear your take on it as well, so that we don't really turn and realize the real enemy's in office right now. And it's not just the right or the left. It's a plague of corruption that needs to be rooted out. And that's the main thing I wanted to get across.
I agree with that. And I do, I don't know how new you are here. Like I think that there are plenty of Democrats who are corrupt. I call them out consistently when it comes up. I'm not a fan of Chuck Schumer. I'm not a fan of Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
And I've been critical of the Biden administration, the Obama administration. The thing is though, like I agree that we do need to recognize that. I think we're at a place where people are recognizing that. And I'm looking
these guys.
Let me finish real quick. I'm looking back. Yeah. I'm looking from the time Trump was elected till now, and everybody who has a voice that opposes Donald Trump, they're somewhere near where I am, probably on the opposition. I probably use more like heated rhetoric. I curse a lot more. I might be a little more vulgar, and people attach to different styles. But look at the polling.
I'm sure it's at its lowest.
Never in my life has it been more as the United States been more clear in polling that they recognize corruption and that they recognize the people that are corrupt. So I don't really care about looping everybody in. Like, we have to take this obvious corruption, we have to highlight it, we have to get everybody to understand the corruption, and then we have to elect people who are anti-corruption. And that's the battle that we're up against. Like, in this country,
think that's possible?
Well, let me give you some examples then, because this is where I think we struggle to come together. Because I look at the people that are in Congress and I say, who are the people that are actively fighting against corruption? Ilhan Omar.
I off the top of my head, I think that one of them that would have been just recently gave up.
Well, what about AOC? What about AOC?
I think she has her own brand of corruption, to be honest with you. I mean, if it was my choice.
Wait, what? What's her brand of corruption?
I don't really see any of them holding any true honesty or really any kind of integrity to turn down that dollar to help turn around this country.
But she does but she does. She doesn't take corporate money. She doesn't take PAC money.
Well, maybe I just feel like she doesn't know how to state her arguments correctly. If she
Hold on. Whoa. But we're just talking about corruption.
Yeah, go for it.
We're just talking about corruption.
Okay, well, I thought we were going on AOC. As
But
far
yeah,
as corruption goes, I
she's
can't personally say
anti-corruption.
anything about her. I can't say anything about her because I don't know that subject well enough. I couldn't state one way or the other.
So that's
with her.
One of the biggest issues I have is that the most hated people in this country, the people that the right actually hate the most, are the least corrupt. The least corrupt, if I'm going to name off politicians that I think are the least corrupt, if I'm going to go on the Republican side, I'm going to talk about Rand Paul.
Okay.
I'm going to talk about Thomas Massey. I'm going to talk about Thomas Massey. If I'm on the left, I'm going to talk about Bernie Sanders. I'm going to talk about AOC. I'm going to talk about Elizabeth Warren. Ilhan Omar, that's up for debate right now because they're looking into her finances, so I'll leave her off right now. But I'm looking at the most progressive people and the libertarians, and who does MAGA hate the most? That's like I just gave you like the top 5 people that MAGA hates the most.
Right.
So
Don't you think that's purposely done, that they want that division? That's my point.
And I would point out, and I would just point out to you, if you're looking inwardly, even sometimes when we feel like we're not part of the game, we buy into the game. I have 2 of my best friends.
2 of
my best friends that I talk to regularly. They've been on the right. They're more central now. I can't get them to look at AOC and Bernie because there is nonstop rhetoric against these people. But these are
that's not like me personally. That's why I didn't want to speak on the subject matter as far as corruption goes with them, because I don't know right now. But I'm willing to look into it and stuff like that. But I'm not going to state one way or the other because that would be adding to the situation, like you're saying.
Fair enough. I would just challenge you to do that then. Go look at like if you look at try and maybe even make like a spreadsheet to say like which politicians don't take corporate money. And then you can look at like the bills that they introduce. AOC has been introducing bills to ban stock purchases from members of Congress.
That's a huge fucking problem, dude.
Yeah, and she's front and center there. She wants to end Citizens United. She's been her and Bernie have been and Elizabeth Warren have been as consistent as you could possibly be about not taking corporate money, fighting against oligarchy, fighting against these massive monopolies. They want to break up monopolies, and they are smeared, and they get smeared as socialists or commies. But they're actually the ones that are the least corrupt. And so that's where it's tricky.
Let's do this then. How about, I don't know, how often do you have your show per week?
Every weekday, 8:30 to noon Pacific time.
That's okay, great. Okay, so how about we do something like this if you're open to it? I mean, obviously it's your show. But I'll go do my homework on them and some, on the right stuff like that. And let's see if we can find who's the least corrupt. And if you can point to, I don't care what people say about them, but I'll do my own homework. And if we find, that what you're saying is for the most part true, I know no one's perfect, but then I'd love to hear more take on it. And then if I can find any flaw that puts doubt in my mind, we'll bring that to the table and then sort it out.
Yeah, come back anytime, man. Take your time.
All right, man.
Get that
I
research
appreciate
together.
your time, though, dude.
Yeah.
Nobody really invited me on before, so I appreciate it, man.
You're welcome anytime. Good talking to you.
All right, brother. You too. Have a good one.
We'll see it. There we go. They always like me when they come up here after, don't they? How mad did we make the chat when we talked about AOC? I think.
Yeah.
What's that?
I said very.
Very? I thought so. As Papa said, I'm so confused where he stood. Good. That's good. I like that. I think it's more people should question where they stand, or it maybe shouldn't make much sense where they stand. But I appreciate him willing to come up here and go and do research. I like that. Release all the Trumpstein files. Love it. About 8 minutes. Let me check. Did any comments come in or super chats, Jen? I didn't look.
I put whatever we got. In our chat.
Let me get out of here. How about me giving people technical advice? How about that? Thanks, Janice. Said, thanks for being straight forward and truthful. Amber said, for the gift goal, thank you very much. Tanya said, thanks for being here. It helps me get through the day. Thank you, Jay and Jen. All right, I want to go to this part with Rand Paul now. This was the part that I really liked because this is beautiful. Rand Paul and Marco Rubio like each other. And I will say this about Marco Rubio. Again, of all the people that have come before Congress from the Trump campaign or Trump team administration, he's the only one that just answers questions. He doesn't really hide from questions. This one gets a little iffy, but if you consider yourself not in a cult and open-minded, I want you to engage in the hypothetical that Rand Paul gives to Marco Rubio right here. And just ask yourself, like, am I hypocritical or do I just support the administration?
So I would ask you, if a foreign country bombed our air defense missiles, captured and removed our president, and blockaded our country, would that be considered an act of war?
Well, I think your question is about and I will acknowledge you've been very consistent on all these points the entire career. So let me no matter who's in charge. So I will point to two things. The first is it's hard for us to conceive that an operation that lasted about 4.5 hours and was a law enforcement operation to capture someone we don't recognize as a head of state, indicted in the United States, wanted with a $50 million bounty.
My question would be, if it only took 4 hours to take our president, it's very short, nobody dies on the other side, nobody dies on our side, it's perfect. Would it be an act of war?
We just don't believe that this operation comes anywhere close to the Constitution.
Now, these are dodges, but let's engage in this question. If somebody came into our country, took Donald Trump, nobody died, which is silly because people did die, but I guess none of their people died. Would that be an act of war? Did I miss your super chat? I don't see it. When did you send it, dude? I do like you. Honestly, it didn't pull up on my screen. I don't see your super chat in here. Maybe Jen can find it. It may not have popped up. I don't see it. Of course it would be an act of war, right? Of course that would be an act of war.
It's in our chat.
It is? Okay. Sorry about that, Ak. It just didn't. I haven't been reading the ones from Jen because they've been coming through. I genuinely believe that nobody who supports mass deportations without consideration has ever had personal interactions with immigrants. Living in Florida, working construction, we need immigrants. Thank you. And I apologize. My deepest apologies. That's my bad. Of course it would be an act of war, though, right?
It's perfect. Would it be an act of war?
We just don't believe that this operation comes anywhere close to the constitutional definition of war.
But would it be an act of war if someone did it to us? Nobody dies, few casualties, they're in and out. Boom, it's a perfect military operation. Would that be an act of war? Of course it would be an act of war. I'm probably the most anti-war person in the Senate, and I would vote to declare war if someone invaded our country and took our president.
Right? Of course it would be an act of war. A really arrogant thing that we do here where we inflict this type of like pain on other countries and we get to do it just because we want to. And we have to just take the president's word for it. My contention still with Venezuela is that the president can't just go take leaders from other countries. And if we set that precedent, or if we continue with that precedent, this is not going to lead to good places. Well, like, why didn't we go get Putin? Putin's a dictator. How come we didn't go get him? Why didn't we go get Netanyahu? Can we? Can we go get them? What if Trump canceled the midterms somehow? Then would it be okay for other countries to come in and take Trump? Would that be an act of war? You guys would all say it was an act of war. It is wild that we stole a country's leader. I mean, we can do it, Frank. Obviously, we can do it because we did do it. There's a lot of things we could do. We could nuke Russia if we want to. We could nuke the entire continent of Africa if we wanted to. We could invade Canada and take it over. We could invade Greenland and take it over. There's a lot of things that we can do, like physically we can do them. But the question is, should we do them? And if you say, yes, we should do these things, then when a president that you don't like ignores the Constitution, you don't really have a leg to stand on anymore, do you? Venezuela just sent drugs to kill hundreds of thousands of Americans. And see, again, Carl, this is why I get so frustrated with you guys. That's obviously not what we're saying. I'm obviously not saying that Maduro is a good person. I'm not saying that that he wasn't a dictator. I'm saying that we have a constitution and we have laws, and the laws say that if we're going to engage in an act of war, that we have to consult Congress. And Marco Rubio is making the claim that it's not an act of war because it took 4 hours. And that's why Rand Paul was smart to say, okay, let's reverse it. If this happened to us, would it be an act of war? Of course it would be an act of war. So now Marco Rubio's case falls flat. So now we're back to, should the Trump administration have consulted Congress? Yes, of course. Of course we should have some transparency. Of course we should allow our Constitution to operate how it was designed. Congress has the purse. Congress has the authority to declare war. If you're going to commit an act of war, you have to talk to Congress. So Marco can't have it both ways. He can't say this is not an act of war, but if somebody did it to us, it would be an act of war. We don't get to set different rules. That makes sense? This guy's moderators mute people on the other side? Yes, sometimes we do. And sometimes I tell them to mute you. Mostly for people being whiny. So careful. Don't be a whiny bitch. Engage in the conversation and stop crying. But crybabies are annoying, so sometimes we get rid of them. It was just Laban. Righteous killing. Yeah, that's exactly. That's a great point, Bandan, who's I think ex-Mormon as well. This type of justification, like these morality exercises that go outside of the Constitution, they set a precedent. And we've seen that in real time. I mean, this MAGA and the Trump administration has been justifying murder. They've been justifying violating people's First Amendment, perhaps Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, 10th Amendment. This administration has been full of them doing things that are outside of the Constitution. And instead of holding themselves accountable or the people that work for them accountable, they've just said, fuck it, we can do whatever we want. And then MAGA's like, yeah, do whatever you want. We love that. So it's virtually impossible to come together with you guys. Because no matter what Trump does, you're just going to cheerlead it. Here is Marco Rubio with Van Hollen. I thought this was a really good exchange as well.
So I would ask you if
to hear Van Hollen did catch. I don't know if he caught Marco in a lie or if he caught Marco not knowing the truth. Let's get. I'm being nice to Marco. I'm trying to be nice to Marco, and I think it pisses some people off. But again, he's the only person who has answered any questions. He avoided some, he didn't answer some, but he's the only one that answered questions. So he either lied here or he didn't know, but he's definitely wrong.
The oil executives were not involved whatsoever in any of the planning on this matter. None.
Did the president, as he said publicly, inform them about the U.S. operations?
I think all of those executives learned about this operation the same time everybody else did.
Well, President Trump has said the opposite in public.
No.
Yes, he has. I mean, he said it. I think it was aboard Air Force One on an airplane. It's on public record. You can take a look. Look.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I have.
Which ones? Have you received any commitments?
All of them, basically.
Any commitments from the oil companies?
They want to go in so badly.
Did you speak with them before the operation took place?
Yes.
Did you maybe tip them off about what
before and after, and they want to go in.
The oil executives were not involved what?
That's a problem. One of them's lying, or just wrong. But if Trump's telling oil executives and not Congress, that's not good. Right? That's not America first. That's not putting you guys first. It's pretty wild to me that Donald Trump has convinced all of his followers that America first really actually means don't question anything that I do. So I don't know. Maybe Trump was lying here. Maybe he didn't tell oil executives. So he's either lying or He ignored Congress and told oil executives his donors instead. Trump won't be banning speech. Trump doesn't ban speech for sure, guys. He didn't arrest anybody for writing articles critical of Israel. He wouldn't do that. He's a good freedom-loving conservative. All right, two more, and then we'll get out of here. I'll update the gift goal as well. I think we're pretty close on that. Here's Brian. Is it Schatz?
Thank you,
Is that his name?
Chairman.
Yeah, Brian Schatz.
Member, Secretary, good to see you again. I want to ask about the oil. Under U.S. law, funds received by the government must be deposited with the Treasury. Earlier, you testified that the funds are being held short-term in Qatar and then will move to a Treasury blocked account. What is the statutory authority?
Who did he arrest? What was that Tufts student's name? I can give you the name. You can look this up. Rumeysa Ozturk. They arrested and detained her for an op-ed that she wrote that was critical about Israel's war in Gaza. And now we actually have the order to arrest her, and it literally was just because she wrote that op-ed. You can look that up.
I want to ask about the oil. Under U.S. law, funds received by the government must be deposited with the Treasury. Earlier, you testified that the funds are being held short-term in Qatar and then will move to a Treasury blocked account. What is the statutory authority for the administration relying on Qatar to hold the funds?
Now, here's the explanation that we've been waiting for, and I wanted to show this because it does explain. I think there's still some questions to be asked here, but I was worried when they said there was an account in Qatar that this would just be an account that Trump could do whatever he wants with. There does seem to be some oversight, although it's his own administration, and there's like 200 million still that is kind of unaccounted for. But at least they have some answer for it.
Not our funds. The funds are in an account that's owned and signed. It's an account that belongs to Venezuela, but it has U.S. sanctions as a blocking mechanism on it. And one of the primary reasons why it was in a third country initially, until we could create the mechanism to move it to a U.S. presence, is twofold. One, we have
Janelle said, "I don't want to see Jen cry. Thanks for everything."
Issue we're working through on recognition. What is exactly, you have to recognize a government, but we don't recognize this government. We recognize the 2015 National Assembly. So we have to find some creative way legally to meet that standard. The other is, frankly, creditors. If any of that money touched a U.S. bank, even if it was an account in the name of the Venezuelans, it would immediately be seized upon by a number of creditors who eventually we'll have to take care of. But in the short term, that would impede the ability of the Venezuelan authorities.
So once again, though, it's just America. This is why people don't fucking like us. There are people, there are creditors that would take that money from Venezuela. Venezuela owes money. And the United States said, we're going to take this money and we're going to shield it from creditors. So there's these other countries that are waiting on payments from Venezuela. They just have to eat it while the United States, the richest country in the world, is like, actually, we're going to take this money. Fuck you. And so they put it in Qatar so that Venezuela didn't have to pay their own bills. And instead, they have to pay bills to the United States.
Authorities to receive the funds they need to operate.
So do you have this is what I'm trying to get at, right? Either it's American money, in which case it's subject to the Miscellaneous Receipts Act, and there are all kinds of things that attend to that. You're saying it's Venezuela's money, but it does sound like, according to the EO, according to the president's statements, you are in charge of that money. What authority are you relying on to be in charge, almost in a sort of receivership kind of arrangement, of how funds are both received and expended for a foreign country? Like, wouldn't you have to come to Congress to establish that kind of relationship?
Well, no, because the money never enters our hands. We only control the disbursement of the money. We don't control the actual money.
Sure,
in
but
the
if
sense
you're,
of,
but that's
like it comes into our bank account.
Do you think that you have?
This is actually pretty similar to what we did with Iran. The money that everybody says like Obama gave back to them. It's similar, and it was held. I think that was held in UAE. Somebody can fact check me. I can't remember exactly which country it was held in. But Iran had to come to the United States and say, we're going to take some. Actually, it was, I think, the UN and the United States together did this. But Iran had to come to the board was and say, we need money for this bill. And then it had to be approved before they would release it to Iran. So it's not like this hasn't been done before. This isn't the first time this has ever been done. But again, It's just America saying, like, we get to write our own rules.
Somewhere in the statute or the Constitution, the authority to control disbursements of a foreign country?
Well, they've agreed to this, and that's the key. They've agreed to this arrangement in which the sanctions that are placed on this oil is what blocks its distribution. So we've agreed to release sanctions and allow the disbursement of the funding as long as they're spending it in a certain way. So I understand it's novel, but it's the best we could come up with in the short term to ensure that they're...
But the other thing you could have done is brought it to Congress, right? That's where, again, we're setting these precedents where the executive branch can kind of move money around and hide money and make decisions just on their own. That's a bad precedent.
A written agreement that memorializes this?
Yes, I believe there is, and there will have to be one most certainly once we transition that to U.S. accounts.
Secretary, my understanding is the committee doesn't have this agreement.
Well, I can...
If we do or we don't?
Yeah. And you probably wouldn't because it's a Treasury matter. Treasury's handled it, but I can most certainly talk to Treasury about providing you the information.
Also, you're the National Security Advisor, so you do have a role here in coordinating between the department. So it's not just like you can punt this to Treasury.
Yeah, I just didn't bring the document with me.
I got it. Okay. I just want you to land it and get it to the committee because, look, you're being transparent. I think this is novel. I think it's funky. I think it may not even be permissible. But I don't know until I see the document. And I'd like you to just land it for us, if that's all right.
All right. There's that last one. One last one, then I'll get out of here. Don Inman said, just want to thank you for what you do. Also have to say this for my home team. Go Seahawks. I was Patriots, and then I forgot about Bob Kraft, so I guess I'm rooting for the Seahawks. Dale, if you're out there, love you, buddy. I'll root with you. Last one, then I got to go. Here is Chris Murphy and Marco Rubio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Listen, I think the scope of the project that you are undertaking in Venezuela is without precedent. You are taking their oil at gunpoint. You are holding and selling that oil, putting for now the receipts in an offshore Middle Eastern account. You're deciding how and for what purposes that money is going to be used in a country of 30 million people. I think a lot of us believe that that is destined for failure. And I know that you're telling us today just to be patient, but a month later, we have no information on a timetable for a democratic transition. Maduro's people are still in charge. Most of the political prisoners are in jail. And by the way, those that have been let out have a gag order on them from the government. The opposition leader is still in exile. This looks already like it is a failure. You say you're in serious talks, but as you note, the Venezuelans are great at being in serious talks. They almost never deliver. So I'm just going to give you my three questions and hope that you'll answer them, because I do think we want to try to understand how to judge the efficacy of this as time goes on, because I worry you won't be back before this committee.
Darwin, man, Jen wants to say, nah, fuck the Seahawks, though. So my message is not Jen's message.
Anytime soon. And to understand whether this is just facilitating corruption, both in Venezuela and here at home. So here are my three questions.
Wait, hold on. Saddam Hussein wasn't the same. Saddam Hussein was taken out by his own people. We captured Saddam Hussein, but we turned Saddam Hussein over to his own people. And his own people ran a trial, and they were the ones who killed him. So it's not the same as Saddam Hussein.
First, reports are that you've given no-bid licenses to two companies to sell Venezuela's oil. One of them is a massive donor to the president. To many Americans, that reeks. And so my question is, can you commit that partners for future sales are going to be chosen through a fair, open selection process?
Now, if we're going back to Bush and Cheney, like the big criticism of Cheney is that he gave no-bid accounts to his friends. And when you give no-bid accounts to your friends, it's hard to maintain like impartiality. It's hard for people to trust you, because you're like, you did this action and who benefited from it? Your donors. And did you open that bidding process up to everybody else? No, you just gave it to your friends. And Rubio's response here, not to spoil it, but Rubio's response is, oh, well, you had to do it quickly. Yeah, but you could always say that. You could just keep doing this, and you could keep taking these actions and give these contracts to your friends. And that type of stuff erodes public trust. Like the people that already don't trust you aren't going to trust you. The people in the middle aren't going to trust you. And it's this continuous shift. If any of you watched, there's a movie called War Dogs. It's Jonah Hill and whatever that guy is that was in Top Gun. I always forget his name. But they made a business out of, after Cheney was giving all these deals to his friends, the United States wrote new rules, and they're like, you have to bid this. You have to take the best possible bid. And so War Dogs is about these younger dudes that go out and they start getting government contracts. They're bidding on them, and then they wind up doing some shady shit and going to jail. But that's what should happen. That's the established law, is that you can't give these no bid contracts out to your friends. You have to open it up for bidding. So the excuse of, hey, I just didn't give out bids, so we were rushed, that's against the law. We're not supposed to do that. That's in violation of the law.
Second, if Delcy
Top Gun sequel, thank you. I forget his name.
Rodriguez, who is an unelected leader, the head of Maduro's torture operation, is still in power 6 months from now, does that mean that your policy is a success or failure? How do we judge when we've had enough of Rodriguez? And third, in your testimony, you reserved the right to use force again.
Nice, good job, chap. Miles Teller.
In the future, if the Venezuelan government isn't complying with your requests. So if, for instance, they refuse to give you access to the oil in the future, if they said,
JJC, that's exactly what I said. You said I was wrong. You said the USA went in, captured Saddam, then handed him over as a negotiation tactic. That's literally exactly what I said. We're saying the same thing, bud. It feels like you're trying to argue at this point. It's like you just don't want to agree with me. We're saying the exact same thing.
Just going to keep it for ourselves. Would this cause you to consider military action?
And there was approval for that. What are you talking about? That was a declared war. We had an authorized, what is it? Authorized use, not authorized use of force. What's it called? Because we were already in that war. He didn't need approval for that because there was already a declared war. So since there's no declared war in Venezuela, you have to get approval from Congress. But because there was already a declared war, you don't, oh my God, fuck this guy. If you're too fucking stupid to know that Congress had been funding the war in Iraq for like years. What are you talking about? Congress absolutely voted to fund the war in Iraq. You got to go back and read. I'll play this clip. I changed my mind talking to you. You're too stupid.
And do you concede that if you're using military action simply to try to compel cooperation?
There we go. Authorization of military force. That's what I'm looking for. Congress had given an authorization of military force that is the same authorization of military force that Bush used, that Obama used, and that Trump used. Basically, the war on terror was this broad idea, and the executive branch was able to use broad authority under that authorized use. That's what Obama used to do drone strikes. That's why they never had to talk to Congress. I'm good, Jen. Don't worry. I see the time. I'm good. I'll finish this.
The government, you absolutely need congressional authorization for that. So if you can answer those three questions.
So the first question was about the trading companies. The second is about Delcy still in power 6 months from now.
6 months from now.
And the third is on the use of force.
Yes.
Okay. On the first one, the two traders. So here's the problem we faced. The problem we face in the short term is they had no place to put oil. They were running out of storage capacity for their oil. We had to move that oil to market very quickly. The only way to move it to market very quickly is to plug into these two primary trade companies that could sell it in the open market. That is not the permanent outcome here. That is a short-term fix to a short-term problem, which is they were literally storing oil. They brought in tankers and had tankers sitting offshore just to hold their oil. At some point, their capacity to produce was going to be shut down and their ability to generate revenue. So we had to move that oil very quickly. The long-term plan is not those two trading companies. The long-term plan is for them to have a normal energy program that sells directly into the market, directly to refineries and to companies that are exploiting and exploring it. For example, Chevron has operations there that never stopped. They seek to expand those operations. They don't need those trading companies. So those trading companies were a short-term fix for a very acute problem because we wanted to prevent societal collapse because they had no money for revenue. On the second point about her being still in power, look, let me say this, a couple things. This is not unprecedented. I can point to a number of places, Spain, Paraguay, two examples of places in which there was a transition, from an autocratic regime to a democratic regime, and it took time. I can't give you
Yeah, but we didn't take their leader and bring them to jail and use the justification that they were not democratically elected and then leave somebody else in place that wasn't democratically elected. So they're similar in that it took time, but we didn't go kidnap their leader.
The timeline of how long it takes, it can't take forever. It's not even been 4 weeks since
6
Maduro
months,
was
a
reduced.
year, two
Well, I think
years?
we need to be, let me put it to you this way.
Shut
We need
up,
to be much
Patrick.
further along 6 months from now, even 3 months from now. That may not be satisfactory to you, but I'm saying we have to be much further along 3, 4, 5 months. 3 or 4, 5 months from now cannot look like what today looks like. And I think there's acknowledgement on both sides of that. I can probably give you a better answer, and this is not deflecting, when we finally have people on the ground like the ambassador and the team around her on a daily basis that are interacting. Because one thing is for me to pick up the phone and talk to Delcy Rodriguez 3 times a week. Another thing is to have someone on the ground on a daily basis that's following these events, is talking to civil society, but also engaging with interim authorities. But the fact of the matter is that, yes, we want to see quick progress. As you said, it's unprecedented, okay? All I'm saying to you is, before this was stagnant. Before this, we had spent...
Yeah, but that's not an excuse to go around Congress. I hear what he's saying. This was our chance to act. You still have to include Congress.
14 years, you were involved in some of those efforts. 14 years trying to change the dynamic in Venezuela. 13, 12, 11, 10. It was a big part of my career in the Senate was spent on this. This is the first time...
Yeah, in the Senate, where you had the authority.
In over a decade, that we see even the glimmer of an opportunity to change conditions. A lot of that will depend on us, but a lot of that will depend on them. And it also will depend on the rest of Venezuelan society. How quickly can we get all these Venezuelans that want to go back to Venezuela and participate in civic and economic life back to Venezuela? That's going to be critical here. We recognize that. So yes, we have to be much further along in 6 months. We expect to be further along. And if we're not, I'll tell you, we'll tell you. On the third point of use of force, look, the president never rules out his options as commander-in-chief to protect the national interest of the United States. I can tell you right now with full certainty, we are not postured to, nor do we intend or expect to have to take any military action in Venezuela at any time. The only military presence you'll see in Venezuela is our Marine Guards at an embassy. Okay, that is our goal, that is our expectation, and that is what everything that outlines towards.
But if you...
That said, if an Iranian drone factory pops up and threatens our forces in the region, the president retains the option to eliminate that threat.
I'm asking a more specific question because in your testimony, you suggest that you would use force to compel cooperation, for instance, with oil sales. Do you agree that you have to come to Congress to get authorization if you were simply using force to try to compel cooperation?
Well, there's two things. There's the
it seems like
under the War Powers Act. No, under the War Powers Act, if we're going to be involved in something that's going to put us involved in a sustained way, we have to notify you within 48 hours after the fact, and then if it's going to last longer than 60 days, we have to come to Congress with it. We don't anticipate either of these things having to happen. Everything is moving in a very different trajectory right now. On the other hand, if we tell them we don't want to see...
Yeah, but you just said, and we'll leave it there, but like this is just a really kind of gross interpretation of the War Powers Act. Like, we went in there, we used military power, we didn't get congressional approval because we don't have to because it was a 4-hour event. But he's already admitted that like that would be an act of war if it was reversed. So it's clearly an act of war. And then he's saying we're also going to be stationed there, and we don't anticipate somebody attacking us. But if they do attack us, then we will fight back. You can't invade a country and then go to Congress only when somebody attacks. I don't think any court, I don't think any precedent says that you can do this. I don't think anybody says you can bypass Congress this way, where if you just do it quickly and then install yourself, then you can bypass Congress. And again, it's just a precedent we don't want to set. I'd love to go into it more. We'll cover more of this tomorrow. I'll get more Rubio stuff. I am on a hard cutoff here. Let me make sure I've got all the messages. I don't know if we were short on the gift goal or not. If we were, that's the first time in a long time. So you guys, it was time for us to take an L. We haven't taken an L in a long time. I appreciate your support. Janelle said, just another buck just to say I'll be enjoying Jen's tears after the Hawks stomp the Pats. Go Hawks. And Jen says, we'll see. I think I got this. I think I got all those. All right, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow morning and every weekday morning, 8:30 a.m. to noon-ish Pacific Standard Time, right here or wherever you're watching today. The replays are available on YouTube. Catch us there. We got merch in the bio. I think the 20% off coupon is still valid for our healthcare shirts with Bernie on the back or on the sleeve. Check those out. Follow me on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, wherever you go on social media. I will be there. Thank you for your support. The MAGA this year. Come back again tomorrow. Let's keep talking. Download Discord so that you can talk to me live. I want to talk to more of you. Take care of yourselves. Drink water. Touch grass if there's grass available to you. Stay cute and cool. And have a great summer.